Hi, welcome back to another exciting full stack project development with React and Spring Boot. If you're watching my videos very first time, consider subscribing to my YouTube channel. I create a project-based videos, full stack development projects, React, Spring Boot, MongoDB, Angular, AWS, Vue. If that sounds interesting, consider subscribing to my YouTube channel. Also like this video and comment on this video. It will motivate me to create more such videos for you guys. In this project, we are going to create a fully functional money manager application, and we are going to deploy it to production server. We are going to deploy the front-end application to Netlify, and the backend application we will deploy it to Render. And this project is very special to me because it's the same project I have uploaded to Udemy few years ago, and it was one of the most popular course on Udemy. The only difference is in Udemy, the project is completely built upon TypeScript, and the one which I'm uploading it to YouTube is completely a JavaScript version. That's the only difference. Alright, now let's quickly look at the demo of the application. Before that, I'll also tell you what all the technologies I have used. The front end I have used React and Vite, and Tailwind CSS for styling, and the backend Spring Boot, and I have used the in the production server, I have used the PostgreSQL database, and in the local development, we have used the MySQL database. And as I said before, the deployment, we were using the Render for the backend development, front-end development, Netlify. And also we are going to use the cloudinary for image storage to store the images. And let me tell you, this project is completely a backend heavy project. So most of the parts I have concentrated much on the backend side. The front end part I did not concentrate much. Most of the times I will be copying the code from the clipboard. And you might have seen similar kind of projects on YouTube which is created by other creators. I have also watched their videos and I have taken the inspiration from them, and I have created the Java version of it. It's completely a Java full stack version with React and Spring Boot. You might have seen the similar projects created with MERN-stack and MEAN-stack. That's totally fine. It's available on the internet. You can also watch others' videos, but it's totally up to you. You can follow along with me, and you can create the same front-end application which I am creating, or you can also create your own version of front-end application. But the backend is more important because you will learn a lot of things in the backend. All right. So now let's quickly go over the demo of the application. So this is the landing page, and you can see we have the left hand side, we have the logo and the application name Money Manager. And on the right hand side, we have the quick call to action buttons, login and get started. And also we have the hero section, or the hero section, which has a nice text, take control of your finances, and again a call to action buttons. And we have the nice product showcase image. So this is the dashboard of the product. Okay, now let's go to the start. Clicking on the start tracking for a free, it will take us to the sign up page, and this is the sign up page. You can also clicking on this, you can go to the login page. Let's go ahead and create the new account, and let me create Bhushan the email address Bhushan 1992 @zohomail.in. Let's enter the password, and you can view the password as well. Okay, and I'll just upload the image. So let me add the image, and clicking on this sign up, we got a nice loader. It will create the account. Just wait for a few seconds, and you can see the profile created successfully. And we can see the data as well. Let's go to the production database. I'll just open the dbver, and I'll just execute this table records, the profiles table. You can see a new entry has been created, Bhushan 1992 @zohomail.in. And once we create a new account, we get the email to activate our account. So just clicking on this activate money manager account, and just click on this. You can see profile activated successfully. Let me close this, and now I will log into the account Bhushan 1992 @zohomail.in. If I enter a wrong password, I'll get the message invalid email or password. Let's enter the correct credentials. Click login. boom, we have logged in. We have the nice profile image, and on the right hand side we have the options for the profile, and also on the left hand side we have the money manager logo. And this is the dashboard. Right now everything is empty, so we can start creating the transactions. We have in the left hand side we have the dashboard, category, income, expense, filters. Now let's go to the first we need to create the category. So let's go to the category and create a new category. And one more thing, the entire website is mobile responsive. You can see we have the nice sidebar, and also if I log out, the entire homepage is also mobile responsive. So I can go to the homepage. Looks like it is, I have not added the, okay, I think in the mobile view it is not, I have forgot to add the link, but that's no problem. Anyhow, in the desktop version it is working. Maybe in the mobile view I forgot to add the links. Perfect. So this homepage or the landing page is also completely mobile responsive. You can see the navigation bars as well. Okay, now let's go back and log into the account. Bhushan 1992 at sohomail.in. Login, and we have logged in. Go to the category, create a new category. I'll just create the category for income category. We can create two kind of categories, income category and expense category. So I'll just add salary. It is an income. You can see new category is added. We can also edit this category. I will add one more category, which is bonus, or we can add cashback. This is also an income. Now let's add for the expense. I will add utilities. It's an expense. You can see utilities created. I will also create one more, which is rent. Click on this. Okay, now we have created a few categories. We can edit this also. Let's say if I want to change this cashback to bonus, I can do that. Update the category. Boom, it will be updated. Bonus, salary, utilities, rent. Now let's go to the income. Let's quickly add few incomes. I will add the salary for my primary job. Let's say 1 lakh. And if I try to add the future dates, I'll get the error message that is date cannot be in the future. So let's add the first of this month, and we have added the income. You can see we have this nice line chart, and we have this option called email and download. At any point of time we can email and download the records or the transactions. Let's add one more income. I want to add the bonus, mid-year bonus. Going to be a bonus, and the amount, let's say I got 25,000 bonus on 7th of this month. Click add income. You can see now we have this line chart. And as I said before, the transactions I did not provide option for editing, but you can delete it. So if I try to click on this delete, it will show the pop-up, and clicking on this it will delete the transaction. You can see it is deleted. Let's add one more time. I'll quickly add the mid-year bonus. It's going to be a bonus. Let's say 25K. Add income. Perfect. We have added the income. Let's go to the expense. And now if I go to the dashboard, you can see now we have the total income, and total expenses is 0. And total balance is 1,25,000. And you can see the mid-year bonus, job, the recent transactions you can see, and we have this financial overview with this bar, with this pie chart, and also we have this recent incomes. Let's add the expenses as well. I'm going to add the utilities, electricity bill. Okay, let's say $500, which is on 3rd of this month. Add expense. You can see the expense is added. Let's go ahead and add one more. Okay, we have the rent. Let's add the house rent. home, it's a rent, and I will add, let's say 20,000. Just add it for 2nd of this month, and you can see. And also let me add one more thing, which is utilities. I will add Wi-Fi bill, let's say $1,000. I paid on 5th of this month. Click add expense. You can see now we have this nice line chart. Perfect. You can also delete the transaction, and we can email the transaction, download the transaction. We can do a whole lot of things. And what I'll do is I'll just go ahead and click on this download, and an Excel will be downloaded. Just wait for a couple of seconds. I forgot to add the loader for this as well, but no problem. You can see the expense details downloaded successfully. So let's open this. You can see now it is creating the Excel for us. Serial number, name, category, amount, and date. Perfect. So now I'll just go ahead and click on this email. An email will be triggered to my account with an attachment. Let's go to our inbox and just wait for a couple of seconds. Okay, you can see your expense Excel report, and clicking on this we can see the same report. You can see. Perfect. The same thing applies to the, let me show you, the same thing will apply for the income as well. Sorry, the expense as well. Expense and income both have the same functionalities. Now let's coming back to the filters. We can filter the records. One thing we have to note is that, let's say suppose I'm going to add an income for the previous month. Let's say I'll pick for the previous month. Okay, I got the freelance project. Okay, freelance, that is also a salary. So let's say 50K I got, and I'll just add previous month, which is June 1st or June 10th. Click on this add income, and you can see it is not showing in this list. That is because in this income and expense we are going to display only the current month transactions, and on clicking of these things you can also see the nice card. It will display on which day how much we have spent. Okay, and if you wanted to see the previous month transaction, we have to see it in the filters. Let's go to the filters. I'm going to select the income, and I'll select the start date, the previous month first, and I'll just click on this search. You can see freelance, job, mid-year bonus. So all the month's transactions we can see it in this filters, because adding all the transactions in the income and expense in this one page itself, it will be not a good idea, and also this bar chart will not looks beautiful. So that's why, sorry, this line chart will not looks clean. That's why I have added only the current month transaction in this expense and income. But in the filters you can see any data. I mean, like whatever you wanted to search, you can search in this filters. Perfect. Okay, apart from this, now you can see in the recent transactions we have these records. Also clicking on this more button, it will take us to the expense overview. Also, if I clicking on this, this is not a recent transactions. I forgot to change the names. This is actually the, okay, this is the recent expenses, recent incomes. Okay, so if I clicking on this, it will take us to the expenses. Similarly, clicking on this, it will take us to the incomes. Perfect. Apart from this, we are going to create a few schedulers in the Spring Boot, so that every day it will run the scheduler, and it is going to send us the email notifications. For example, every day at 10 p.m. we are going to send an email automatically to all the users to add their transactions. For example, you can see we have this email daily reminder. Okay, we get this nice email. Hey Bhushan, this is a friendly reminder to add your income and expenses for today in Money Manager. So this is the email notification we are going to add. Similarly, we will also send at every day 11 p.m. we are going to send the today's transactions. For example, if I open this, okay, this is an Excel report, but if you go to the one more email I will show you, which is Excel report. Okay, daily reminder, activate. Okay, we have one more email, so that email will tell us how many transactions, how many money we have spent in a day. So that will also show it in an table view, or I can show you if I have the trash. Okay, trash. In the trash I will show you, okay, your daily expense summary, right? So you can see we are going to send this nice email, so that every user will get this summary email in a day, how much they have spent. For example, they have spent for tablets for fever 500 and shopping for 800 in a day. Okay, so it's an Uber category. Okay, so just testing, I've added these things, but we are going to send these kind of emails every day. So this will run automatically behind the scenes. We have created the job schedulers, and that will trigger the emails, and it is sent to all the users. Alright, these are the things that you're going to learn in the backend, and in the front end also, as I said before, you're going to create these beautiful dashboards and also the charts, and you will learn a whole lot of things. This is a very long video and long project. Take your time and create this project. And also at any point of time, if you have stuck and if you are wanted to looking for a source code, I have also added the source code in the description section of this video. Go ahead and download the project as well. And one more thing, the project source code it's a paid, because you guys have to pay for the source code, because it will just a small support to the channel. You cannot get it for free. Definitely do not ask me to give the project for free. Please download the project in case if you are not able to code along with me. So download the project, and that's just a very small amount that you are going to support to the channel to create more such videos. Alright, with this, now we can start developing this project. I hope you will learn a lot of things from this project. I have opened the web browser. Before we start creating the Spring Boot backend project, first let's install the necessary tools. We need to install the JDK 21. So just search for JDK 21. Select the first link. And if you scroll down, you will see the various platform options. Depending upon your platform, go ahead and download the software. This is the very first tool that you need to install. Once you install this, you can verify it. Just open the terminal, or if you're on Windows, just open the command prompt and enter the command java -version. You will see the Java version that you have installed. I have installed Java 21.0.4. As long as if you see the Java version, then you are good to go. Next, we need to install the MySQL server. Just search for MySQL server or MySQL community server. Select the first link, and depending upon your platform, you can download the software. In my case, it will automatically detect the Mac OS, and these are the various options that are available to download. I highly recommend you to download, if you're on Mac, you can download the .dmg. If you're on Windows, you can download the .exe. This is the second tool that we need to install. Next, we need the MySQL Workbench. Just search for MySQL Workbench. Select the first link and click on this download. Again, it will automatically detect your platform. So go ahead and download the software. Next, what we need is, we need the IntelliJ IDEA. Just search for IntelliJ IDEA. Select the first link. And there are two versions. One is Community Edition and the Ultimate Edition. The Ultimate Edition is the paid one. The Community Edition is completely free. Just click on this download. And you can see this is the Ultimate version. And you can also use this for 30 days. After 30 days, it will ask you to use the paid version. If you scroll down, you will see this Community Edition. And depending upon your platform, go ahead and download this. I highly recommend you to use the IntelliJ IDEA Community Edition, because it is a powerful IDE and it will provide a lot of features. Apart from this IDE, you can also use Visual Studio Code, STS or Eclipse. But my recommendation is to use the IntelliJ IDEA Community Edition. After this, you can install the Git. This is completely optional. If you want to push your code to GitHub, then go ahead and install this. Later we can push our code to the GitHub repository. Select this first link and click on this option. Depending upon your platform, it will auto detect the OS and it will show the option. Just go ahead and download this. And all these tools installation is pretty straightforward. If you have experience with installing the softwares, you can also install these softwares on your own. Alright, once you download all these tools, we are good to start the application. So the very first step is we need to create the Spring Boot project. Head over to start.spring.io and select the project type Maven, the language Java. The Spring Boot version at the time of this recording, the stable and latest version is 3.5.3. Try to avoid these snapshot versions because these are not the stable versions. Add the group ID, artifact ID, and you can provide the name as well, and the project description, package name. It is just the combination of artifact ID and group ID. So I'll keep the default package name. The packaging, I'll just choose jar. The Java version 21. Dependencies, I'm going to add web dependency. Obviously, I will add the MySQL driver, JPA, Lombok, and email. Next, apart from this, we will also add few other dependencies, but for now let's go ahead and click on this generate. This will download the zip file. Now we can open this, first extract this zip file and open the project folder inside the IntelliJ IDEA. I have opened the project inside the IntelliJ IDEA. So it will take few seconds to initialize the project and download all the dependencies. Once it initializes completed and download all the dependencies, you can track it at the bottom of this IDE on the right hand side. This is the typical project structure. If I open the pom.xml, as I said before, we need to add few more dependencies. So far we have added the JPA, Java mail dependency, web dependency, MySQL dependency, Lombok, and this test dependency is by default added by Spring Initializer. We can remove that because we are not concentrating on the test cases. So just open the src and inside this test folder, just remove this class, the default class. I'm going to delete this. Along with this, we also need to add few more dependencies. That is, as I said before, we need to add the Spring Security, but Spring Security we can add it later. But I'm going to add the dependencies that are required for validating the JWT tokens. Okay, so next, apart from this, we will also need to add one more dependency, that is Apache Py, for creating or generating the Excel. I'm going to just reload the Maven changes. We need to add one last dependency, which is the Spring Security dependency. We will add it later. And let's close this and open the main class. This is our main class. What I will do is I'm going to just start the application. Click on this run. Okay, we are getting this error. That is because we have added the MySQL dependency and it is trying to auto configure the data source, and in our application.properties file there are no configuration. That is why it is throwing an error. So in order to test this, what I can do is I can just go ahead and first create the database. Let me open the MySQL workbench, and here I'm going to create the database. Money manager. execute this command, and you can just, after executing this, you can just refresh this schemas. There are two sections. One is administration and schemas. Make sure to click on this schemas, and you will see this default database. Do not touch this database because it is related to MySQL Workbench and MySQL servers. Just after executing this statement, reload this or click on this refresh icon, you will see this database money manager. Now we can configure the data source inside our application.properties file. Just search for application.properties file. In IntelliJ IDEA, if you want to search any of the files, just double click on this shift. It is going to open up this dialog, and here you can search for application.properties file. Make sure to use the shortcuts because that will increase your productivity. I'm going to remove this property, the default property. Now we can add the MySQL database configuration. So I'll just add the comments. In application of properties file, if you want to add the comments, you can use this hash. Spring.data source.url, and the URL is jdbc:/MySQL:/localhost 3306, and the database name, I'm going to add the database name, which is money manager. And you can remove this. This is completely optional. Use SSL false, server time zone, UTC. Just remove that. We don't need all those fancy stuffs. Okay, just keep it simple. Money manager is the database name. Next, database spring.data source.username. I have not created any of the users, so I'll just use the root user. If you have created users, you can add the username here, spring.data source.password, and I will add the password for the root user. This is my password. Make sure to change the password and username as per your installation. Perfect. And apart from this, I'm also going to set the context path. So server.servlet.context path / I will just add API/version 1.0, which means in the future, if we create any REST APIs or the REST endpoints, that will be prepended with /API/version 1.0. Let's save this. With this, I'm going to just start the application. Click on this run button. And this time you can see we did not see any of the errors, and the application is started on the port localhost 8080. Perfect. Our application setup is completed. Now we can start creating the REST endpoints. Before that, I would like to also add the JPA properties. We want to enable JPA to create the tables for us. To do that, I'll just add the JPA properties. So let's add the comments, JPA configuration, spring.jpa.hibernate DDL auto. We will set this to update. There are various options available: create, update, and validate. I'll just use the update. Spring.jpa.showSQL. I'll set this to true. This is going to enable to display the SQL queries inside the console. Next, I will also add spring.jpa.properties.hibernate.format SQL. I'll set this to true. This is going to, let me make this correct, hibernate.format SQL. I'll set this to true. It is going to format the SQL queries. Let's save this. Okay, now we configured the MySQL database, also the context path and the JPA configuration. Let me close this file. and also I'm going to close this main class, and now I'll open this project explorer. We are going to create a various packages. I'll just start with controller package, controller, and this package is responsible for holding the controller classes. Next, I'm going to create the config, and this package is responsible for holding the configurations. It could be cost configuration, security configuration, any kind of configuration if we added in the future. This package is responsible for holding those classes. Next, I will also create one more package, which is DTO. This contains the request and response objects, also the data transfer objects. The DTO stands for data transfer object. Next, I will create the entity. We are going to add the JPA entities. Next, we are going to create the repository. Inside this package, we are going to create the JPA repositories. Next, we will create the security. And inside this, we are going to add the filters and any kind of classes that are related to security. We are going to add it inside this package. Next, we are going to create the service package. And this package contains all the service classes, and the service class will contain the heavy lifting code, all the business logic that goes inside this service class. Next, util, and save this. Okay, now we have created the necessary packages. Now we can start creating the classes inside these packages. The very first class that we're going to create inside this controller is the home controller. Okay, just create the Java class. I know you all are familiar with creating the classes. Just create the class, and inside this create a method. I'm going to create a method which is public, and this is going to return a string and health check. And inside this, I'm going to return OK, or even more precisely, I'm going to return application is running, because at the very end, and once we complete all the development, we are going to deploy the application to render, right? And when we deploy it, we wanted to test whether the application is running or not. For that, we're going to create this public endpoint so that anybody can make a request to this API endpoint, and if we get this response, then we know that the application is running. So any kind of enterprise application, most probably they will be creating this one endpoint, which is a health check API. So this will ensure us our application is running successfully. And I will add the REST controller. Since we are creating the REST API, make the controller class as a REST controller. And we will also add the request mapping, because we wanted to map the URI with the Java methods. This is the Java method. I want to map it with a particular URI, and I can provide the URI endpoint. So as I said before, all the URLs, all the URIs are prepended with the context path. The context path what we have given is /API/version 1.0, and after that this request mapping comes in. And here if I wanted to add multiple URI endpoints, I can use the curly braces /status/health. You can also add multiple endpoints. I'm going to add /status and /health. And this is going to be a get mapping. So get mapping, it stands for, it is going to use the HTTP GET request, and also it is going to make use of the request mapping. Let's save this. Now we can test this endpoint, and what I'll do is I'll just go, okay, the application is already started, and I'm going to just stop this and I'll just restart this. I'm going to start this in debug mode. Okay, the application is started. Tomcat started on the port 8080. In order to test this, we can use the browser itself, because this is anyhow it is a HTTP GET request. So open the browser, open a new tab, and localhost 8080 /API /version 1.0 /health, and if you hit enter, you will see the application is running. And if I navigate to status, we should see the same text, application is running. With this, now we understand our application is running. Now we can start creating the other API endpoints. And also one more thing I have forgot to tell you while installing while downloading the tools. We need to download one more tool, which is Postman. Just search for Postman and select the first link and just go ahead and download this. Click on this product and download Postman. Click on this. Depending upon your platform, download the Postman. You can also use the web version, but I recommend you to download the standalone application and use it. And that's it. I hope I have mentioned all the necessary tools that are required to develop this project. Alright, next we can start creating the other API endpoints. Let's open the Project Explorer. Under the entity package, create a new class, profile entity. Since this is a entity, this is a JPA entity, we need to add few annotations. Entity annotation and table annotation. We can specify the table name. If you don't specify the table name, then by default it is going to create the table name with the entity name, which is profile entity. I would like to provide the table name. I'll just specify the table name, tbl_profiles. The reason why I'll just add this TBL, it stands for table, because in database we can create variety of things. We can create the views, we can create the store procedures, we can create the triggers. So that is why I'm going to specify TBL. This stands for a TB, it is a table. Next, I will also add the data annotation for setters and getters, all args constructor and no args constructor, and I will use the builder annotation for the builder pattern. The entity annotation, it stands for, it is going to represent this class as a JPA entity, so that this class is mapped to a database table. That is the reason why we add this entity annotation. I hope you all aware of the JPA basics, but if you are very new to Spring Boot, I'm just teaching you all these concepts. Okay, with this now we can start adding the necessary fields. Private, long ID, private string full name, private string email, private string password, private string profile image. We are going to store the image URL, private local date time. This is for the timestamps created at, private local date time updated at, and private boolean is active. Next, private string activation token, and Yeah, these are the necessary fields: ID, full name, email, password, profile picture, image, URL, and created at, updated at, is active. Now, since this is active by default false, here we cannot set this is equal to false. We are going to use a method which is public void pre persist, and inside this what I will do is I'm going to check if this dot is active. If it is equal to null, then I'm going to set this is active to false. Let's save this. Now, in order to run this automatically, we wanted to run this piece of code just before saving the object into the database. For that, we are going to use the pre-persist annotation. What it will do is, before persisting the entity into the database, it is going to execute this block of code, and here we are adding the condition this active is equal to null. Then we don't want to store the null value into the database. That is why I'm going to set this to false, and I'm going to store it into the database. So which means by default this is active will be false. And when this become true, whenever the user is activated his account through the email, once the user has click on this email confirmation, then we are going to make this is active to true. Alright, with this we can add the necessary JPA annotations. For the ID, we will add the ID annotation, and for the email I'm going to add column annotation, and I'll set this unique to true because emails will be unique, and duplicate emails we should not store it in our database. We should not allow to store the duplicate emails. So for that I'm going to make this email field as, or email column as, a unique. And next we wanted to generate the created at and updated at timestamps automatically. To do that, I'm going to add the column annotation, and I'm going to just add the updatable to false, because this, whenever we update the object, we don't want to update this created at field. We wanted to keep the created timestamp as the original timestamp. So for that I will add this updatable to false. Also, I'm going to add the creation timestamp. This will automatically create the timestamps. And similarly for the updated at, I will add the update timestamp and save this. And also I'm going to add the generated value annotation, and we can add the strategy which is generation type dot identity. And with this I'm going to just reload this, and I'm going to enable the annotations. Perfect. Now we have created the entity, and now we can create the repository as well. Open the project explorer. Under the repository package, create a new interface. It's going to be profile repository. Select the interface. Let's extend this with JPA repository. There are different repositories available: paging and sorting repository, CRUD repository, and JPA repository. But let's extend this with the JPA repository so that we can also use the paging, sorting, everything. We can use it inside this one JPA repository. I don't go over in detail about what it is going to use internally, the JPA repository and everything, because that will become overwhelmed and that will take a lot of time to cover the concepts. So that's why I'll just keep it simple to the point, and I'll explain it in a high level. Okay, now we created the repository. Inside this, let's create a one finder method for now. Later we are going to create a few more finder methods. For now, let's create one finder method which is find by email, and we can pass the email address, and this is going to return optional, because whenever we search for an email address, we might get the profile or we might not get the profile. Okay, if the user did not register with our application and if we try to search for an email, we may not get the profile. So to handle the null pointer exceptions, I'm going to use the optional profile entity. I hope you already aware of what are these finder methods and how it is going to work. Behind the scenes, what it will do is the JP8 is going to execute an SQL query, which is select star from profiles where email ID and the whatever we are passing to this method, the email address, that will be passed to this query. Okay, let's save this, and now we can create the service method. Let's open the Project Explorer, and under the service package, create a new Java class. This is going to be profile service. Let's add the annotation, which is service annotation. This is a stereotype annotation. It internally uses the component annotation. Let's add the required args constructor. First, let's inject the profile repository. Private final profile repository. Let me import this profile repository and create a method public, and this is going to return profile DTO. Okay, so first let's create the profile DTO. That makes sense. Let's open the Project Explorer, and inside this DTO package, create a new Java class. It is going to be profile DTO. Let's add the necessary annotation, data annotation, all args constructor, no args constructor, and builder annotation. Inside this, we can add the necessary fields. Let's open the profile entity, and we can copy all these fields. Inside the profile DTO, just paste it. Let's remove the column annotation and timestamp, update timestamp, all this we can remove it. And I'm going to remove the import statements as well. Okay, inside this we just need ID, full name, email, password, profile image, created at, updated at. This is enough, and save this. Now we can open the profile service and we can create the method. Let me add the method public. This is going to return profile DTO, register profile, and this is going to take the profile DTO as a parameter. Inside this, first of all, what I'll do is I'm going to convert this profile DTO into an entity. So to do that, I'm going to just create the helper method. So that helper method is just going to be a conversion from DTO to entity. It is going to be public. This is going to return profile entity to entity. This is the helper method. This will accept the profile DTO as a parameter. And inside this, we are just creating the object for profile entity using the builder pattern. Let me add the builder pattern, and we will add the ID, full name, email, password, profile, image, URL, created at, updated at, and we call the build method. This is going to create the profile entity, and we are directly returning this. Nothing much here. You can easily understand this method. Now we can make use of this method inside the register profile method. Inside this method, I'm going to just call the toEntity method. This is the helper method. We can pass the profile DTO. This will gives us the new entity, profile entity, let's call this new profile. Now to this new profile, we can set the activation token, new profile dot set activation token. To set the activation token, we can use the uuid dot random uuid dot toString. And now we can save this object into the database. We can use the profile repository dot save, and we can pass the new profile, and I can store that back into the new profile. And okay, we are getting some error, that is required type profile entity provided object. Looks like, okay, here I forgot to add the type, so let's add the entity type, which is profile entity, and the primary key type, which is long. Save this and let's open the service, and okay, now there is no errors. Now once we get back the new profile, we can again convert this back to DTO. For that, I'm going to create a one more helper method, which is public. This is going to return profile DTO and to DTO, and to this we are going to pass the profile entity, and we are going to make use of the same builder pattern, and we can add the ID, full name, email, password. We should never add the password. I'm going to just remove this, and profile image URL, created at, updated at, and build. We are going to call this build method and save this. This is going to just return the profile DTO object. Now we can make use of this. So I'm going to use the to DTO, and to this we can pass the new profile, and I can directly return this. So I'm going to get rid of this and save this. Okay, so now we created the service method. We can call this service method inside our controller. Open the project explorer, and inside the controller create a new class, which is profile controller. Let's add the necessary annotations. I'm going to add the REST controller annotation. I will also add the required args constructor. Inside this, I'm going to just inject the profile service. Let me import this. Create a method, public, and this is going to return a response entity of type profile DTO. And I'm going to create the method register profile, and this is going to accept the profile DTO as a parameter. We need to add the request body annotation so that we can bind the request body into the profile DTO. And inside this, let's make use of this profile service to call the register profile method, and to this we're going to pass the profile DTO, and this will return the DTO back, which is a registered profile, and then we can just return the response entity. Instead of returning 200, I'm going to return status, which is going to be http status dot created body. I'm going to pass the registered profile, and I'll return this, and this is going to be a post mapping, and the URI register, and save this. Perfect. Now we created the handler method, and also we are adding the annotation post mapping with the URI / register. Now we can test this endpoint, and to do that I'm going to just reload this. Okay, perfect. Now in order to test this, we can use the postman. Since this is a post mapping, we cannot test this inside the browser. Let's open the postman. I'm going to create a new collection inside the Postman, we can create the collection and we can organize the API endpoints. Just click on this collection and click on this new and select this collection. I'm going to call this Money Manager version 1.0. Let's add the request inside this. This is going to be a post request and it is for register. Let's change this to post and let me add the URL http:// localhost 8080/API/version 1.0/register. And let's select the body and select raw and select JSON from this drop down. And here we need to add all the fields. Let's go to the profile DTO. We need all this ID, full name, email, password and profile image URL. But I'm not going to pass ID because ID is automatic generated. So let's pass the full name, Bhushan. Next we have this email, bhushansc@gmail.com. This is my email address. You can contact me. Password 123456. Later we can add the validation. For now, okay, the profile image URL, I'll just ignore this. We don't need this. And created that and updated that out. Also, it will be generated automatically. Okay, these are the three mandatory fields that we need to pass when we are making the API. Okay, so let's save this and I'm going to click on this send and we get 404, which is API/version 1.0 register is not found. Okay, let's investigate it, what went wrong, and let me open this. And okay, looks like this is not even, our API endpoint is not even hitting this URL, which is /register. Let me stop this and I'm going to restart it. Okay, looks like now the table has been created. You can see a table has been created, profiles, and you can see it is formatted nicely. That is because we have added the property inside our application.properties file to format the SQL queries. And also it is altered the table to add the constraint for the email. And okay, perfect. Now we can test it. Let's open the Postman and click send. Boom, we got the 201 created. ID, full name, email and password is null, which is expected because we should not return the password back to the client. And profile image URL is null and created at, updated at. We can verify it in the database. Open the MySQL database or the workbench, and here I'll just enter the query. Okay, before that we need to select the database, use money manager. Okay, now we have selected the database and we can execute the query. Select star from profiles, execute this. You can see a new record has been inserted into the database and the is active is 0, and it also created the activation token, okay, which is UUID. Perfect. This is just a first part of this create profile. Now we have to activate this profile because right now this profile is inactive. We need to active this. In order to active this, user has to confirm his email address. The next part is we need to, as soon as the user is registered to our system, we have to trigger an email. He has to activate his profile by clicking on the auto generated URL. Perfect. So let's do that. Let's open the IntelliJ. In order to trigger an email, we need to configure the Spring Mail inside our application.properties file. Before that, we need the SMTP server to send the emails. Of course, we can use the Gmail SMTP server, but I have a better option. Let's open the browser. We're going to use the one more service called Brevo. I highly recommend you to use the Brevo email service. It is easy to configure and it is better than Gmail. Okay, because Gmail has a few restrictions. You have to configure it in a different way to send the emails. That is why I'm going to use the Brevo. Just search for Brevo on Google and select the first link. Go ahead and create an account. I have already created the account. I'll just log into my account. Once you log in, let's just click on this own company and select SMTP and API. And this will get the SMTP server, host, port, login and password as well. So make sure to copy all these informations. This is required. Let me close this. Now we can go back to our IntelliJ and now we can open the application and properties file and we can configure it. Inside this, let's add the configuration for mailing. So I'm going to just add the comments, email configuration, and we can add the necessary properties, which is spring.mail.host, and by default it is going to the IntelliJ by default chooses the Gmail server. I'm going to use the Brevo smtp-relay.brevo.com, and also let's add spring.mail.port for the port number 587. These two properties will be common, so you can just go ahead and add this for Brevo. Next we have the username, spring.mail.username. You need to add the username which it is provided inside the dashboard. As I shown you, you just go ahead and add the username. I have already added the username to my environment variables, so I'll just specify the environment variable, which is Brevo _ username. I have created an environment variable with this name, Brevo username, but you don't have to do all these things. You can just go ahead and copy the username and paste it here. Next we need the password, spring.mail.password. I have also added the environment variable for password as well, Brevo password. You can just add the password directly here. Of course, adding a password directly here is not a good approach, but just for the development, you can just add the password directly here. Or if you want to add the environment variables, you can just go to the edit configuration, and here if you see this environment variables, just click on this and here you can add the environment variables, name and value. I'm going to add it later, so let me close this. And next we need to add the spring.mail.smtp.auth. I'll set this to true, and spring.mail.properties mail.smtp start TTLS enabled. I'll set this to true, and spring.mail.protocol I'll set this to SMTP, and spring.mail.properties mail SMTP properties dot mail dot smtp dot from. We need to provide the email address, the from email address, from which email address we need to trigger the emails. For this you have to use the email address which you have created the Brevo account. In my case, I have already created the profile account with my primary email address. I'll just add it to the environment variables as well with this name. As I said before, you can add the email address, all the values directly here. You don't have to create the environment variables. But if you do want to create the email address, you can just add it to the environment variables section and you can add the variable names here directly. Perfect. Now we have configured the Java mail, and next we need to trigger the email. Okay, I noticed one more thing. This username and username, I have used the same environment variables, but this is not. I have a different environment variable. As I said before, the username is different from the email address. The username is the one which is provided in the dashboard with a property name or with a label login. That will be your username. And the from email address, I have a different environment variable which is brevo underscore from email. And as I said before, this email address is nothing but the email address which you have created using the Brevo account. Or if you have one more email address which you have activated inside the Brevo account, you can, inside your Brevo account, you can add multiple sender email addresses. If you have a multiple sender email addresses, you can use any one of the sender email address. But if you haven't created it, but you have created an account with an email address, that will be your primary from email address. So let's save this, and now let me close this application or properties file. We are done with this file, and next we need to create a service file to send the emails. Open the project explorer, under the service package, create a new Java class, email service, and let me add the necessary annotations. I'm going to add the service annotation and also required args constructor for the constructor injection. And I'm going to inject the Java mail sender, private final Java mail sender, and I can create a method public void send email, and we are going to pass the parameter which is to address and subject and body. Let me add the implementation inside this. First of all, we need to load the from email address. So I'm going to use the value annotation to load it from the application or properties file, private string from email. Let's add the value annotation dollar and just copy it from the application or properties file. So let me open the application or properties file, and here just copy this property, close this and paste it here. Okay, which is spring mail properties mail smtp from. This is our property name. If you have just added it with a different name, or if you are directly passing it here inside this method, you can ignore this, but I'm just loading it from the property file. Okay, inside this I'm going to just make use of the try catch block. Let me remove this, and I'm going to handle the exceptions using the catch block. Inside this I can throw new runtime exception.getMessage. I can pass it to the runtime exception. Inside this I'm going to use the simple mail message is equal to new simple main message, and message dot set from. We're going to use the from address. We will get it from the application or properties file. So let's use the from email. Next, message dot set to address, which is to, and message dot set subject. Let's set the subject, and message dot set text. We need to set the text, which is nothing but the text we need to pass the body, the message body, the email body, and we are going to make use of this mail sender, which is this dot send, and to this we can pass the message. Save this. Perfect. Now our service method is ready. We can call this service method inside our profile service. Inside this register profile method, after we save the object into the database, we are going to prepare the activation link. We need to trigger the email address. We need to trigger an email. So for that, prepare the, let me add the comment here, send activation email, and I'm going to prepare the activation link, string activation link, which is going to be localhost 8080/API/version 1.0/activate and question mark token is equal to, we need to pass the activation token. So we get the activation token from the new profile. So new profile dot activation token, and once we get the activation, once we appended the activation token to the activation link, we can send this link to our email. So let's prepare the string. We can prepare the subject is equal to, which is nothing but the email body, activate your money manager account, and okay, let me just add this subject, and after the subject we need to add the email body. Click on the following link to activate your account, and we are just adding the activation link. Later we can add the styling to our email and everything. For now, let's keep it simple. We are passing the activation link. This is going to be activation link, and let me copy this and paste it here. Okay, and subject body. Now we can make use of the email service. So let me inject the email service, private final email service, and we can make use of the email service to call the method send email. To this we can pass the to email address. The to email address we will get it from the new profile. We can pass the subject and body. That's it. Now we can test our implementation. What I'll do is I'm going to just stop this and I will restart it. Perfect. Let's open the Postman and let's pass a different email address. bhushan1992 zohomail.in and click send. Okay, the profile is created. Now we should see the activation email in our inbox. Let's open the my inbox and let's go to newsletter. Okay, you can see we got the email just now 6:20 a.m. Activate your money manager account. Just click on this. You can see click on this following link to activate your account, and now on clicking off this URL, nothing gonna happen because we have not added the implementation for this. But if you click on this, you can see we get this white label error, but you can see this is the URL. Now we have to create an API endpoint to this /activate. Not the we have to add this inside our controller to validate the token. Let's go back to our IntelliJ, and here first of all I'm going to create the repository method. Let's add the method which is find by activation token, and this is going to return optional of profile entity, and this is going to, behind the scenes, the JPI is going to execute this SQL query which is select star from profiles where activation token is equal to the parameter which we are passing, and save this. Now let's open the profile service, and here, not the profile service. Okay, let's create the profile service. Inside the profile service, we need to validate the token. So in order to do that, I'm going to just create a method, public boolean activate profile. IntelliJ auto-generated the code for us. Let's validate it. So we call the find by activation token method, and this is going to return optional. So we're going to call the map method on that, and we get the profile object, and we don't want to set the activation token to null. Instead, we're going to set the is active to true, and we are going to, let me remove this comment, and we are going to save the profile object back to the database. It is going to update the record, and we're going to return true. In case if the activation token is not found, we are going to return false. Perfect. So let's save this. Now we can call this method inside our controller. So open the profile controller. We can create the endpoint, which is public. This is going to return response entity, which is of type string, and let's call the method activate or activate profile. Okay, and here let me add the annotation, which is get mapping the URI /active, because if I go to the browser, you can see /active is the URI endpoint, and we are passing the token as a request param or a query string. So let's open the IntelliJ /activate, and inside it the IntelliJ has auto-generated the code. So let's validate it. First of all, I'm going to add the annotation, which is request param, and once we get this activation token, we are going to call this profile service method activate profile. To this, we are going to pass the activation token, and this is going to return boolean. I'm going to store that in a variable is activated, and we are writing this if condition is activated is true, then we are going to return the message profile activated successfully, else we are going to return the status code 404 body activation token not found, it is already used. Perfect. And I'm happy with this implementation. I'll go with this, and what I'll do is later we are going to customize this. Later we are going to add a little bit of styling so that even it looks even better in the browser. For now, just for the testing, this is completely fine. So let me save this, and I'm going to stop this, and I'll restart this in debug mode. Perfect. And let me go back to the browser. I'm going to just close this, and we have this email address. Now let's click on this email address. It should validate the token. Click on this. Okay, still we are getting this white label error. That is because 8080/API/activate token. Okay, let's go back. Activate, and looks like something is wrong. Okay, activation token is the parameter. Okay, there is a mismatch in the parameter, which is going to be token. So let's pass this token, and save this. Let me restart this. Okay, now if I go back to the browser and click on this email, okay, still we are getting this token. Okay, let me stop this, and I'll restart it. Okay, and click on this. Boom, we got this message, profile activated successfully. Now if I go to the browser, let me go, not the browser, let's go to the MySQL database, and I'm going to execute this query. This time we should see this is active for Bhushan 1992 Zoho mail. It should be 1 because we have activated the profile, we have confirmed our email, and that is why the is active is true. Of course, we are keeping the activation token as it is for the future reference. If you want, you can clear it out. That's completely up to you. And one more thing, if you look at this, the password, we are storing the raw passwords. Later, we are going to encrypt that password once we integrated the Spring security. Alright, with this, now we have completed the profile API endpoint. We have completed it end to end. The user is registering. After the user is registering, we are triggering the email to the register email address, and then we are activating the profile by confirming the email. Alright, now we can go ahead and start integrating the login API. In order to integrate the login API, the very first step what we need to do is we need to add the Spring security dependency to our pom.xml. Let's open the pom.xml. I'm going to just double press shift and you can search for the file pom.xml. Inside this, just I'm going to add the dependency, which is Spring security dependency. You can see this is the security. Okay, this is not the one that we are looking for. I'll just go ahead and copy this starter dependency. So just copy this and paste it, and we can change it to security. That's it. And I'm going to just reload the Maven changes. Let me reload the Maven changes. We are getting some error. Okay, let me remove this. Okay, now I'm going to just reload the Maven changes. Perfect. Now we have added the dependency, the Spring security dependency. And after adding this, let me stop the server and I'm going to restart the application. And you will notice something in the console, that is using generated security password. Okay, there is a password which is generated. Basically, this is a UUID, and you can use this password only for the development use. Now, since we have added the Spring security, if I try to access any of the endpoints, let me show you. Localhost 8080 /API/version 1.0. If you remember, we have added this /status and /health, right? If I try to access this endpoint, we will get this login page. We haven't created this login page, but the Spring security, since we have added the Spring security, it automatically created the login page for us. And the username and password for this is, the username will be user and the password will be generated in the console. So just copy this and paste it and click sign in. Boom, we got the application is running. So behind the scenes, there are a lot of things will happen. We don't go in detail about the Spring security. That will take a lot of time. Basically, when we add the Spring security, it will automatically block all the request endpoints. Okay, it is going to secure all the endpoints. Now, what we have to do is, since this /status /health /login /register, all these endpoints are the public endpoints. Okay, we should not secure these endpoints. So first we have to enable that. In order to enable this, we have to create a configuration file. Let's go ahead and create that configuration class, and then I will tell you how you can enable it. Let's go back to our IntelliJ, and here inside our project explorer, inside this config package, create a new Java class. This is going to be security config. Most of the times the developers create a configuration class with this name so that everyone get to know that this is the Spring security configuration file. We have to add the annotation, configuration, and I'm also going to add the required args constructor. Next, inside this, inside this, we need to create a bean for the security filter chain. There is a class security filter chain, and we have to create a bean out of it. So let's create the method public security filter chain, and I'm going to call this security filter chain. Whenever we make any request, the request will pass through a series of filter chains, and in one of the filter chain we are going to modify it. Okay, later we're going to add our custom filter as well. For now, we wanted to add configurations. So we're going to create a bean for this security filter chain. And this is going to accept the HTTP security. We're going to inject it. And now what we need to do is inside this, we're going to make use of this HTTP security dot CORS. Basically, we wanted to add the defaults for the CORS. So customizer dot with defaults. These are all just the configuration, just a one-time activity that we will do in our every application. And next we're going to disable the CSRF abstract HTTP configurer dot disable. Next we're going to use the authorize HTTP request. Here we are going to enable which HTTP request should be authorized and with which HTTP request should not be authorized. So we are going to use the authorize HTTP request. Let's make use of the Java 8 Lambda. So auth dot request matchers, and inside this we can add the HTTP URI endpoints. Whenever we are adding the URI endpoints, if you have added the context path, we should not add the context path here. Apart from the context path, whatever the API URI paths we have added, that we have to specify it here. For example, status, health, register, activate and login, all these are not to be authenticated because these are all the public endpoints. Anybody can make a request for it. So that is why I'm going to just accept it, status, health, register, activate, along with it /login as well. This is going to be a permit all, so anybody can accept, make a request, and any other request dot any request that should be authenticated. That is why we are calling the method any other request that make a request to this application that should be authenticated, and these requests should not be authenticated. That is why we have added the permit all. Alright, once we added this, next we are going to just return the, let me add return HTTP security dot build, and we need to return this. Okay, we are getting this errors. That is because likely we need to add the exception to the method signature, that is exception. Okay, and this is because we need to add the session policy also. So let me add dot session management, and we're going to use the session creation policy, which is stateless. That is because we don't want to use the session here. So let me import this session policy creation. Let me import this, and also we need to add the HTTP request as well. Okay, that is because here we are returning this. So let me remove this. Perfect, and save this. Okay, now we have created this security filter chain bean, and here we are not doing much. We are just disabling the CSRF, and also we are keeping the with defaults for CORS policy, and authorize HTTP request. We are just enabling the authenticated request. We are not authenticated for these API endpoints, status, health, register, activate, login, and rest all of the endpoints that should be authenticated, and that is why we have added any request that is authenticated. And we are going to use this session management session creation policy to stateless because we wanted to use the JWT token based mechanism. So for that we are going to add this session creation policy stateless. Perfect. And now since we have created the bean for the security filter chain, we will also create a bean for password encoder, because right now we are storing the raw passwords inside our database. I wanted to encrypt it. So in order to encrypt that password, we need to use the password encoder. To use the password encoder, we need to create the bean for it. Let's create the method public and password encoder. Password encoder. Let's make this as a bean. Inside this, I'm going to return the new bcrypt password encoder. Save this. Now we have created the bean for password encoder. We can use this password encoder anywhere in our application. We can just inject it and we can use this. Later we are going to encrypt the password, but for now let's also create a one more bean for CORS configuration source so that we can enable the CORS policy as well. I'm going to create a method public CORS configuration source. Let's add the bean annotation. Inside this we are going to make use of the CORS configuration source. Sorry, not the CORS configuration source. It's going to be CORS configuration, new CORS configuration, and configuration dot set allowed origin patterns, and we will make use of the list, and I'm going to just add star. You can specify the host URL as well. Configuration dot set allowed methods, list of methods I'm going to pass get, post, put, delete, and options. We can also add patch. Make sure to add the patch also in case if you are creating a HTTP request endpoint for the patch HTTP method. Configuration dot set allowed headers, list of headers we can pass. I'm going to just add start. You can also add authorization and content type. You can also add the accept as well. Next, configuration dot set allowed credentials. I'm going to set this to true. Next, URL based CORS configuration source. Let's call this source new URL based configuration source. Let's make use of this source to call the register CORS configuration, and here I'm going to specify the pattern star double slash slash double star, and I'm going to pass the configuration, and I can return the source, which is nothing but the CORS configuration source. Okay, we are getting some error. That is because CORS configuration source URL based configuration source we have imported, maybe we have imported a wrong one. Okay, this is reactive, but we should not import the one reactive. Let me CORS configuration source. Okay, reactive. Let me remove this. Make sure to use the correct import, otherwise you are going to get an error. Import this from the CORS. Okay, perfect. Now let's save this. Okay, now we have created a bean for CORS configuration source and password encoder and the security filter chain. Next, this is all done, the configuration part. Now we are enabling the HTTP requests for /status, health, register, activate, and login. We can verify it. I'm going to just stop the server and I'll restart it so that we can execute the endpoints for status and health. Let's go back to the browser and I'm going to just close this and I'm going to open a incognito window, localhost 8080 /API/version 1.0 /status. Boom. This time it did not pop up the login form because we have configured it to not to authenticate for the /status, health, login, register, and activate. That is why we can able to see these messages. Perfect. Now we have configured it. Also we have configured the CORS policy and we also configured the password encoder. Next we have to encode our password, and we have to, when the user is logged in, we have to validate the user credentials. We have to authenticate the user using the password and email address. To do that, we are going to make use of the user details service. That is the predefined, that is a custom service created by Spring security team, which will help us to validate. Before that, first let's encrypt the password. Let's open the service, which is the profile service, and inside this profile service at the top I'm going to inject the password encoder. Now using this password encoder we can encrypt the password, and here we are saving the new profile, and just before saving the new profile, I'm going to encode the password. So new profile dot set password, we can get the password. New profile dot get password, this password we need to encrypt it. Password encoder dot encode and encrypt it, or I can directly, anyhow here we already setting the password, right? Or we can set it here also. Let me encrypt it here only. Password encoder dot encode, and let's encrypt this password, and I'm going to just get rid of this and save this. So now we are encrypting the password and we are storing it into the database. We will test this in just a bit. Before that, we will also need to create the user details service. Okay, so let's go ahead and create that user details service also. Open the project explorer, and under the service package, create the app user details service. This is the custom user details service class, and we need to implement the user details service. Let's add this service annotation and required args constructor. We need to override one of the method, which is, let me override that method. Load user by username, and inside this we're going to write a logic to load the email address or the user from the database. And if you look at this, this is going to accept the parameter as email address, and now inside this we can load the email or the user from the database using this email. To do that, I'm going to make use of the profile repository. Let me inject the profile repository. Now we can make use of this repository to call the repository method, which is find by email. We can pass this, and this is going to return an optional. We can throw an exception in case if the profile did not found. New username not found exception. This username not found exception is a predefined Spring exception class. If it is found, then we are going to call this profile entity existing profile. If you see, the return type of this method is, which is user details, and the implementation for this is the return type of, in order to return the user detail service, we need to create the user object. I'm going to make use of the builder pattern, return user dot builder. This user is from the Spring org framework security.core package. To this we are going to add the username, which is nothing but the email address, existing profile dot email, and password, and authorities we need to add. In our case, we are not handling the role based authorities, so I'm going to just add collections dot empty list dot build. That's it. Now let's save this. This method is responsible for loading the profile from the database. We're going to find the profile based on the email address, and we're going to return the user details back to the Spring security. And we are going to implement this custom service class with the user details service. Now let's open the profile service, and inside this we need to create few service methods. So the very first method that we're going to create is the get public profile. And before that, I would like to create one more method, which is account active. Public, did we create that method? Okay, we haven't created that method, so let's create that method. Public, this is going to return boolean is account active, and this is going to take the email as a parameter, and we're going to make use of this profile repository to call the find by email method. And we are going to, once we find the profile, we're going to map that to the we're going to use the map operator to get the is active field, and if that is active field is present, we're going to return it. Otherwise, we're going to return it as false. That's what this method will do. I'm going to just close this and save this. Okay, now we have this method is ready, and I'm going to create one more method which is going to be get current profile. Public, and this is going to return the profile entity get current profile. Let's pass the, okay, we don't need to pass anything because we are going to get this current profile from this Spring Security context. Let's make use of the security context holder dot get context get authentication. We get the authentication object back. Once we get the authentication, we can check authentication dot get name. This will give us the email, and once we get the email address, we can make use of the profile repository dot find by email. I can pass the email, or just I'll directly pass this to the, I don't want to create one more variable. I'll directly pass it here. If it is not present, we are going to throw an exception. Username not found exception. Profile not found with email address. And I can directly return the profile entity and save this. Okay, and one more service method I'm going to create, which is going to be get public profile, and that will return the profile DTO. Public profile DTO get public profile. To this we need to pass the email address. I'm going to check if the email is null. If the email address is null, then we are going to fetch from this Spring Security context, and to do that, I'm going to call the method which is get current profile. Get current profile, because this get current profile inside going to load the user or the profile from this Spring Security context. And here in this method, if the email is null, we are going to load it from the security context holder. That is why we are calling this method get current profile. And I'm going to create a variable here at the top, profile entity current user null. I'll assign this to current user. If the email is present, then we are going to make use of the profile repository dot find by email, or else throw new username not found exception, profile not found for the email, and I'm going to assign it to current user. And once we get the current user, we are going to convert that into a profile DTO. For that, we can use the builder pattern. The IntelliJ already is suggesting something. I'm going to just accept it. Okay, profile DTO builder, and ID, full name, email, and profile image URL and created at, updated at, build. Everything is present. So I'll just happy with this and let's save this. Okay, now we have created all the service methods like get public profile, get current profile, and is account active. You will understand in a few moments why we created all these service methods. Now we can go ahead and create the API endpoint for the login. Before that, first let's create the DTO. Let's open the Project Explorer and under the DTO package create the auth DTO, which contains few fields. So first of all, I'm going to add those fields: private, string, email, and password, and token, which is nothing but the JWT token. Let's add the data annotation, all args constructor, no args constructor, and builder pattern. Let's save this. Now we can create the controller. Open the profile controller. First of all, I'm going to let's open the profile controller and we can add the endpoint public. It is going to return the response entity, which is of type map. Let me import the map, string, and object. The key value pair will be string and object. The login, which is the method name, and this is going to be a post mapping. /login is the URI endpoint. We can use the request body annotation to bind the values into the DTO object, auth DTO. Inside this, I'm going to write the try catch block. Inside this try block, let me add the condition, if condition, and first we have to check whether the profile is activated or not. Then only we have to authenticate the user. For this reason, we are going to make use of the profile service method, which is account active. If you remember, we have created this is account active, right? We're going to make use of this method. Inside the profile controller, let us use this profile service dot is account active auth DTO dot get email. If it is not present, so I'll add the, if the account is not active, then we are going to throw an exception. Response entity dot status, HTTP status forbidden, body. We can even just add the message, or I'm going to just make it null. The forbidden will make sense. I'm going to just return that status. Of course, we can also return the map. We can add the message. Suppose the account is not activated, please activate the account. Perfect. In fact, I'll just go ahead and add that also. Map.off, and to this we can pass the, let me do one thing. I'm going to add the map, message, account is not active, please activate your account first. And I can pass the, let me cut this and I'm going to paste it. Perfect. And save this. Okay, now we are adding this condition. If the profile is not activated, we are going to just return it, and we are going to say the message, activate your account first. In case if the account is already activated, then we have to authenticate the user. To do that, we are going to make use of the profile service, and we are going to call the method which is authenticate and generate token. And to this, we are going to pass the auth DTO directly. Of course, we just need the email and password, but I'm going to just pass the entire authentication DTO object and this is going to return map of string and object. Let's call this response. Of course, we haven't created this method. We're going to create it in just a bit, but I'm going to just return the response entity dot OK, and we can pass the response. And inside this catch block, I'm going to just return response entity dot status, HTTP status, bad request, body. We can pass the body null, or even we can pass the, just like map, we can pass it here also with a meaningful message, but I'll keep it simple. I'll just pass the null, or even let me do one thing. For development purpose, I'm going to just throw the exception message d dot get message. This makes sense. Save this. Now we need to create this service method. Let's go ahead and create this method. Okay, now inside this we are going to just add the try catch block. Inside the try block, I'm going to make use of the authentication manager. So at the top, I'm going to inject the authentication manager. Authentication manager dot authenticate, and to this authenticate we are going to pass the new object, which is user name and password authentication token. To this we can pass the email address and password. Right, and once we have authenticated it, we have just authenticated it, we haven't done anything. Okay, we have to create the JWT token as well, but for now what I'll do is I'm going to just inside this catch block, I'm going to throw the runtime exception. I'll add the message invalid email or password, and after this authenticated, we need to generate the JWT token, return map of, and we need to pass the JWT token and the public profile token. I'll just add the placeholder JWT token and user profile. We're going to make use of the get public profile. Save this. Perfect. Of course, we haven't created the JWT token. We're going to create it in just a bit. Now let's open the security config. We need to create one more bean, which is the authentication manager bean. Public authentication manager. Let's add the bean annotation. Inside this, let's use the DO authentication provider. And let's use the provider dot set user details service. User details service. And to this we can pass the user detail service, which is, let me inject that, private final app user detail service. Let's import this. I'll pass this. Next, let's use the authentication provider dot set password encoder. And let's call this password encoder method, which is going to return the bean obviously. and I'm going to return the new provider manager authentication provider. Perfect. Now let's save this. Now we have this authentication manager bean as well. All we need is we need to generate the JWT token and we need to validate that token. To do that, we are going to create the security filter chain, the custom security filter chain, and we're going to register it inside our security filter chain. Let's open the project explorer. First of all, we need the JWT utility functions. I have already added the JWT util class. This is contains just the utility methods. In case if you are in case if you want to use the same JWT util methods, you can download the source code and you can copy this JWT util class. And next, let's open the profile service, and inside this profile service we are going to generate the JWT util. Using the JWT util, we are going to generate the JWT token. At the top, I'm going to inject the private final JWT util. Scroll down, and here I'll just go ahead and make use of the util to generate the token. I'm going to store that in a variable token, and we are going to pass the token back to the client and save this. Okay, this is just one part. We are generating the JWT token and we are passing it. Okay, but okay, first of all, to this I'm going to pass the email. Based upon the email, it is going to generate the JWT token. Once it is generated the JWT token, we have to validate it for next subsequent request. First, let's test this entire implementation. Next, we can think about how we can validate the JWT token. I'm going to stop this and I'll just restart it. Hopefully we don't get any errors. Okay, we get the errors, which is JWT secret. Of course, I haven't added this, so let me go ahead and add this JWT secret inside the application or properties file. I'll just add this. We need to add the long random string so that we can use that inside our JWT util class. I'm going to just get rid of this and I'll paste this. Okay, this is just a UUID. You can just generate any UUID inside our Java class and you can just paste it here, or even you can just type the random string. It should be pretty long so that it is going to encrypt our password. Okay, I'm going to just close this. We have added this JWT secret key and I'm going to restart the application. This time we should not see any of the errors. Yes, the Tomcat is started on the port 8080, and if I go back to the database right now, let me execute this, and you can see the password is stored as raw password with a plain text. We need to encrypt this. Okay, to do that I'm going to just drop these two records. Let me drop it, and now open the Postman and I'm going to register the account Bhushan 1992 Zoho email 123456. Click send, and you can see the new user has been created and password is null. We are not returning the password, which is good. First, let's verify it in the database how the password is storing. Let me execute this, and you can see now the password is stored as encrypted password and the profile is inactive. We have to activate it. Go to the browser and open the inbox. Okay, let's open the email, and this is the email. I'm going to click on this. Profile activated successfully. Okay, now let me open the database and you can see the profile is active now. Now let's try to log into the account. We should able to see the JWT token. Let's open the Postman and I'm going to duplicate this. I'll just change this to login, add login endpoint. We need to pass the email address and password. I'll just pass the email and password. I'm going to just pass the password, wrong password, 123, and see what do we get. Click send and we get the message, account is not active, please activate your account. Though we have activated the account, we are getting the message which is completely wrong. Let's investigate what went wrong. To do this, what I will do is I'm going to just add the debugger inside the profile controller. We have this login. I'm going to just add this, and I'm going to, okay, this is actually a different email address. Okay, let me add the correct email address. Sorry about that. Okay, so now let me remove this debugger, and now let's try this. Click send. Boom, we got the error message, invalid email or password. Perfect. Now I'm going to add the correct password, 123456, and click send. Boom, we got the JWT token and also the profile, which is ID, full name, email, and created at and updated at. Perfect. Now once we generated the JWT token, we have to validate this JWT token for the subsequent, whenever we make a subsequent request, we have to validate this JWT token. Let's open the IntelliJ and we need to create the filter. Open the project explorer. Under the security package, create a new Java class which is going to be JWT request filter. Let's add the annotation which is going to be a component annotation and required args constructor. Inside this, I'm going to inject the user detail service, private final. I'm going to also inject the JWT util because we're going to use some of the utility methods. Now I'm going to override the method. So before that, I'll just go ahead and implement extends the once per request filter, and we need to override one of the method which is do filter internal. Okay, and this is going to accept the request and response object, also the filter chain. Now what we need to do is we are going to first of all get the object, the headers, authorization header from the request. So to do that, I'll just use the request.get header authorization. This will gives us the auth header, and I'm going to declare few variables, string email null, JWT which is also null, and next I'm going to write the condition. First we're going to check if the auth header is present or not. So if the auth header is not equal to null and auth header starts with bearer, then we're going to get the JWT token. I'm going to use the substring of 7. This is going to remove the bearer, and which will gives us the JWT token alone. And I'm going to extract the username from the JWT. For that, we're going to use this utility method extract username. This will gives us the email address from the JWT token. Once we get the email address, I'm going to add one more condition. If the email is not equal to null and security context holder dot get context dot get authentication is equal to null. If it is authentication is null, we need to add the authentication. We need to set the authentication. That's the whole purpose of adding this condition. Inside this, we will use the user detail service dot load user by username. We can pass the email address, and this will give us the user details back. Once we get the user details, now we can validate the JWT token. If JWT util, it contains a method called validate token. To this we can pass the JWT token, and we need to pass the user details. And inside this, we are going to make use of the, let me remove all of this. We're going to use the username password authentication token, auth token is equal to new username password authentication token, and to this we can pass the user details, and credentials I'm going to pass null. Next, user details dot get authorities. Let me remove this. Okay, so now once we get the auth token, once we have this auth token, we can use this auth token dot set details. We're going to set the details, which is new web authentication details source, web authentication details source, and we're going to call the build details, and we're going to pass the request object to it. And finally, we are going to use the security context holder dot get context dot set authentication, and to this we're going to add the authentication token. That's it. And finally, we are going to pass the request and response object to the filter chain dot do filter request and response object. That's it. Now we have this authentication filter is ready. Now we have to register this authentication filter inside our security config. Let's open the security config. At the top, I'm going to just inject the request filter, and after this, before we are returning the build, we are going to use the builder pattern. I'm going to use the method, which is we're going to add this filter, right? So to do that, add filter before. There are two things, one filter before and filter after. So we are going to use the filter before, and we will use JWT request filter, comma, before the username password authentication filter. We are going to validate it. That's it. Let me format this and save this. Alright, next what we need to do is, now whenever we make any further request after the user logging in, the JWT token, we need to pass it inside the header, and it is going to the JWT filter, it is going to validate the token, and it is going to allow us to perform the operation. Now to test this, what I will do is I'm going to just create one test endpoint inside the profile controller. I'll just add public string test, test successful. Let's add the get mapping /test. Now this is a protected endpoint because we have not made this as a permit all inside our security config. In order to make a request to this, first we have to log in and we have to pass the request header. We need to pass the JWT token inside the header so that it will validate and it is going to return this. Let's test this endpoint. I'm going to stop this and let's restart it. Okay, the application is started. Let's go to the Postman And I'm going to just, first of all, I'm going to directly make an API call to the, let me paste it. This is going to be get and click send. Boom, we got this 403 forbidden, which is good. And now I'm going to log in again, and we got this JWT token. I'm going to copy this token. I'm going to pass it inside the headers, authorization, bearer, this token, click send. Okay, still we are getting this 403, which is good. Okay, this is actually not get, this is actually test. Click send. Boom, we got this test successful. I'm going to remove this and I'll click send. We got this 403. Perfect. Our endpoint, our implementation is working as expected. And I'm going to just remove this. Okay, now our sign in and sign up both are in place. The login and register both are in place. Now we can go ahead and start implementing the income and expense and filters. All we can start implementing it. Now let's create the category entity and category DTO. Let's open the project explorer and inside the entity package, create the category entity. Also inside the DTO, I'll create the category DTO. First, let's add the fields inside the category entity. It is pretty straightforward. Obviously, we need the ID, which is of long type, and I will also add the entity annotation, and I will add the table annotation. I can provide the name for the table, categories, and I will add the data annotation for setters and getters, all args constructor, no args constructor, and I will also add the builder pattern. By this time, you're already aware of all these annotations because I have created a tons and tons of videos on these annotations and videos, so that you will be aware of all these annotations, why we are going to use these annotations. And I will also add the ID annotation and generated value annotation for automatic generation, the values for the ID column, the strategy, generation type dot identity. Next, I will add the other fields like name, which is nothing but the category name. Next, I will also add the timestamps, private, local date time, which is created at, private, local date time, updated at, and I will also add one more field, which is type. I wanted to know that which category is this, whether it is the income type or the expense type, so that later I can filter it out based on the category type. And also I'm going to add one more field, which is very important field, because whenever the category is created, I want to know that who created that category, meaning which user has created the category, so that I can later read based upon the user logged in. Okay, once the user is logged in, I can fetch the specific user categories. I don't want to fetch other user created categories. So that is why I'm going to store the user ID as well. Instead of directly just storing the user ID, I'm going to add the relationship between the category and the profile. Let's add the profile entity. It's going to be profile. And I'm going to add the annotation, which is many to one annotation, meaning many categories belongs to one profile. That is why we are adding the many to one annotation. Of course, you can also go with one to many annotation, which is nothing but one category is having a many, one profile is having a many categories. So inside the profile entity, you can add the list of categories, but that doesn't make any sense at all. This is the best approach whenever we are going for the one to many or many to one annotation. That is why I'm adding the many to one annotation. And I'm going to add the fetch type, which is going to be lazy. And I'm going to add the join column annotation. This fetch lazy, what it does is, as long as whenever I retrieve the category entity, this profile entity will be null, and it is going to be fetch the profile entity whenever we call the get profile method. Till that time, this is going to be null. That is why we are going to use this lazy, which means it is a lazy. You know the meaning of lazy, right? And eager, which is nothing but whenever I fetch the category entity, it is also going to fetch the profile entity. Okay, now I'm going to add the join column annotation. I want to create a column, extra column, and the column name is profile ID, and this is going to be false, nullable, false. I'm going to add this, never going to be null at all. So that is why I'm going to add nullable is to false, meaning that this column should not be null at all. Okay, let's save this. And I will also add the annotations for created at and updated at, which is creation timestamp and update timestamp. And for the creation timestamp, let's add the column annotation. I will add the updatable to false. Let's say this. What it will do is whenever we update the category entity, at that time, this created at timestamp is not going to update it. This will remain as it is with the original timestamp. Okay, now we have created all the category fields and also added the annotations. Now we will add the same fields inside the category DTO as well. Let me zoom in, and inside this also contains the same fields, and let's add the fields ID. I'm going to add the profile ID. This is required for us. I will also add the name, private string icon, private and string type, private local date time, created at and updated at. Let's save this, and if I go to the category entity, looks like I have also missed one more field, which is going to be icon. Okay, private string icon. We are going to store the icon inside this category entity, meaning we are going to just store the URL of that icon. Okay, we are going to use the emoji picker in the front end, and whenever the user selected the emoji, we are going to store that URL, the emoji URL, inside this table. That is why this is going to be of type string type. And category DTO, let's add the necessary annotations, which is going to be the data annotation, and also I will add the all args constructor, no args constructor, and builder annotation. Perfect. Let's save this. Now we created the entity and DTO. We can go ahead and create the repository as well. Before we create the repository, I would like to show you the table structure. I'm going to stop this and I will restart this. You can see the SQL statements, which is showing in the console. You can see the category table has been created, and it also added the constraint, the foreign key constraint. Now I'll show you the tables. Let's go to the database, and I'm going to just refresh this, expand this. You should see this categories table. I'm going to just add the select query, select star from categories, and execute this. You can see this is how the table structure is: ID, created at, icon, name, type, updated at, profile ID. This profile ID is responsible for storing the profile IDs. Even though this column just stores the number of the like the ID of the profiles, but in our entity we have made it as an object, so we will get the all the information about this profile, name, email ID, password, and everything will be available. All right, next let's go back to our IntelliJ, and we need to create the repository. Open the project explorer, and I'll create the category repository. It is going to be an interface. This is going to extend the JPA repository. We need to specify the entity type, which is category entity, primary key type, which is long. Inside this, I'm going to add the finder methods. The very first finder method is find by profile ID. And because I wanted to find the categories for the logged in user, it is going to return list of category entity. And behind the scenes, the JPA will execute the SQL query. Let me write that SQL query. Select star from categories, where profile ID is the one which is going to pass it as a parameter. If the parameter is profile ID is 1, then okay, first of all, this is going to be of type long. And if the profile ID is 1, if the user is Bhushan, for his profile ID is 1, and Bhushan categories will be fetched. Suppose the Bharat is logged in, his profile ID is 2, then it is going to fetch the Bharat categories, that he is created the categories, and those categories will be returned. Okay, next we are going to create a one more finder method, which is find by ID. Oops. Okay, we don't need to add this find by ID because the find by ID will be available so far. Okay, and next I'm going to add the find by ID and profile ID. And to this we are going to pass the ID and profile ID. This is going to return the singular, this is going to return a single category, and I'm going to return it as an optional category entity. Let's import the optional, and oops, let's add the SQL query as well. So behind the scenes, the JPA will execute this following query: select star from categories, where ID is equal to the ID which we are passing and profile ID which we are passing. If these two are satisfies, because this is an AND operator, both the conditions should be true, and in that case we are going to return the category entity, right? Okay, next, but why we are going to use this method and where we are going to use this method, that I will show you in just a bit. But we are going to use this finder method, find by ID and profile ID, because we wanted to update the category, and at the time we wanted to fetch the category for a logged in user. That is why we are going to pass this, we are going to call this function. Next, we are going to create a one more finder method, which is find by type and profile ID, because I wanted to fetch the categories for a logged in user based upon the type. For example, when the user is entering the incomes, at the time we wanted to display the income categories. Let's say, suppose if the user is adding the expenses, I want to display only the expense categories that is specific to his user. Okay, that's specific to a user. That is why I'm going to add this find by type and profile ID. Let's pass the type and profile ID, and this is going to return the list of category entity. Behind the scenes, the JPA will execute this SQL query: select star from categories, where not the name, where type is equal to the first parameter which we are passing, and the profile ID is the second parameter which we are passing. If both these conditions satisfies, then we are going to return all the categories. These are the three methods. Along with this, I will also use one more method, which is exists by name and profile ID, because one user cannot create multiple categories, right? So you might be thinking that in the category entity we can directly add the unique, but we cannot add that directly because I am also first user, one more user. Okay, they can both add same category, right? I can also create a bills category, one more person can also create a bills category. So at the time, if we made it as unique, then we will get an exception. But what I can do is, I'm the user, I cannot create multiple categories like with the same name, bills, right? We cannot create that. That is meaningless. So for that, I'm going to first, while saving the category, I'm going to fetch what all the categories are present. And in that category, if there is any name is present, then I'm going to return that. I'm going to check that whether that is exists or not. That is why we are going to use this exists by, and this is going to return boolean. Okay, and behind the scenes it is going to return the same. It is going to return the select query, but it is going to check whether if the record is present, it is going to return true. If the record is not present, it is going to return false. Let's save this. Now let's go back to our service, and we can create the service class, and in the service class we can call all these methods. Now let's open the project explorer, and under the service package create the category service. Let's add the service annotation, and I will add the required args constructor. I'm going to inject few fields, which is private, final, profile service, private, final, category, repository, and I'll create first of all I'm going to create few helper methods. Let's add private, and it is going to return the category entity. I'm going to call this to entity. This is going to take actually the two parameters. One is category DTO and profile entity. Let's call this profile. And inside this I'm going to use the builder pattern, return category entity dot builder, and I can add the name, and I can add, okay, this is going to be actually category DTO, and use category DTO dot get name. Similarly icon, category DTO dot get icon, and next we have the profile, which is profile. We are just add this profile and created that category. Okay, created that we are going to use the local date time. Actually we don't need to add the created at and updated at because it is automatically generated inside the database. So I'm going to just get rid of this, and next I'm going to add the type, category DTO dot get type, and I will call the build method, right? Okay, now our category entity is ready. We are just returning the name, icon, profile, and type. Created at, updated at, and ID all will be generated automatically inside the table. Next I'm going to create one more helper method, private category DTO to entity, sorry, not to DTO. This is going to accept the entity as a parameter, category entity, and we can use the builder pattern, return category DTO dot builder, and we can return the ID. It is going to be entity dot get ID. Next, profile ID. I'm going to return the profile ID. I'm not going to return anything else, just I'm going to return the profile ID. And profile ID, we're going to get it from the entity dot get profile. If the profile is not equal to null, then entity dot get profile dot get ID. Otherwise I'm going to return null. And okay, we are getting this. Okay, this is going to be profile ID get profile dot get ID. Otherwise we are going to return null. Okay, the required type is string, and this is going to be long. Looks like we have added a string type. Okay, I'm going to change it to long type. Let's save this. Okay, just a small mistake, no problem. Let's go ahead and add the name. It's going to be entity dot get name. Next, icon, entity dot get icon, and created that entity dot get created at, similarly updated at, entity dot get updated at. Next, type entity dot get type, and let's call the build method. All right, now we have the category DTO, which is returning ID, profile ID, and name, icon, created at, updated at, and type and build. Perfect. Let's save this. Now we have these two helper methods. Now we can create the necessary service methods. I will create the very first service method to save the category. This is going to be save category public, and it's going to return category DTO save category, and this is going to accept the category DTO. And inside this, first of all, I want to check whether that category is already exist or not. This is why we have created the exist by method. If you remember, we created this exist by method, right? And first we're going to check whether this category is already present for this particular profile. And I'm going to add the condition if category repository dot exist by name and profile ID, and to this we're going to pass the category DTO dot get name and profile ID. And how do we get the profile ID? Again, we are going to make a call to the service method profile service dot get current profile, and this will give us the profile entity. Once we get the profile, we can use profile dot get ID, and we're going to pass this. If this is already exist, then we know that this category is already present. We should not save this. Instead, we're going to return an exception. We're going to throw an exception, throw new response status exception, http status dot conflict category with this name already exists. Perfect. And if it is not present, okay, in case if it is not present, then at the time we are going to save this. To save this, first of all, we have to convert this DTO to entity. I'm going to use this to entity method, and to this we are going to pass the category DTO and the profile, and this is going to give us the category entity. Okay, I'm going to call this new category, and once we get this new category, I can just use the category repository to save it into the database. Save new category, and we get the new category back, and I'm going to call the return to DTO, and to this we're going to pass the new category. This is going to return the category DTO. Perfect. Now our save category method is ready. What I'll do is I'm going to just to test this, we need the API endpoint. Let's go ahead and create the API endpoint so that we can test this now itself. Okay, we can test this first at the first. Okay, I'm going to save this, and I'll just go ahead and create the controller, which is going to be category controller, and let me expand this, and also I'm going to zoom in. First of all, let's add the annotation, which is going to be the REST controller. Let's add the required args constructor, and I'm going to add the request mapping. It is going to be categories. Let's create the API endpoint. I'm going to inject the service, category service. Let's import this. Inside this, I'm going to create a handler method public. This is going to return response entity, category DTO, and save category. This is going to be a post mapping, and let's add the request body annotation. We're going to bind it to category DTO. Inside this, we are just going to call the method category service save category. We will pass the category DTO. This will gives us the saved category, and I can directly return this. And since it is, I wanted to add this as 201, I'll use status http status dot created body. I can pass the saved category. Let's save this. Alright, our controller is ready. All we can do is we can just go ahead and test this. First, let me restart the application. I'm going to stop this and I'll just restart this. Hopefully we don't get any errors. Perfect. And I can open the Postman, and I'm going to just open the collection. I'll just create the new request. I'm going to duplicate this register. I'll change this to create category, and it's going to be /categories, and in the body we need to add name, the category name, and the type we need to add. Also, what else we need to add? Let's go back and let's go to category entity. Okay, we have to add the name and type. Icon is completely optional. I think that's it. Let's open the Postman and let me get rid of this. And the name, I'll just add, it's going to be transportation, and the type is going to be an expense type. And save this. First of all, this request, I'm going to save this, and let's go ahead and directly test this API endpoint without passing the headers. Let's see what will happen. I'm going to click on this send, and we do get this 403 forbidden, which is perfect. And now I'm going to add the headers. What I will do is I'm going to just go to the login, and I'm going to click on this send. We get the new JWT token. Instead of passing this in every request, I'll directly open the collection, which is this money manager, and inside this I will just add the authorization directly for the parent type. And here I will add this bearer token, and in the token I'm going to pass this. Now save this, and now for the create category, I will go to the authorization and make sure to select this as inherit auth from parent. With this, now we can directly add the with this we don't have to add the authorization every time inside this headers, because if I just click on this hidden, by default you can see the authorization is added here, right? Which is good. And now let's go to the body. We have this. Okay, let's raw and select this as, make sure to select it as JSON. Now the name is transportation, type is expense. Now when I click on this send, boom, we got the response back. ID and the profile ID, name and type, created at and updated at. Let's go ahead and add one more, which is going to be medical or medicine. This is also going to be an expense, and I'm going to click on this send. Boom, one more expense, one more category has been created. Next I'm going to add salary. It is going to be an income. Send, we got the new type, which is income type. And next I will add the bonus. It is also an income. Click send, we got. Now we have 4 categories. We can verify it in the database also. Of course, we haven't created the get endpoint to see the categories, but we can verify it in the DBD. Let's go to the database, and I'm going to execute these categories. You can see we have 4 categories with the profile ID 4, right? And the profile ID 4, you can verify it in the profiles table, which is 4 is nothing but the Bhushans, okay, which is 1992 at Zoho Mail. One more user I have created so that we can test it in for both the profiles, okay. All right, now what we can do, let's go back to our IntelliJ and we can create the other service methods like get, update, and also we can create the REST endpoints. I think we need to test one more scenario, which is what will happen if the user try to create a multiple categories with the same type. Let's go to the Postman, and here I'll just go ahead and send the request again because this is already present, the bonus and income type, right? I'll just click on this send. Boom, we got this 403 forbidden, obviously, because it's supposed to display the conflict, which is 409, the status code. We are returning the status code as 409, right? But since we are not properly handle the exception, that is why it is throwing like this. But if I go to the console, we should see the error. Okay, for some reason it is not present. Okay, because we are throwing the response status exception inside the service itself, that is why we are not able to see this conflict and this message. But instead of this, I can throw a runtime exception so that makes sense. Runtime exception, throw new runtime exception. And save this. Now I'm going to stop this and I'll restart this. Click send. We got the 403, but if I go to the console, you can see category with this name already exists, right? But now I'm going to log in with a different user and he will try to create the same details, and let's see what will happen. Same category is going to create. Let's see what will happen, because that user should not having the exception, okay, because he's a different user and he's creating the same category, right? Now let's go to the login and I'm going to change this to bhushansc@gmail.com and password is 123456. I'm going to click on this send and we have logged in with a different user. I'm going to copy this token and inside this I'll just add this and click save. Now let's go to the create category, and you know this category is already available inside our table and this is created by a different user. Now let's see what will happen if this user is trying to create with this name and type. Click send. Boom, this is created, which is expected because I'm a different user. I'm creating the same type of category with a type, right? And it should accept. But now if I try to create, I'm a user, I have already created this category with this type, right? If I try to create it one more time, then it should throw an exception. I'm going to click on this send. Boom, we got this exception. And if I go to the console, you can see category with this name already exists. Perfect. And if I go to the database, I'll just execute this. You can see the bonus and income, okay, which is present. Both the types are same, but you can see the profile ID is different. All right, this is one of the scenario I wanted to test it and it is working as expected. Now we can go ahead and create the other service methods. I'm going to create a method which is get categories for current user, okay, and public. This is going to return list of category DTO. Let me import this list. I'm going to call this get categories for current user. This is a pretty straightforward method. First of all, I'm going to get the current profile, and I'm going to make use of this profile service, get current profile. We get the profile back, and let's use the category repository dot. We have this method find by profile ID, and to this we're going to pass the ID, the profile ID, which is nothing but the current logged in user ID, and this is going to return all the categories, okay. And once we fetch the categories, we're going to convert that into a DTO. For that, we're going to use the stream API. categories.stream map, and we're going to use the toDTO method. We're going to use the method reference, and we're going to convert it into a list, and we're going to return this. Now we have this service method is ready. We can create the controller method. Let's go to the category controller, and here I'm going to create the method public response entity list of category TTO. It's going to be TTO. Let me import this list as well. I can call this get categories. Get categories. I will add the get mapping annotation, and inside this basically I am going to make use of the category service dot get categories for a current user, and it is going to give us the category DTO, and I can return the response entity dot OK categories. Perfect, and save this. We can test this. I'm going to stop this and I will restart this. Okay, the application is started. I can open the Postman. I will just open the collection, and we have this create category. I'm going to just duplicate this. This is going to be read categories, and it's going to be a get and body none. And with this, I'm going to save this. And now, since we have logged in with this user bhushansirgur@gmail.com, this user is having only one category. If you remember, we have created only one category. I can show you in the database also. Let me execute this query. You can see for the Bhushan profile, we have only one category. I can go to the read category and I will click send. We should get the single category, which is bonus, and type is income. But I'm going to log in with a different user, and let's see what we'll get. I'm going to log in with Bhushan 1992 zohomail.in. Click send. We get the token. Copy this token. Add the token to the collection. Just replace this. Click save and go to the read categories. I'll just click send. Boom, we got a different categories for the different user. Transportation, medicine, salary, bonus, right? All right, our get categories is working as expected. Next, we can create the other service methods. Let's open the category service. Let's minimize this, and I'm going to create a new method public, and this is going to return list of category DTO. I'm going to call this get categories by type. Get categories by type for current user. I want to pass the type, the category type, and we're going to return the income categories or the expense categories for a current user. That's the whole purpose of this method. Okay, actually we are in the controller. Let's go to the service, and inside the service we can create the method public list of category DTO, get categories by type for current user, and I'm going to accept the type as a parameter. And inside this, first I'm going to get the current user, get current profile, profile entity, And once we get the profile, I can call the service method, sorry, the repository method, category repository dot find by type and profile ID. So the type, I will pass it from the parameter, and profile dot get ID, and this will gives us the entity, the list of category entity. Entities. Once we get the list, I can convert this into DTO. I can use the entities dot stream dot map. This I'm going to use the method reference, which is to DTO and to list, and I can directly return this. That's it. Pretty straightforward. I'll just add a method comment get categories by type for a current user. Now I can call this method inside the controller. Go to the controller, and inside this controller I'm going to just use the get mapping annotation. It is going to be type. Let's use the path variable string type, and once we receive the type, we can pass it to the service method. I'll just use the category service dot get categories by type for a current user. I can pass the type, and okay, that's it. We don't need to pass anything else. Okay, just accept the type as a parameter, and inside this method we will pass the profile ID as a parameter to the repository method. Perfect. I can directly return this, but I wanted to create a category DTO. I'll create a variable, and I'll use the return response entity dot okay. I can pass the list. List of DTO response entity dot okay. This is going to be okay. This is actually response entity, and save this. Perfect. Now we can test this endpoint. I'm going to stop this. I will restart this. Let's open the Postman. I will just duplicate this read categories, and it's going to be read categories by type. Okay, I'm going to just correct the spelling, categories and slash categories. We need to pass the type. I'm going to pass the income type. Currently I have logged in with bhushan1992zohomail.com. There are 4 categories basically, and I'm passing the income, and for the income there are 2 categories. When I click on this send, we got 2 categories. One is salary and bonus, right? Similarly for the expense, we have 2 different categories, transportation and medicine. Perfect, which is working as expected. Now we can go ahead and create the last endpoint, which is the update category. Let's open the category service. Let me go to the category service, and here I will create the method public category DTO update category. This is going to take the category ID and category DTO. Inside this, first of all, I'll use the profile service to get the profile. Profile entity dot profile. Once we get the current profile, I can use the category repository to call the method find by ID and profile ID. So the ID, which is nothing but the category ID, and profile ID, profile.get ID. And if this is present, then we are going to return the category entity. Otherwise, we're going to throw an exception, not the response status exception, runtime exception, and I'm going to pass the message category not found or not accessible or not accessible. And if it is found, we are going to get the category in a variable category entity existing category. We will update this existing category dot set name, the name which is nothing but dto dot get name, and icon existing category dot set icon dto dot get icon, and I'm going to save this category repository dot save existing category, and let's call the dto method return to dto, and we can pass the existing category. Perfect. And let's save this, and now we can create the controller method. Let's go to the category controller, and inside this we're going to create the method which is public response entity category dto update category. This is going to be a put mapping. We can pass the ID in the as a path variable. It is going to be category ID, and we can use the path variable. We can bind it to the category ID. And once we get the category ID, we can pass it to the service method category service dot update category. I can pass the ID. Also, we need the dto, so let's pass the category dto as well, and I'm going to just add the comma here, and this is going to be category ID. This is going to give us the category dto back, category dto updated category. We can return this, return response entity dot OK, and we can pass the updated category. Perfect. And let's save this. Now we can test our implementation. I'm going to stop this, and I will restart this. Let's go to the Postman, and here I'm going to open the collections, and I'll just duplicate this create category, and I'll change this to update category, and categories / we need to pass the ID here, and let's pass the ID. Before that, let's go to the body, and we can update the name and type. For example, transportation is there. I can change this, instead of transportation to, I can say Uber, and this is going to be an expense. It's completely fine. We need this ID, and to get the ID, let's go to the read categories. Okay, this is going to be read categories by type, but let's go to the read categories and click send. Okay, this is the transportation, and the ID is 1. I can pass this ID 1 and click on this send. Okay, we get this 403 forbidden. This is going to be put. Save this and click send. Okay, we got the updated data, which is Uber expense 4/1. Okay, everything remains as it is, and also the date has been updated. We can verify it. Let's go to the read categories and I click send. You can see instead of transportation, it becomes the Uber. Awesome. And we can also add the, okay, one more thing. Let's go to the category service here. If I'm just updating the name and icon, I can also update the type as well, but I'm gonna leave it to you. You can also set it type as well in case if they want to change from income to expense type for that particular category, they can do that. Okay, I'm just adding this. Let's save this. Perfect. With this, now we have completed the category module. Okay, in the category module, we have created the 4 endpoints. Let me go to the controller. You can see create category and read category and read categories by type and update category. There are 4 endpoints we have created. And next we can start creating the income module and the expense module. First, let's create the JPA entity. What we're going to do is, since the income entity and the expense entity both looks similar, we will create together the expense entity and the income entity. Similarly, let's create the income DTO and expense DTO. Similarly, income repository and expense repository, because both are goes side by side. I'm going to create parallelly so that we can cover the topics sooner. I'm going to first close all of these tabs and open the project explorer, and inside the entity create a new Java class. It is going to be expense entity, and I will also create the income entity. Let's add the necessary annotations. Data annotation, all args constructor, no args constructor, builder, and entity, table. And for the table, I can provide the custom name, incomes. We can copy the same and add it to the expense entity. And let's add the necessary fields inside this expense entity. I'm going to add the ID, private string, the expense name, private string icon, private local date, which is for the date, and private big decimal amount. We will also add the created at and updated at, private local date time, created at and updated at. Next, I will also add the many to one mapping, because every expense or income is created by a user. That is why I'm going to add the many to one annotation. Similarly, and every expense is a part of the category as well. Similarly, every income is a part of the category. That is why I'm going to add the many to one annotation, private category entity, category, and it is going to be many to one. Fetch type, I will add lazy, and I will add the join column annotation. I can add the column name, which is category ID, and nullable, I'll set this to false. Similarly, I'll just copy this. We will also add the profile entity. I will make this as profile, and it is going to be profile ID, nullable false, and this is also a many to one annotation. And apart from this, I am going to, since we are adding the date, and whenever the user try to add any of the expense or income, if the user did not provide the date, we are going to consider the today's date. That is why I'm going to add the pre-persist annotation, public void pre-persist. I will add if the date is null, this dot date is equal to null. I'm going to add this dot date is equal to local date dot now. So this is going to call whenever we are persisting the new object. We will add the pre-persist annotation. This is going to, before persisting, this block of code will be executed. And if the date is null, it is going to insert the today's date. Perfect. Apart from this, I will also add the creation timestamp. Let's add the updation timestamp. And for the creation timestamp, I will also add the column annotation. We can add the updatable to false. Save this. Also for the ID, I will add the ID annotation and generated value annotation. We can add the strategy generation type dot identity. Perfect. Now we created the expense entity. We have added the ID, name, icon, amount, date. So all the necessary fields that we have added along with the created at, updated at, and category, profile, and we are also persisting the pre-persisting the date in case if the date is null. I'm going to just copy the same content and I'll paste it inside this income entity. Of course, you might be thinking that why we are creating a two different entity, income entity and expense entity. Everything we could have added in the transaction entity, one entity itself, right? We can make the type as income type or the expense type. Technically, yes, we can do that, but I have just keep it separate because the transaction, if I add the both income and expense, it will be the database table will becomes with so much of entries. I just wanted to make it separate. So that's why I created the income entity and expense entity. There are two different tables. Okay. And I'll add the necessary. Okay. This is going to be table expenses and save this. Perfect. Now we have added all the necessary fields and the annotations. Our entity is ready, both income and expense entity. I'm going to just stop this and I will restart it so that we can see whether the table is created or not. You can see the table has been created, the table income and table expenses. It also added the constraints, the foreign key constraints for both of the tables. Let's head over to our MySQL server and you can see expenses and incomes, both the tables have been created. And right now there are no entries. Select star from table expenses. You can see we have this profile ID, category ID. Okay, that will be the foreign key. Similarly, select star from table incomes. Perfect. Now we can start creating the DTO for both income and expense. Let's open the Project Explorer and inside the DTO package, create the expense DTO and income DTO. I'm going to add the fields: private long ID, private string name, private string icon, private string category name, private long category ID, private big decimal amount, private local date, private local date time created at, private local date time updated at. And now we can add the data annotation and all args constructor, no args constructor and builder annotation. and we can copy the same fields and the same annotations. I can add it to the expense DTO also. We can add the data, all args constructor, no args constructor, and builder. Let's save this. Now we have created the expense DTO and income DTO. Next we can create the repository. Let's create the repository. Open the project explorer, and here inside the repository package create the income repository. This is going to extend the JPA repository, income entity, and which is of type, the primary key type, long. Save this, and next create the expense repository. This is also going to extend the JPA repository, expense entity, primary key type, long, and inside this expense entity we are going to create few finder methods. The very first finder method is we wanted to find the expenses for a current logged in user. For that we are going to create a finder method, find by profile ID, order by, we are going to sort it based upon the date, descending order, DESC, and the profile ID will be the parameter, and this is going to return list of expense entity. Let's import the list. Perfect. And this is for the finder method, the very first finder method, and I can write the SQL query as well. Select star from expenses where profile ID, order by date, DESC. So this is the SQL query, the equivalent SQL query. Next I'm going to create one more finder method. I want to fetch the top 5 expenses for a particular current user, the logged in user. Find by or find top 5 by profile ID, order by date, DESC. I believe that you're already aware of these finder methods, and this top 5, it is a keyword. It is going to fetch the 5 records, and we are going to find this for the profile ID, and we are going to sort it. While fetching, we are going to sort it by date in a descending order. That's the whole purpose of creating this finder method. To this we are going to pass the profile ID. This is going to return list of expense entity. I can also write the SQL query. Select star from expenses where profile ID, and okay, this is not the category ID, so this is a wrong. Okay, where the profile ID and order by date, DESC, limit 5. We're going to, the equivalent query uses the limit, and it is going to limit the 5 records. Okay, next we're going to create one more finder method. This is going to fetch the sum of the total expenses, and let's create it. Find total. Here we are going to use the query annotation. We are going to write the JPQL query. This is not a finder method. Find total expense by profile ID, and to this we are going to pass the, first of all we need to use the param annotation, and we are going to pass the profile ID, which is of type long profile ID. Let me remove this implementation, and this is going to return big decimal, and I'm going to add the query annotation. Inside this query we can write the JPQL query which is select. We are going to sum up all the amount. So we're going to use this sum method, and I'm going to just use the alias name, which is i.amount, and from expense entity, when we are writing the JPQL query, we should always use the object names or the entity names instead of the table names. So expense entity, I can provide the alias name, which is I. That's exactly what I have used here. This I is nothing but the expense entity, where instead of I can use E, so that makes sense, E, and where I dot profile ID is equal to the profile ID which we are passing here. This is the one, right? And this profile is nothing but the field name. If you go to the expense entity, we have this field, right? And this field is nothing but the profile entity, and inside the profile entity we are actually referring the ID. That's exactly what we have written here. Profile, and the profile of which is a profile entity of type ID, and we are passing the profile ID, which is nothing but the parameter. That's why we have added this param annotation. I believe you already aware of the query annotation and how we can write the JPQL queries. Okay, next we are going to create one more finder method. This is going to help us to filter out the expenses. Find by profile ID and date between and name containing ignore case, and to this we are going to pass a few parameters, which is very first thing, we are finding it with the profile ID. So I'm going to add the profile ID, which is of type long, and let me remove this. Next, we are also finding it with a date between. For that we are going to use the start date and end date, local date, start date and local date, end date. Next, we are also going to search based upon the name, and which is of type string. It is going to be keyword, or you can give name anything. And finally, we wanted to sort it. That is why I'm going to pass this sort interface, sort, and this is going to return the list of expense entity. Perfect. And if I wanted to write the equivalent SQL query, let me write it. Select star from expenses, where profile ID and date between start date and end date, and order by DESC. We are not actually using the order by DESC, so I'm going to just, I got the nice suggestion from the IntelliJ, and I'm going to just remove this. And the fourth parameter is the keyword. I can also add and name like order by DESC. We can remove this because we are going to sort it with the based upon fields and also with the keywords. So this is what the SQL query, select star from expenses, where profile ID, which is the first parameter, and date between start date and end date, that is what the second and third parameter says, and name like, we're going to use this containing, right? And for the containing, we're going to, the SQL equivalent keyword is like, and we're going to use this percentage. Perfect. Next, we are going to create one more finder method, which is the last finder method. I know we are creating a lot of finder methods. Yes, we required it. I'm just creating it. Let's create one more finder method, find by profile ID and date between. date between. The reason why we are creating this, because in our income and expense dashboard we're going to only display the current month expenses or the incomes. That is why we are creating this. And long profile ID, local date, start date and end date, local date, end date. Okay, and this is going to return list of expense entity. Perfect. I can also write the SQL query, select star from expenses, where profile ID and date between, start date and end date, which is the second parameter and the third parameter. Let's save this. All right. Apart from this, we are also going to use the predefined JPA methods, which is save and delete. All those we are going to use it inside the service method. Okay, now what I will do is I'm going to just copy all of this. Let me copy all of these SQL queries. Oops. And I'll just paste it inside the income repository, because the income repository also contains the same methods. So let's save this. And here I'll just change this to income entity. Let's quickly change income entity. I can copy this, paste it here and here. Here I'll change this. Here also I'm going to change this, and these also I'm going to change it. This is going to be incomes. Copy this, paste it here also. Let's change this. All right, looks like everything we have changed or modified, and that's it. I think we have completed the repository for both income and expense. Now all we can do is we can call these repository methods inside the service methods. Perfect. I'll just add this semicolon. Let's open the project explorer and create the service inside the service package. It's going to be income service. Also, I'm going to create one more service for the expense service. Let's expand this. I'm going to just increase this. Let's add the service annotation, required args constructor. I'm going to inject the category service. Next, I'm going to inject the expense repository. Okay, I'm going to first create the helper methods. Private, this is going to return expense entity to entity. This will take the expense DTO as a parameter, profile entity, category entity, and inside this I'm going to make use of the builder pattern, expense entity dot builder. Let's add the name, DTO dot get name, icon, DTO dot get icon, amount, DTO dot get amount, date, DTO dot get date, profile, we're going to pass the profile. Category, let's pass the category, and we're going to call the build method on this, so we will get the expense entity back. Similarly, let's create the expense DTO helper method to DTO expense entity, and inside this expense DTO dot builder ID entity dot get ID name entity dot get name icon entity dot get icon category ID entity dot get category. If it is not equal to null, then entity dot get category dot get ID. Otherwise, we're going to pass null. Category name entity dot get category is not equal to null. Entity dot get category dot get name. Otherwise, NA, which is not available. Amount entity dot get amount. Date entity dot get date. Created at entity dot get created at. Updated at entity dot get updated at dot build. And I'm going to just return this. Okay, now we have this helper methods. I'm going to just copy this helper methods and I'll paste it. Okay, I'll just copy all of this and paste it inside the income service. I can change the bits that are required. We need the category service, but I'm going to change this to income repository. This is going to be income repository, and I will add the service annotation and required args constructor. This is going to be income entity, income DTO, and next this is going to be income entity. I'll change this to income DTO, income entity, income DTO. Perfect. Now let me remove these unused import statements. Save this. Now inside this expense service, we can create the other methods, which is adding the expense, adding the income. We're going to add it here. The very first method I'm going to add is adding the expense. So let's create the method public. This is going to return expense DTO, add expense. This will take expense DTO as a parameter. Let's call this DTO. So I'm going to just add the comments here, adding a new expense to the database. Inside this, first of all, I'm going to get the profile. So let's use the profile service. Profile service dot, we don't have the profile service, so let's inject the profile service. Private final profile service, and now let's use the profile service dot get current profile. This will gives us the profile entity. Let's call this profile, and once we get the profile, now we can use the category repository. Okay, we need to inject the category repository, not the category service. So let me use the category repository. This is going to be category repository. Category repository dot find by ID DTO dot get category ID. This will gives us the category entity. And once we get the category, okay, we don't have this method find by ID. We need to, okay, this is going to return actually optional. So what I will do is I'm going to, or else throw new runtime exception category not found, right? And once we get the category, I can use the toEntity method to convert it into an entity. To this we can pass the DTO profile and category. This will gives us the entity, which is going to be expense entity, new expense. Once we get the new expense repository dot save, we can pass the new expense. And we can use the helper method to convert it into back to a DTO. Save this. Perfect. So what we are doing inside this, first of all, we are going to get the profile. Once we get the profile, we also need the category. So for the category, we are going to use this category repository to get the category. So once we get the category, and we are going to pass it to the helper method, because this helper method accepts the DTO profile category. We pass all of these information to the helper method. This will give us the new expense, and we are going to call the save method on the expense repository to save it into the database, and we will convert it back to the expense DTO. I'm going to just copy the same method. We can add it to the income service. Let's paste it. This is going to be income DTO. Income DTO. I'm going to inject the profile service. And also I'm going to inject the category repository instead of the service. Here I'm going to pass the profile category, and this is going to be income DTO, and profile category, this is going to be income entity, and this is going to be income repository. Let me correct this. Income repository, save, and we are going to convert it back to the income DTO. Perfect. And I'm going to remove the unused import statements. Save this. And now I can create the controller methods and we can test our endpoints. I'm going to open the expense controller. Okay, we haven't created the controllers. So let's open the package, and inside this controller create the expense controller. Let me expand this. I will also create the income controller. Okay, let's go to the expense controller, and I'm going to add the rest controller. I will also add the required args constructor, request mapping. I'm going to add the URI/expenses. Now inside this, I'm going to inject the expense service, private final expense service, and I can create the help endpoint public response entity. This is going to return expense DTO. Let's import this. I can call add expense, and I can add the post mapping. And inside this, first of all, I'm going to use the request body to bind the request body to a expense DTO. Inside this, let's use the expense service to call the method add expense. I can pass the DTO. This will gives us the expense DTO, and once we get the saved object, I can return it. Return response entity dot status http status dot created dot build, and sorry, not the build, we are going to use body, and to this we can pass the saved object. Perfect. And I can just copy this, and I'll go to the income controller, paste it, and I can inject the income service, private final income service. This is going to be income service, and income DTO, and income DTO. This is going to be add income. Okay, so this is going to be income DTO, and let's go back to the income service. We need to change the method name. This is going to be add income. Okay, now let's go to the income controller, body is saved, and this is going to be income DTO. Perfect. And I can add the annotation, rest controller, required args constructor, request mapping / incomes. Okay, and save this. All right, so now we have created these endpoints for both income and expense. We can test this in our Postman. Let me stop the server. I'm going to restart the server. Hopefully we don't get any errors. Okay, we got some errors. Let's see, what is that? Creating a bean and find the total expense by profile ID. Okay, let's go to the expense repository. Find expense by profile ID. Okay, this is because I should have been added it as E. Okay, I have forgot to change the alias name inside this parameter. Okay, perfect. And I think I'll go to the income repository, and here first of all I'll change this to I instead of the E, so that it makes sense as income. Okay, everything looks good.
I'm going to restart the application. Hopefully we don't get any errors now. Perfect. The Tomcat has been started, and open the Postman. First of all, I'm going to log in. Let's open the Login API. And right now we have let's go to the body. We have logged in as bhushansirgur@gmail.com. I'm going to just click on this send. Forbidden. Why are we not getting the token? Let's hit one more time. Forbidden. Let's go back to our IntelliJ, and we're getting some error, that is JWT is expired. Correct, the JWT is expired. That's why we are trying to create a new token. Looks like, okay, this is because inside the authorization we are selecting for login API also, we are selecting from the auth type as inherit auth from parent. This we don't need to select it. Let's select it as no auth, because the login API doesn't require the token at all, right? Okay, now when I click on this send, now we got the JWT token. Perfect. So now I'm going to copy this token, and I'll just go to the main package, and I'll just replace the JWT token and save this. Now let's open the login. Okay, let's go to the read categories and click send. We have just one category, which is the income category. Let's go ahead and log in with another user, which is Soho Mail, Bhushan 1992 at sohomail.in. Click send. We get the JWT token. Let's copy this token and add it to the collection. And now if I go to the read categories, we have a bunch of categories. Okay, now I'll go to the another categories which is of type, which is expense. Inside this expense category we have the Uber and medicine. I'm going to select this medicine, which is 2, and now let's go to the collection, and I'm going to create a new request, which is going to be add expense. Let's duplicate this. It's going to be create expense, and it is going to be expenses. Go to the body, and inside the body I'm going to keep it name, but we need the category ID. Let's add 2, and icon I'm not going to add, but amount I will add. Let's say $500, and date also I'm not going to add, because it will, if I don't add it, it will by default take the today's date. That's fine. And what else we need to add? Let's go back and we can verify it. Let's go to the income entity, name, icon, date, amount. Okay, looks good. Everything we are adding. The profile category will be added automatically. Updated at, created at, ID, everything will be auto generated. Only the name, date, not the name, amount is required, and the category ID. Okay, so the category ID we need to pass. We are also passing. The profile ID will automatically generate it. Actually, let's go to the income DTO. We'll get to know that. Okay, here the name we need to pass, we are passing, and category ID we need to pass, we are passing, amount we are passing. Rest everything will be auto generated. Looks good. And here instead of the transportation, I'm going to, since we are adding it for the category medicine, I'm going to add tablets. Okay, tablets for fever. Okay, 500, and click send. Boom, a new expense is created. Tablets for fever and medicine, which is the category name, and which is the category ID 2, and amount 500. You can see it taken the today's date. Perfect. I'm going to create one more expense. That is going to be for, let's go to the, let me close this and go to the read categories by expenses. And here we have this Uber, right? So which is ID 1. Let's copy this, and here I'll just change this to 1. Suppose temple, I gone to a temple and the amount is $300. Click send, and we got the one more expense. So we are just adding the expenses, but let's also add the income as well. I'll just go to the read categories and I'll change this to income. Click send. What do we have? We have the salary and bonus. The salary ID is 3. So let's copy this, and I'm going to click on this, duplicate this read categories and create category, create expense, right? So let's duplicate this, create income. It's going to be create income. Let's save this and go to the body. Okay, and this is going to be name and amount, category ID. Category ID will be 3, and the amount, I can change the amount, let's say 50,000. I got the salary. Name, from job I got the salary. I'm going to just click, okay, this is going to be categories. I'll just change this to, this is going to be incomes, right? Let's save this. And now when I click on this send, boom, a new income has been created from the job, salary. This is the category name and the category ID 50,000 and today's date. Okay, looks good. And now I'll just go to the one more category, which is bonus, which is 4, right? Copy this, change this to 4, and I got a mid-year bonus. Let's say $75, 75,000, and this is going to be mid-year bonus. Mid-year bonus, right? Click send, boom, right? A new expense has been, new income has been created. We can verify it in the database also. Let's go back to the database, and we have this expenses. You can see for the profile ID, we are creating the 2 expenses. One is tablets for fever and temple, and similarly for the income, you can see job and mid-year bonus. Okay, we are storing it in the database also. Okay, the next step is we need to create the other APIs to read the incomes and to read the expenses. Let's create that as well. Let's go to the service, which is the income service, or I can go to the expense service, and we can create the service methods to read the expenses and the incomes. I'm going to just write down the comments. So retrieve all the expenses for the current profile, and we are going to we are not going to retrieve all the expenses. Instead, we are going to retrieve for the current month. Okay, the start date and the end date we are going to pass, and for that we are going to retrieve the expenses. Retrieve the expenses for the current month, or based on the start date and end date. Okay, now we can create the method, which is public. This is going to return list of expense DTO, get current month expenses for current user. And inside this, we can make use of the profile service to call the method, which is get current profile. This will gives us the current profile, and once we get the profile, now we can use the date, that today's date I want to get it. So local date dot now, this will gives us the start date, local date now, and now I can make use of the now dot with day of month, and I can pass the day of month, which is 1. From start to end I wanted to get it right. So from current date, when I get the current date, so now using that current date I can get the first of the date, the current month first date, and the current month last date. So this will gives us the local date start date and end date, now dot with day of month. I can use the now dot length of the month. This will give us the last day in the month, local date end date. Now we get the start date and end date. We can use the expense repository dot find by profile ID and date between, right? To this we can pass the start date, end date, and profile ID, right? Let's go to this. Okay, the first parameter is the profile ID. We can pass the profile ID, profile.getID, start date and end date. This will gives us the expense entity, list of expense entity. I can call this list. Once we get the list, I can convert it into a DTO, list.stream.map, use the method reference and convert it into a DTO. Perfect. Now our method is ready. Get current month expenses for the current user, and here we are writing a logic to get the first day of the month and the last day of the month. And once we get the both the dates, now we are going to read the data. Perfect. In fact, here what we are doing is we are directly reading the end of the month, right? Okay, now dot length of the month, but we don't have to do it. We can, because we can only fetch till date, from beginning of the month to till date we can fetch it. That is also possible, but I'm going to stick to the start date and end date. That is makes sense. All right, now let's save this. I'm going to copy the same method and I'll paste it inside the income service, and I can change this to retrieves all the incomes for the current month or based on the start date and end date. It is going to be income DTO, current month incomes for current user, and it's going to be income repository, and this will return the income entity. I can change this to income entity and convert it into a list. Let's save this. Now we can call these methods inside our controller. Let's go to the expense controller, create a method public. This is going to return response entity, list of expense DTO, get expenses. Let's add the get mapping, and let's take the expense service and we can call the get current month expenses for current user, list of expense DTO. We get the expenses. Okay, these expenses are the current month expenses, not all the expenses in the database. And we can return the response entity dot OK, and we can pass the expenses. Perfect. I can just copy this and go to the income controller and I'll paste it. I can change this to income DTO. It's going to be income service, get current month incomes for a current user, and it's going to be income DTO, and save this. Perfect. Now all we can do is we can test these endpoints. I'm going to stop the server and restart it. Okay, the application is started. Let's go to the Postman and I'm going to just expand this collection and I'm going to duplicate the read categories, and it's going to be expenses and it is a get API. I'll just change the name to read expenses and let's save this, and I'm going to just click on this send. We get the expenses for the current user, the tablets for fever and temple. If you remember, we have added these, right? Okay, now we have this expenses. Let's verify it for the incomes as well. I'm going to duplicate this again, the read expenses. I'll just change this to read incomes. This is going to be read incomes, and let's save this, and I'm going to click send. We get two incomes, the job and the mid-year bonus. Perfect. We are not passing any of the start date and end date here. We are going to just take it from the current date. We are going to fetch the start date and end date. That is makes sense. Alright, our endpoints are ready for the get income and get expenses. And the last endpoints what we need to create as a part of these modules are delete methods. Okay, so deleting the income and deleting the expense. Let's create those service methods and the handler methods. Let's open the expense service, and inside this expense service I'm going to just write down the comments. Delete expense by ID for current user. Public void, this will not return anything. Public void delete expense. This is going to accept the expense ID as a parameter. Inside this I can use the profile service to get the current profile. Once we get the profile, I can use the expense repository to call the method find by ID. I can pass the expense ID, and if the expense is not found, we are going to throw an exception, new runtime exception, expense not found. Once we get the expense entity, I can call this entity. Next, I'm going to just, once we get this entity, we can directly call the delete method. So expense repository dot delete, and we can pass the entity. But this is not a good approach, because if the expense ID is passed which is not associated with the other user, which is not associated with the current user, then we are directly deleting it, which is not correct, right? So I want to validate it whether if that is associated with the current user or not. I'm going to add the condition if the entity dot, let me add the condition, dot get profile dot get ID. So we are going to get this ID. So this ID, I'm going to get it from the entity, which is nothing but the expense entity. The expense entity obviously contains the get profile, and the get profile contains the get ID. I'm going to check this with the equals. I'm going to check with the profile. Okay, the profile, which is nothing but the current profile dot get ID. If it is equal, we have to delete it, because we know that the logged in user ID is also same, and the one who is getting the expense entity, both IDs are same, then only we are going to delete it. But I'm going to just add the not operator. If it is not equal, I'm going to throw an exception. Throw new runtime exception, unauthorized or unauthorized to delete this expense. Perfect. Unauthorized to delete this expense. Now, in case if the ID is equal, we are going to delete this. Perfect. I'm going to just copy this, and inside the income service, I'm going to paste it. This is going to be delete income by ID for a current user. It's going to be delete income ID. Can change this to income ID, and it's going to be income repository and income entity, and this is going to be income repository. Alright, I'm going to change this to income not found, unauthorized to delete this income. Alright, everything looks good. I can now call the controller. Now we can, inside the controller, we can call these methods, right? Let's go to the expense controller, and inside this expense controller, I'll go ahead and create the method public response entity. This is going to return void delete expense. This is a delete mapping. We're going to accept the variable using the path variable ID, and let's use the path variable, bind it to ID, and inside this we can call the expense service dot delete expense. We can pass the ID, and this is not going to return anything. I'm going to just return the status code, return response entity dot no content dot build, and save this. I can copy this and paste it inside the income controller. Go to the income controller, paste it. It's going to be delete income, income service, delete income, and we are going to return the no content. Let's save this. I'm going to stop this and I'll restart it so that we can test these endpoints. We will test both the scenarios. Alright, the application is started. Let's go to the Postman, and first of all, I'm going to just save all of these endpoints. I'm going to just delete some of these endpoints. So I'm going to close this, close this, create, and read all the read methods. I'm going to keep it. Let's close everything else. Okay. So now, first of all, let's go to the read categories. Inside this read categories, we have 4 categories, and income type we have 2 category, and expense type we have 2 category. And inside this read expenses for the current month, let's end this. We have 2 things. One is tablets for a fever and temple. I'm going to take the first one. Okay, tablets for a fever. So let's copy this, and I'm going to just duplicate this read expenses. Duplicate this. I will change this to delete expense, and expenses slash I can pass the expense ID, and let me save this, and in the body we don't pass anything. So this is going to be a delete request, and localhost 8080 expenses /1, right? I'm going to click on this send, boom, 204, no content. We can verify it. Let's go to the read expenses, click send. You can see we have deleted. Let's try for incomes also. Inside the income, click send. We have two income, ID1, ID2, and I'm going to take this one, or I can take the second one, the mid-year bonus, and let's save this. And here I'm going to duplicate this, delete income. It's going to be delete income, and I can pass incomes /ID and save this. Now I'm going to click on this send, boom, 204, no content. Let's go to the read incomes, click send. Now we have a single income. Now we can test the other scenario. So to do that, I'm going to just log in with a different account. Login, I will log in with Bhushan and sc@gmail.com. Click send. We got the JWT token. Copy this. Let's add it to the money manager collection. I'll just add it and save this. Now, since we have logged in with a different account, and let's go to the delete expense, or let's go to the read incomes. Right now this user does not have any incomes or expenses, but what I will do is I'm going to try to delete this income which is not associated with this user. So let me copy this ID and go to the delete income. I'll paste it and click send. Boom, we got the 403 forbidden. If I go to the error in the console, we should see this message, unauthorized to delete this income. Perfect. So which means our functionality is working as expected with all the scenarios. So now we have created the 3 endpoints in income controller and expense controller as well. But we yet to create few more endpoints for the dashboard as well as the filtering the expenses. We will create those next. Let's open the expense service, and I'm inside this expense service. Let's create the method. This method is for retrieving the latest 5 expenses for the current user. Get latest 5 expenses for current user. Create a method public. This is going to return list of expense TTO and get latest 5 expenses for current user. Let me correct this spelling, user. And inside this, first of all, I'm going to make use of the profile service to get the current profile. Once we get the profile, I can make use of the expense repository to call the method, which is find top 5 profile ID order by DESC, and to this we are going to pass the profile ID. This will give us the list of expense entity, and we are going to return it. Return list.stream.map. We can use the method reference to DTO to list. Okay, so now we have created this method. I'm also going to create one more method to get the total sum, right, or total expenses of current user. This is going to be expenses, and public, this is going to return big decimal, and I'm going to call this get total expense for current user. Inside this, I'm going to make use of the profile service to get the current profile. Expense repository dot find total expense by profile ID. To this we can pass the profile ID, and this will gives us the big decimal total, and I can return if the total is not equal to null, then I'm going to return total, otherwise I'm going to return 0, big decimal dot 0. Perfect. And I can copy these two methods and I can use it in the income as well. Let's go to the income service. I'll add it here, and this is going to be latest 5 incomes for the current user. This is going to be income DTO, get latest 5 incomes for the current user. It's going to be income entity, income repository, and we are going to convert it into an income DTO. Perfect. This is going to be get total incomes for the current user, and let's change this to income. This is going to be an income repository, and that's it, right? So looks good. And now we have these two methods. Now we can create the service, one more service, which is going to be the dashboard service. Once we inside the dashboard service, we are going to call these methods, and then inside our controller, the dashboard controller, we can call the dashboard services. Let's open the project explorer, and inside the service package, create the dashboard service. Let me increase the font and expand this. First of all, I'll add the service annotation and required Rx constructor. Inside this, I'm going to inject the income service, expense service, and profile service. I will inject the expense service and profile service. Okay, now I'm going to create the method which is public. This is going to return map, and let me use map. Key will be string and value will be an object type. Get dashboard data, and inside this, first of all, I'm going to make use of the profile service to get the current profile entity. And once we get the profile, now I am going to create a map because I want to store all the data into that map. String and object. I'm going to call this return value new hash map. In fact, I'm going to create the linked hash map. I want it in this order. So linked hash map. Now I can make use of the income service to call the get latest 5 income from the current user. This is going to give us the income DTO. I'm going to call this latest incomes. Similarly, I'm going to make use of the expense service to call the get latest 5 expenses for current user. Expense DTO, latest expenses. Now I got the latest income and latest expenses. Next I want the recent transactions. So for the recent transactions, what I'll do is I'm going to make use of these income and expenses to combine, and I'm going to frame it a one more list. So for that, let's use the concat from the stream. So concat, in fact this is going to be stream.concat, and inside this I'm going to pass the latest incomes. So let's pass the latest incomes dot stream dot map, and we get the single income, and I'm going to make use of the one more DTO object, which is nothing but recent transaction DTO. We haven't created this, we will create it in just a bit. In fact, let's go back and create that first, and inside the DTO I'm going to create it, which is recent transaction DTO. This is also just a DTO. We are going to just add the setters and getters and private fields. Let me expand this. I'm going to add the data annotation and all args constructor, no args constructor, and builder. Inside this I'm going to add ID, profile ID, and I will add the icon, I will add the name, I will also add the amount, which is of type big decimal, I will add the date, which is of type local date type. Next, created at and updated at, which is of type local date time, created at and updated at. Next, I'm going to add the type, which is the whether it is an expense type or the income type. Okay, now we have these fields with recent transaction DTO object. Now inside our dashboard service, we can make use of this recent transaction DTO, and we can make use of the builder pattern to assign the values. First of all, I'm going to import this concat from the stream.concat, and now we can start adding the fields, which is ID, let's actually move this up, and I will bring this to the next line. I'm going to just format it. ID, I can add the income.getID. Next, I will add the profile ID, current profile, okay, profile.getID, which is nothing but this profile. Next, we have the icon, income.getIcon. Next, name, income.getName. Next, amount, income.getAmount. Date, income.getDate. Created at, income.getCreatedAt. Updated at, income.getUpdatedAt. Type, this is going to be an income type. I'm going to just hard code it. On this, I'm going to call the build method. Perfect. And now let's actually bring this, and now I'm going to add the latest expenses. So basically what I'm doing is using the stream concat method, I'm going to concatenate the latest income and the latest expenses. And while adding this, I'm going to use this recent transaction DTO to add all of the data into this recent transactions. Or next, now we can make use of the latest expenses dot stream dot map. I can call the name expense, and we can make use of the recent transaction DTO to copy all the data. Recent transaction DTO dot builder ID expense dot get ID. Next, profile ID profile dot get ID. Icon expense dot get icon. Name expense dot get name. Amount expense dot get amount. Created at we have the date expense dot get date. Created at expense dot get created at. Updated at expense dot get updated at. Type expense type, and we can call the build method. And finally we have this build method. I'm going to just remove this and I'll just add the semicolon. Perfect. Now we have concatenating the latest expenses and latest income. And now once we concatenate this, I'm going to store that in a variable list of recent transaction DTO. I can call this recent transactions. Perfect. We are getting this error, that is because stream recent is okay. So in order to convert this, what I can do is what I'll do is, anyhow, right now we are recent transaction, we are iterating over this and we are adding it into this DTO, but I'm also going to sort it here, because right now if I don't sort it, it will be in a random way. So I'm going to sort it. So to sort it, I'm going to just use the sorted method, and to this I can pass the comparator. Okay, we can use the lambda expressions, and inside this now we have this recent transaction DTO, two objects, and we can compare those two objects. So I'm going to first compare it with, let me create a variable. So b dot get date, I'm going to make use of the date object to compare to a dot get date. In case if both the dates are same, what I will do is I'm going to sort it based upon the created at. So I'm going to add the if condition, if comparator CMP is equal to 0, and I'm going to make use of the a dot get created at is not equal to null, and b dot created at is not equal to null. If these are not equal to null, then I'm going to sort it based upon the created at. Return b dot get created at compared to a dot created at. Perfect. And I'm going to just return the comparator CMP. Perfect. And here I can call the collectors.toList. Collector.toList. Okay. So now what we have done is, inside this recent transactions, we are just adding the latest income and latest expenses. I'm going to combine it, and while adding, I'm also going to sort it based upon the date. In case if both the dates are same, I'm going to consider the fallback created at. So now we have the recent transactions. We also have the latest income and latest expenses. Now we can add it to the map along with total balance, total income, and total expenses. Everything we can add it to the map. We already created this map, so this is return value. So for this return value, we can start adding the return value dot put. First, I'm going to add the total balance, income service dot get total income for a current user. If you remember, we have created this method, right? The repository method we have created, and from the repository method we are creating this service method. I'm going to call this service method, and this is going to give us the total income for the current user, and I'm going to subtract with the expenses. So I'm going to use this subtract, and inside this subtract I'm going to use the expense service dot get total expense for the current user. This is going to give us the total balance value. I'm going to just bring this to the next line, and I'll bring this into the next line. Perfect. Now we have added the total balance. Similarly, we can also add the total income, return value dot put total income service dot get total income for the current user, return value dot put total expenses, expense service dot get total expense for the current user. Next, return value dot put recent 5 expenses. We can call the expense service dot get latest 5 expenses for current user. And in fact, instead of adding this, what I will do is, anyhow we already have this here. If I go to the top, you can see we have this already, incomes and expenses. I'm going to just use this only so that we can avoid calling an service method one more time. So just copy this latest this is going to be latest expenses, right? Similarly, return value dot put recent 5 incomes, latest incomes. And finally, I'm going to add the recent transactions which we have created at the top. Recent transactions, I can add recent transactions, and I'm going to return this map, return value. That's it. Now our service method is ready. Now we can call this service method inside our dashboard controller. Let's open the project explorer. Inside the controller, create a new controller. It is going to be dashboard controller. Let's expand this. I'm going to add the REST controller annotation, request mapping, and I will add the URI mapping dashboard and required args constructor for the constructor injection. I'm going to inject the dashboard service, create a method, response entity. This is going to return map, string, and object, get dashboard data. I can add the get mapping annotation. Inside this, we can use the dashboard service to call the dashboard data and string and object dashboard data. I can return the response entity dot OK and dashboard data. save this. It is not off, it is okay. Perfect. And save this. Now we can test this dashboard. What I'll do is I'm going to just stop the server and I will restart it. Hopefully we don't get any errors. We have not made any mistakes. Perfect. The Tomcat is started on the port 8080. Open the Postman and I'm going to just open the collection and the read categories. I'll just go ahead and duplicate this. This is going to be dashboard, and it's going to be dashboard data. Let's save this and just go ahead and click on this send. We should get all the data. Total balance 0, income, everything is 0. Let's see with whom we have logged in, with which user we have logged in as. Go to the login. We have logged in as bhushansirgur@gmail.com. Looks like they don't have any record or the data. We can verify it. Let's go to the expenses. Okay, we have only one record, which is for this profile ID 4. Let's actually see profile ID. Who is this profile ID? So let's go to the profiles and the profile ID 4. Okay, Bhushan. Okay, so now let's log in with this Bhushan email, bhushan1992@zohomail.in, because we have few records inside it. Click send. Okay, I'm going to copy this JWT token. I'll add it inside this and save this. Now go to the dashboard data and click send. Boom, we got all the data, which is total balance, which is 49,700, and total income, which is 50,000, and 300 is the total expense. And inside these expenses you can see 300 rupees. That is why it is deducted. And also you can see we have the income. So where is the income? Okay, in income we have this job, which is salary 50,000, and now finally we got the recent 5 expenses and recent incomes. Right now there is only one record, that's why it is showing only one object. But if we have more than 10 or 20, it is limit only the 5 records. And in the recent transaction, it is the combining of both income and expense, and you can see we have this one income and one expense. So now our dashboard data is ready, dashboard API is ready. We can proceed further. We have not yet completed all the APIs. We still need to create few more API endpoints. The filter API we have to create. Also we have to create few jobs so that our application will whenever the jobs will keep on running behind the scenes, and it is going to send the transaction and emails to the users. Let's continue with that. Let's open the IntelliJ and open the project explorer. Inside the service package we can create the service, or what I will do is, instead of creating the service, we can make use of the income service and expense service itself. So let's open the expense service. We have this expense service. Let's me find it. Okay, we have this expense service, and here I'm going to add the comments. Filter expenses. Let's add the method public. This is going to return list of expense DTO. Let me expand this, and I'm going to create a method filter expenses. This will take few parameters. The first one is start date. So local date, start date, and local date, end date. Keyword to search the expenses, and sort, the sort parameter. So let's add the sort. Now inside this we are going to just first get the profile. So profile service dot get current profile. We get the profile entity. I can call this profile, and once we get the profile, I can use the expense repository to call the method, which is find by profile ID and date between and name containing ignore case, and for this we can pass the profile ID and start date and end date and keyword and sort. You might be thinking that what is there inside this sort. We are going to tackle that sort inside the controller. So but this is responsible, the service method is responsible for calling the repository. So start date, end date, keyword and sort. This is going to give us the list of expense DTO. I can call this list. Once we get the list, we need to convert this into a, okay, this is going to return expense entity, sorry, this is going to return expense entity. Once we get the expense entity, we can convert it into a DTO, list.stream.map. We can use the method reference to DTO to list. I can return this. Pretty simple, right? So I'm going to copy this, open the income service, and I'll just add this, and I can add the comment, filter incomes. This is going to be income DTO, and filter incomes and this is going to be income DTO, and this is going to be income repository, and this is going to be income entity, and that's it. That's all we need to do. Okay, so we can call these service methods, the filter expense and filter incomes, inside our controller. Before that, to create the controller and we have to test this API endpoints, I'm going to create the DTO. We have to create a DTO which is filter DTO. Inside this DTO package, I'm going to create the filter DTO. This filter DTO is pretty simple. It will also contains private fields and setters and getters. I will add the data annotation, and inside this I'm going to add the type which is a string type, private start date which is local date type, end date I will add local date, end date, private string keyword, private string sort field. Okay, so this is responsible for adding the fields which is date or amount and name. Based on these three columns we are going to sort it. So that is what this sort field contains. It is just going to hold any one of these columns or the values. Next we have the sort type. Okay, the sort order, I can say sort order. Basically it is going to be ascending or descending. That's it. Okay, now we have this filter DTO is ready. We can create the controller which is filter controller. Open the project explorer. Under the controller package, create filter controller. I'm going to expand this. Let's add the REST controller annotation and required args constructor. I can add the request mapping as well, which is going to be /filter. First of all, I'm going to inject the income service and expense service. Expense service, income service. I can create the handler method, basically the endpoint. This is going to return response entity, and I'm going to return the generic type. So filter transactions. Let's add the post mapping filter, and I can use the request body filter DTO filter. Now what we can do, we can here inside this, I'm going to first of all get this start date. In case if the start date is not present, I'm going to consider the start date as today's, or the minimum start date, not the today's start date, the beginning of the user, when the user has created the account, right? So at the time we are going to grab that as a minimum date, but we cannot track that one. Instead we are going to just use the local date dot minimum, that is going to give us the minimum date. Local date start date is equal to filter dot get start date. If it is not equal to null, then filter dot get start date, otherwise local date dot minimum. Okay, so the minimum date, I'm going to get it. Next, end date, so filter dot get end date. If it is not equal to null, filter dot get end date, otherwise local date dot the end date, I'm going to take it as now. Okay, and I'm going to store that in a variable local date end date. Okay, now we have the start date and end date. Similarly, I'm going to check for keyword. Filter dot get keyword is not equal to null, then filter dot get keyword, otherwise I'm going to pass an empty string. I'm going to store that in a variable keyword. And next we have the sort field. Sort field is equal to filter dot get sort field is not equal to null, then I'm going to assign the default column, which is date column. Based on date column we're going to sort it. Filter dot get sort field, otherwise we are going to sort it on based on date. Next, the sort direction, so sort dot direction is equal to, if it is DESC equals ignore case, and filter dot get sort order. Okay, if it is not DESC, then sort dot direction, if it is if the user has passed it as DESC, then we know that we have to sort it as descending order. So I'm going to use the sort dot direction dot DESC, else sort dot direction dot ASC, which is ascending. Perfect. And I can use sort dot sort is equal to sort dot by, and to this we are going to pass the direction and sort field. Both I'm going to pass it to the sort, and this sort we are going to pass it to the service method. We have the start date, end date, keyword, and sort. Okay, here we are just preparing the, or let me add the comment, preparing the data or validation. We are just doing the validation here, and now using this we are going to call the service method, which is okay. Before that we have to identify whether we have to call the expense service or income service. That we are going to get it by using the get type. If you go to the filter DTO, we have this type. Okay, so if it is income type, we are going to call the income service. If it is an expense type, we are going to call the expense service. Okay, here I'm going to add the condition income dot equals ignore case, filter dot get type. If it is income type, we know that we want to filter in the income service or the income records. So for that I'm going to call the income service dot filter incomes, and to this we can pass the start date, end date, keyword, and sort. We get the list of income DTO. I can call this incomes. Okay, and I'll just import the list. So let's import list, and once we get the incomes, I can just return it. Return response entity dot okay, and I can pass the incomes. Else if it is expense type dot equals ignore case filter dot get type. If it is an expense type, I can call the expense service dot filter expenses, start date, end date, keyword, and sort. This is going to return us the list of expense DTO. Okay, expenses. Once we get the expenses, I can return this. Return response entity dot okay, pass the expenses. Okay, now we got the expenses. If none of this, I'm going to throw an exception because it's a different type. Return response entity dot bad request dot body. I can pass the message invalid type must be income or expense. This is the message that we are going to throw, and save this. Perfect. Now we have created this filter. Okay, so I don't want to add this filter here because we are already adding at the class level. Okay, now our API endpoint is ready. We can save this, and I'm going to just stop this. I'll just restart this. Perfect, the application is started. We can verify it. Of course, we don't have enough of data and enough of records, but that's fine. At least we can test the basic functionality later. Once we're ready for the React application, we can test it thoroughly. Let's open the Postman, and here let's open the collection. I'm going to create a new endpoint. So let's use the read categories. I'm going to just duplicate this. It's going to be a filter, and in the body I can choose, this is going to be a post request. I can select raw JSON, and basically we are going to pass the start date and end date. If the start date and end date does not pass, we have to pass the income type. Basically the type we have to pass, not the income type, the type we have to pass. And apart from that, we don't have to pass anything else. Okay, by default it is going to take it. I'm going to just pass type, which is going to be an income type. And with this, let me save this. Now I'm going to just click on this send. We will get only the incomes. Obviously we have just one record inside this, and we get the income type. Just to make it clear, I'm going to just open the post. Okay, we are inside the Postman itself. So what I'll do is I'll just open the create category, not the create category. I can go ahead and create the income, and here mid-year bonus. This is income, right? Okay, I'll just add the one more, which is let's say we got the bonus. I'll say this is full year bonus. Full year bonus. And now I'm going to add this 1 lakh. Okay, you can see that I'm going to make it as 1 lakh and click send. Okay, new income has created. Now if I go to the, let me save this. If I go to the filter, okay, read wherever, okay, filter, this is a filter, right? I'm going to just change this to, first of all, filter transactions. Okay, and now since we have added the 2 incomes, I'm going to just make use of the keyword. I'll just pass year. Okay, now since the year we have added the 2 records, like one is half year bonus and full year bonus, so it should pop up 2 of the records. I'm going to click on this send. You can see full year bonus. Okay, we got only 1. Looks like something is wrong. Okay, full year. Okay, let me remove this. click send. Okay, we got the name. Okay, this is actually job and full year bonus, and one more we should have been added it, that is half year bonus. Let me see where it is added. Okay, looks like we made a mistake. This is going to be create income and category 4. Okay, so category 4, let's go to the database and I'm going to just incomes, right? Okay, this is going to be full year bonus, half year bonus. Okay, which is not here. Looks like in the expenses I might have added it. Okay, here also it is not there. Okay, it should have been here, like full year bonus. Oops, sorry. This is the one that we have added, right? Okay, so this is the one we have added. I got confused. I was thinking about whether I have added the one more, which is half year bonus. Okay, so yes, now we have added this full year bonus, and since we are checking for this incomes, we have two incomes. One is full year bonus, and this is going to be create income. Okay, so in the incomes we have created the full year bonus. We got the full year bonus, and inside this filter, when I click on this income, we have two incomes, right? One is full year bonus and half year bonus. Now I'm going to add this sort. Right now it is sorted in the amount is ascending order. It is sorted, right? Amount, you can see 50,000, it is 1 lakh. Now I wanted to sort it in a descending order. I can add the field, which is sort field. I'm going to sort it based upon the amount, and I want to sort direction, sort order, sorry, not the direction, sort order, DESC. So now when I click on this send, boom, it is sorted in the descending order. You can see amount comes first and amount comes next, 50,000. Similarly, we can also search for the records based upon the keyword. I can just search for the keyword. I'll just add year and click send. Boom, we got only one record with the keyword year. All right, pretty much it. And also the start date, end date also you can try it out, but looks like everything is working. I'm just going to stop it here. Fine, now we have created the filter for both expense and income. Similarly, we can also search for expenses. So expense type, click send. There are no records with this year, so that's why we are not getting any records. If I remove the keyword, we should get at least one expense. Click send. Yes, we got one expense. Boom. All right, that's all about it. Now we have completed almost all of the APIs, but we yet to create a few more service methods, and also we're going to create one more service for the notification service, which will help us to trigger the automatic emails whenever the job is completed. We're going to create it in the next section. Let's open the IntelliJ and open the Project Explorer. Under the service package, I'm going to create a new service, notification service. Let's expand this. I'm also going to create a new repository method inside the expense repository. So let's open the expense repository, and I will create a new finder method. Find by profile ID and date. This is going to take two parameters, the profile ID and local date, and this is going to return the list of expenses, so expense entity. I can write the equivalent SQL query, which is select star from expenses, where profile ID is equal to the first parameter and date is equal to second parameter. basically for every user we are going to fetch the expenses, and we are going to fetch it each day. We're going to fetch the expenses of each user in each day so that we can display them in the email. That's the whole purpose of creating this repository method. Now we have this repository method. We can call this method inside the expense service. So let's open the expense service. I'm going to create this. This is for the notifications, and public, this is going to return a list of expense DTO, get expenses for user on date. We can pass the profile ID, long profile ID, and the date, local date and date. This is going to be local date, and inside this we are going to make use of the expense repository dot find by profile ID and date. We can pass the profile ID and date, and I'm going to pass the this is going to return the list of expense repository. I'm going to call this list, and we are getting this error. Okay, this is going to be not local date, this is going to be long. Sorry about that. And if I open the, okay, this is going to be profile ID and long date. We are getting this error, find by profile ID and date. So if I hover on this, okay, this is going to be return expense entity. Sorry about that, this is going to be expense entity. Now I can convert this list into a DTO map. We can make use of the method reference to call the toDTO method. I can call the toList method, and I can directly return this. Alright, our service method is also ready. We can call this service method inside the notification service. So let's open this notification service, and inside this, first of all, I'm going to add the service annotation and required args constructor, and I'm going to add the logs. So I'll use the SL4J. Let's inject the few dependencies, which is profile repository, private, final, email service, private, final, expense service, next I'm going to load the front-end URL. I will load it from the application or properties file, front-end URL. We can use the value annotation. I can add the property, which is money manager front-end URL. Just copy this, and inside the application.properties file, we can add this, and localhost colon 5173. This is the front-end URL. Our React application will be running on this URL. Later we are going to move this into the environment variables. Now let's open the notification service, and inside this, let's create a method, public void send daily income expense reminder, income expense reminder. This is just a reminder notification. So we need to add the scheduler. Okay, so we're going to use this scheduled from the Spring framework, and we're going to add the cron expression. So I'm going to add 0 0 22, which is nothing but the at every day 10 p.m. I want to send this reminder email. After this, I'm going to add this 3 star, and we have to add the time zone. So we're going to use the Indian Standard Time IST zone. So if you don't know about this cron expression, just copy this cron expression and go to the browser and just search for cron expression evaluator and select the first link, and you can add this expression. You can see the message that is at 10 p.m., which means that at 10 p.m. every day this job will be run. And here is the expression breakdown. You can see what it means. Okay, if I add all stars, then it means every minute. If I add 0 every hour, 00 every day at 12 a.m. So like that you can experiment with it. So you will get to know, you will understand the cron jobs. Okay, so you can add the different numbers, and it will start showing it what is the evaluation of that expression. Okay, so you can just learn a bit more about the cron expressions, so you will understand. In my case, I want to run the job at every day at 10 p.m. So I'm adding this 22. So every day at 10 p.m. this job will be run. Okay, now go back, and here what I'll do is I'm going to just log the message log.info inside, or I can say job started. I can call the method. Okay, I can use the method name just for the information. Okay, fine, the job is started, and here I can call the repository method find all. I want to fetch all the profiles so that for every user I can send the email notification. This is going to return the list of profile entity profiles. Let's import the list, and once I get the profiles, I can use the for loop to iterate over the profiles. I can call this profiles, and this is going to be profile entity profile, and inside this we need to create the body. So for the body, what I'll do is actually we can even send it a simple message, but I'm going to just use the HTML tags. So I'll just paste it here, and this is the body that we are going to use. Okay, so this is going to be profile.get full name, and this is a friendly reminder to add your income and expenses for the today in Money Manager. And I will add this front-end URL. I wanted to add the button. For that, I'm going to create this anchor tag, and I'm going to add the inline style. Okay, so next we have this text that is go to Money Manager, and we are going to add the best regards Money Manager team. Just a body, I'm going to add the HTML tag. You can just use this. I'm not going to type it because this will take a lot of time and I might made mistakes. So that's why I just copied to the clipboard and I'm adding it here. Now we can use the email service to call the send email method. To this we can pass the profile.getEmail. The second parameter subject we need to pass, which is daily reminder, add your income and expenses. Okay, and the third parameter we need to pass the body. That's it. Now we can test this. So what I'll do is I'm going to just save this, and as I said before, this job is ran every day at 10 p.m. IST. Okay, so to test this, what I will do is first of all we need to add one more annotation. We have to enable the scheduling. For that, let's open the main class, which is money manager application, and here at the top let's add the annotation enable scheduling. Okay, this is the annotation, we are enabling the scheduling, so make sure to add this annotation at the main class. Okay, so now we have added this annotation. So but now in order to test this, let's go to the notification service. So in order to test this, what I will do is I'm going to change this cron expression. So just for now I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here. So I want to run the scheduler at every minute. Okay, so in order to do that, I will just change this to star and 0. So what it will do is, so let me copy this cron expression, open the browser, and I'll paste it here. You can see every minute this is going to run, right? So that we can verify that whether this job will run or not at 10 p.m. If it is run for every minute, then it should also run for 10 p.m. right? So I will use this cron expression just for the testing purpose. Now I'm going to start the application and we can verify it in the email. Okay, I'm going to just open my inbox. So let's open the Zoho mail. Let's go to the inbox. And we can go to the notifications and we can verify it here. I'm going to start the application. I'm going to start it in the debug mode. Right now it's 4:53 a.m. Yes, it's a morning. I'm recording this video and in just 1 minute it should run and we should see the log here. So just wait for a few seconds. Hopefully we get that message. There you go. We got the message, job started, send daily expense reminder. I'm going to stop this because if I don't stop this, another 1 minute, one more email got triggered and the job will start. So now we got this message, we can verify it in the email. Let's open the inbox and we should see the, okay, you can see daily reminder, add your income and expense. And if I open this, you can see it's 4:54 a.m. and we got this nice email which is, hi Bhushan, this is a friendly reminder to add your income and expenses for today in Money Manager. And clicking on this, it will take us to the front end URL and best regards Money Manager team. Awesome. So now we are sending these daily reminders and similarly we have to run one more job, that is every day at 11 p.m. it is going to send the today's transactions for every user. That is for the reason we have created that repository method. We can go ahead and do that as well. Let's open the IntelliJ and inside this notification service we can create the one more service. Before that I would like to comment this and I'm going to, okay, sorry, I'll just remove this and I'll uncomment this. Okay, now our job will run at 10 p.m. every day. Okay, next I'm going to create a one more notification method which is public void. This is going to be send daily expense summary. And first of all, I'll also going to add one more log at the very end so that we will get to know that the job is finished, job finished or job completed. Okay, and inside this I'll just add the log again. This is going to be send daily expense summary and this is going to be job started. Okay, so let's add the cron expression. I want this job to be run every day at 11 p.m. So I'll just make this as 21. Okay, this is going to be 20, sorry, not 22, 21. This is going to be 23. Okay, so which is 11 p.m. I can show you also. Just copy this, open the browser and go to the expression evaluator and you can see at 11 p.m. Okay, so every day at 11 p.m. it is going to run, right? Perfect. Next, what I will do is I'm going to next call the repository method. So let's use the profile repository dot find all, and next this is going to return the profile entity. I can call this profiles, and I can use the for loop. So let's use the for each loop. I can loop all the profiles. So profiles, each time when we loop through, we get the profile entity. So I can call this profile. So inside this, basically we wanted to construct the HTML table. So first of all, what I'll do is I'm going to make use of the expense service dot, I'm going to call the method which is get expenses for a user on date, and I'm going to pass the profile dot get ID. The second parameter is the date, which is the today's date. Okay, so let's pass the date. For that, we are going to use local date dot now, and we need to pass the time zone. So what I'll do is I'm going to pass Java. Okay, we can use zone ID dot off, and we need to pass the time zone, which is we're going to pass the Asia or Kolkata. In fact, even if you don't pass this also, that's completely fine, because inside our scheduler we are already adding the Indian Standard Time, right, IST time zone. So this is completely optional, but I'm going to add this just for the safer side. Or even you can, as I said before, you can ignore this also. Let me remove this, so we don't want to add it. Okay, so I'll just add the profile ID and the today's date. That's it. Next, what we need to do is as I said before, we need to first of all add the condition if the expenses is not empty. So then only I'm going to send this. I don't want to send it simply an empty emails. Okay, so if the transaction is not present, then we don't want to send that email. So if the transaction is present, then only we are going to add it. So for that, I'm going to store the expense DTO list. I can call this today's expenses instead of the list, today's expenses, and today's expenses dot is not empty. If it is something is there in the today's expenses, then I'm going to construct the HTML table. So let's use the string builder, because I wanted to append the strings. String builder table is equal to new string builder. Let's use the table dot append, and for this table we are going to add the HTML table. So I'll just add this HTML table. Okay, I don't want to spend too much time on adding all these HTML content, so that will take a lot of time. So that's why I'm going to add it. I have already added to the clipboards. I'll just paste it here. Okay, so this is the table I'm creating. After the table, I'm going to create the table row, and for this table row I'm going to add the name, and also I'm going to add the amount and category and date. Okay, all these I'm going to add it, and we are just appending it into the string builder. Next, after this, I'm going to make use of the counter variable int I is equal to 1, and let's add the one more for loop. Inside this for loop, I'm going to make use of the expense DTO and today's expenses. And now using this today's expenses, we are going to get all the name, a category and amount, and also the informations which are required. I'm going to grab it. So inside this, I can use the table dot append. I'm going to append the one more table row, and inside this I can add the table dot append. we need to add the table description TD, and I can also add the style. It's going to be border 1 pixel. Let me add 1 pixel. Solid, I can add the white background, and padding I'll add 8 pixel. You can change it as per your needs. I'll just add this style, and next I will add append. Let me add append. I'm going to add the I++. I'm going to increment the counter, append, and I'm going to close the TD. Okay, so as I said before, we are writing this HTML code here, but this is not a best practice. We can even move this into the HTML template. We can use the TimeLeaf template and we can add it. So just to save some time, what I'll do is I'm going to just copy it from the I will just copy it to the clipboard and I'll add it here so that you can also copy the same. So you can download the source code and you can use it. Okay, so this is going to be expense TTO, right? Or I can change this to expense. Perfect. So now we are getting the name, amount, and category ID. Okay, so if the category ID is not equal to null, then we are going to use the category name. Okay, so category expense, category ID. In fact, this is going to be a category ID is not equal to null, then category name. Okay, and this is append. Okay, fine. We are adding the name, amount, and category ID. And also, apart from this, we can add few more other fields if we required, but I'm just keeping it simple. And next, I'm going to close this table. So for that, after this for loop, table.append tr, not tr, this is going to be table. And finally, I'm going to construct the body, the email body. Hi, I can add user, not user, it is going to be profile.get full name. Let me add the comma. So let's add comma. After this break, I'll add a text. Here is a summary of your expenses for today. Okay, and here I'm going to add the table. So let's add the break. I'm going to add 2 breaks and I can add the table. So I'll just concatenate the table. Then I can add the break again. I can add the text best regards money manager. Okay, the money manager team, I can add this money manager team. Perfect. So this is the email body that we are adding. Once we constructed the email body, we can call the email service method, send email. We can pass the profile.getEmail. Next, I can add the subject. The subject is going to be your daily expense summary, and body. With this, we can completed the job. So I can just add this log, copy the log and paste it. Just after this for loop, I'm going to paste it. The job completed, send daily expense summary. So let's save this. Now we can test this. So as I said before, to test this, I'm going to just copy this and I'll paste it. I'm going to run it every minute so that we can see the transactions. Okay. And for now, I'm going to just comment this. Otherwise, this will also run every okay, this is anyhow it is going to run at 10 p.m. So I'm going to enable this, but this I'm going to comment this. So before that, what I would like to do is I'm going to start the application and I'm going to create few transactions for today's so that we can track it. Okay, so let's go to the Postman and let's go to the Money Manager, and we have this. First of all, let's go to the Login API and I'm going to log in with bhushan1992 at zohomail.in. Click send. We get the JWT token. Copy this token and let's add it to the collection and save this. Now let's go back to our create expense. So let's go to the add income or add expense. Okay, so let's go to the add expense, and first of all let's go to the incomes. Let's see what all the incomes do we have. I'm going to click on this incomes. Forbidden. This is going to be forbidden. Why it is going to be forbidden? Localhost 8080 1.0 incomes. Okay, so let's category not found. Okay, looks like something is wrong. So this is going to be incomes. Go to the category by type. Okay, click send. Okay, we have these many categories. We have this 1, 2, and okay, so for the medicine we can add the transactions. Okay, so let's copy this category and go to the expenses, add expense. Let's add the category and I'm going to add 500, and this is for the tablets. What I can say, this is for tablets for fever. And click send. You can see one expense has been created. I'm going to add one more. This is for, let's go to the category type. So where is this? Update category by type. Okay, click send. We have one more, medicine and Uber, right? So let's copy this and go to the category expense. Here let's change this to 1 and I can add the Uber. Okay, so I went to a shopping, and for this I have spent 800 rupees in a transportation or in a Uber. So I'm going to click send. You can see one more expense has been created. Now if I go to the read expenses, so let's go to the read categories, read incomes, read expense. Okay, read expenses. Click send. We should see 2 categories for, right? I can see the 2 categories. Not 2 categories, 3 categories. One is temple, tablets for fever, and shopping. But this has been created for yesterday, 7, right? And today it has created 2 expenses, and these 2 expenses should see in the daily summary report. Okay, in the email. So now our records is ready. So data is ready. I can test it. So what I will do is I'm going to just stop this and I'm going to enable this. So this will run every minute. Save this and I'm going to start this. So right now it's 5:21, 5:22. It should run. The job should run 5:22. Let's wait for it. Okay, we got, actually the job is started, but we are getting some error. Job is started. Okay, could not initialize the proxy, money manager entity, no session. So let me stop this. Looks like something is wrong. We got some error, unexpected error occurred, scheduled task. Let's go to the expense service and okay, this is this error is getting because if I go to the entity, let me go to the expense entity, we are adding this lazy, right? So I'm going to get rid of this. Okay, so let's save this. Okay, now I'm going to run it again. Okay, at 5:23 the job should run. Let's wait for it. You can see the job is started and also the job is completed. Job is started and job is completed. I'm going to just stop this and we can check the inbox. Let's go to the browser, go to the inbox. You can see we got this email at 5:23, your daily expense summary. And if I open this, boom, we got a nice HTML table. Hi Bhushan, here is a summary for your expenses for today. Serial number, name, amount, category and date. Of course, the date has been missed. We don't need to add the date at all, right? Because anyhow, these transaction email are sending for today's only. So I can add just name, amount and category so that it will get to know that how much of money I have spent for today. So I can get rid of this column. I can go to the notification service. Let's go to the notification service. And I can remove this date. We have this date, right? So let me remove this date. Perfect. Let's save this. Okay, so now we will get this HTML table, which is tablets for fever, amount and category. We can verify it. I'm going to just restart it one more time. At 5:25, one more email should trigger. Let's wait for it. Okay, so the job is completed. Let me stop this and go back. We should see one more email. Just wait for a few seconds. Okay, you can see we got the email and boom, we got the name, amount and category. These are the transactions that we have made today. Hi Bhushan, here is your summary for the expenses for today and the email. Pretty nice, right? Awesome. Now I'm going to go back and I'll just remove that cron expression. So I'm going to just remove this and I'll enable this so that it will run every day at 11 p.m. Perfect. Our notification service is ready and it will run every day at 10 p.m. and 11 p.m. The reminder email will run at 10 p.m. and the summary email will run summary job will run at 11 p.m. Alright, now we have completed the backend development for all of this. Now we can start concentrating on the front-end development. We can move on to the front end and we can start creating the React application and we can consume all of these API endpoints and we can make it a shape for our money manager application. Now our backend is ready. We can deploy this to the production server. In order to deploy this production server, we can use two services, either Railway or Render. I'm going to use Render. In the past, I have used the Railway, but I would like to also show you how you can deploy it to Render. So in this video, I will be showing you how you can deploy it to Render. Also, we are going to use PostgreSQL database. Yes, in the local development, in the development purpose, we are going to use the MySQL database, but when we are deploying it to production server, we are going to use the PostgreSQL database. Okay, the very first step is we need to create an account inside the Render. So just head over to render.com and create an account, and once you have logged into your account, you will see this space, that is my workspace, and this is the URL dashboard.render.com. And inside this you will see a couple of options: deploy a web service, deploy a static site, create a Postgres database, and explore all the service types. Out of this, first select the create a PostgreSQL database. Click on this and you can give a name to your PostgreSQL instance. I'm going to provide money manager hyphen my username I'm going to provide, and next you can also add the projects. If you have already project is present, you can just map it to the project as well. I'm going to create the database money manager, and you can leave the username blank. It will automatically generate the username for us. And region, if you want, you can select the region. I'm going to select the Singapore, and rest everything you can keep it default.
and just select the instance type free version. If you are deploying it for a client, you can go with the basic, pro, accelerated, depending upon your requirement. I'm going to choose free version and scroll down, and that's it. And you will see this monthly total, it is going to be $0. And go ahead and click on this create database. This is going to spin up the new PostgreSQL database, and this will take a couple of minutes, so just wait for it. And once it is completely deployed and once the instance is created, we can able to get the host name, port, database username, password, everything will be available here. And also in the access control, if you see, so everywhere we can access this. If you are deploying for a client, you can restrict it, you can provide the specific URL or the IP address, then it is going to only accessible from that IP address. Perfect. Now our application is, the database is available. We can first connect this to our database client. So in order to connect this PostgreSQL, we can use the pgadmin, or even you can use dbeaver. So I'm going to use dbeaver. So let me show you what I'm going to use. Just search for this, and this is the one, dbeaver. Just download this. There are two versions available. One is community edition and pro version. Just download the community edition. Why I'm going to use this is because it is going to support whole lot of databases, MySQL, SQL Server, PostgreSQL, and bunch of other databases it is going to support. So that I'm going to use this. If you have already installed the pgadmin, definitely you can use that. That is only specific for PostgreSQL databases. Okay, I have already installed this. I'm going to just open this. Okay, you can see I have already created a connection for MySQL database. Similarly, I'm going to create a connection for PostgreSQL as well. Just click on this icon and it is going to show us the supported databases. I'm going to select the PostgreSQL, click next, and here I'm going to select the host URL. There are two options. I'm going to select with host. So I'm going to just remove the host. If you open the render, you will get this host name. Scroll down, you can see there are internal database and external database. Just copy this, and I would like to open the dbeaver connection, setup connection, and paste this. So out of this, what we need to do is I'm going to just remove few things. So let's scroll left. So just copy all of this till @ So till the @ you can just remove this, and also you can remove this database. So let's cut this, and the database you can add it here. I'm going to add the database money manager and _059u. This is the automatically generated database name. And username, if you go back to our render, we have this username. Just copy this, paste it, and password, just copy the password and paste it. Okay, now everything is ready, so we can test it. And also the port is default 5432. This is 5432, and I'm going to just click on this test connection. This will take few seconds to validate the connection. Boom, now we have connected to the PostgreSQL database from our dbeaver. So click OK and click finish, and you can see we got the connection. So you can expand this and expand the databases. We have this database money manager, and open the schemas, and under the public we have the tables. Under the tables, it will automatically generate the tables. Perfect. With this, now we can created the PostgreSQL database. Now what we can do is, first we will create the tables. So in order to create the tables, first we are going to connect our Spring Boot application to this remote server. Let's open the IntelliJ. First of all, I would like to add the PostgreSQL database into our pom.xml. Let's open the pom.xml and open the browser and head over to start.spring.io and just search for PostgreSQL driver and click on this explore. Scroll down and copy the dependency and add this dependency and reload the Maven changes. Now we have this PostgreSQL dependency. Next, I'm going to create a Spring profiles. So because whenever I'm developing it locally, I'll use the MySQL database, and whenever I'm deploying it to production server, I will use the
PostgreSQL. So let's expand this resources. Under the resources, create a new profile, application -prod properties, and inside this what I would like to do is, first of all, let's open the application.properties file. Just copy all of these configurations and paste it. I'll just change this to PostgreSQL configuration, and we need to add the URL, username and password. Even though even though you have created the separate profile, it's not recommended to directly add the URL, username and password, because these are the sensitive informations. So but for the time being, for the just for the learning purpose, I'm just going to add the URL, username and password directly here. But if you are deploying it for a client, or if you're working for a client, make sure to add it to the environment variables. That is a good practice. Okay, now I would like to open the render, and here, okay, not the render, I can just open the dbeaver, because we have already created the connection, right? So just right click on this and click on this edit connection. With this, I would like to copy this entire host, copy this and just add the URL, which is jdbc : we need to add PostgreSQL :/, and we can add this host name, and along with this we will also need to add the database name. So the database name is this, paste it here. Perfect. And the username, I'll just copy the username as well, and password. So for the password, let's open the render and copy this password, paste it. Okay, we have added the password and host name, everything we have added. And let's go to the application.properties file. We need to activate this profile. Okay, so to do that, I'm going to just add the property Spring, and Spring profiles we need to activate. So for that, spring.profile.active is equal to prod. Okay, if you have created a -dev properties, if you want to activate the dev profile, just add dev. If you have a QA, you can add QA, you can add pre-prod. Like this, you can add variety of profiles. I have just created two profiles. Like I have just created one profile, the prod profile. I'm just adding it. I'm just going to activate this prod profile. Perfect. Next, what we need to do is we also need to add these these environment variables. I have already added to our environment variables. So if I open the edit configuration, you can see I have already added this inside this environment variables. I have added for Brevo username, password and from email address. So in case if you have not added it, just go ahead and add it. That's very important. The next very important step what we need to do is, let's open the profile service. So let's open the profile service. If you look at this, here we have hard coded the activation link, right? So I'm going to move this also to the application.properties file. So I'm going to cut this, and here I'm going to just add the variable. I'm going to load it from the application.properties file. This is going to be activation URL. Okay, activation URL. This is going to be a string. So let's add the type string. Okay, and I'm going to use the value annotation, and I can provide the name, which is money manager backend URL. Okay, backend URL. So this is so not this one. I'll like to give a different name. This is actually the environment variable. This environment variable, we need to create it. Okay, so what I'll do is I'm going to just add app.activation.url. Okay, so let's save this. Now we have to create this property inside our application.properties file. Let's open the application.properties file. Here I would like to add, which is app.activation.url, and I'm going to add the variable name, which is going to be, first of all, I'm going to remove this, and here I'm going to add the environment variable, which is money manager backend URL. Oops, this is going to be backend URL. Make sure to provide the correct name, and whatever the name you are going to give it here, you have to add it inside the render as well, right? Perfect. And this name I have already added inside the environment variables. If I open this, and you can see the front end URL, similarly I have also added the backend URL. Let me show you that. You can see I have added this localhost 8080, the backend URL. Money manager backend URL. You can copy this if you want. So, and I'm going to paste it here just for the sake. Okay. All right. Now we have created this activation URL as well, and we are activating the prod profile because we are connecting to the PostgreSQL database. That is why we are enabling the prod profile, which will eventually connect to the PostgreSQL database. Also, I have added all these to our environment variables. With this, now we can, one more thing what we can do is go to the profile service. We can copy this activation URL and we have to paste it here. Okay, this is going to be activation URL. Perfect. Okay, the activation URL is, let's say if it is right now, since we are running it locally, this will be activation URL will be localhost 8080. But when I deploy it to render, we are going to provide the render URL, right? When the application is created, it is going to generate the URL for us, and that URL we are going to add it to the environment variable. All right, with this now we are all set to start our application. So first of all, what I would like to do is I'm going to start the application. Once the application is started, it is going to generate the tables for us so that we can validate the tables first inside our PostgreSQL database. That's the whole idea of running our application locally. Okay, what I would like to do is I'm going to just click on this start application, or I can click on this debug option. It is going to start the application. Hopefully we don't get any errors. Okay, the application is started, but it should have been created the databases, or sorry, the tables, but it did not created it. So let's verify it. I'm going to just refresh this. Okay, the tables has not been created. Looks like it is not even connected to the PostgreSQL database at all. We can verify it. Let's go to the prod properties. Okay, we have given application.properties file. In the application.properties file, this is going to be, okay, I had made a mistake. This is actually Spring profiles, not profile. So it is going to be a plural. Okay, Spring profiles active. Now I'm going to stop this and I will restart the application again. This time it should connect to the prod database and it should generate all the tables. Boom. It is created all the tables. You can see the profiles, incomes, expenses, and categories, and also it has added the constraints, which is good. I can go back to the TBViewer and I can just refresh this and we should see all of the tables like categories, expenses, incomes, and profiles. Let's go to the profiles and just execute this SQL query. I'm going to click on this icon and select, I can just zoom in if I want, select star from profiles and execute this query, and we got this table. Right now there are no records, which is fine. The intention is we wanted to generate these tables inside our PostgreSQL database. Now we have created these tables, which is good. What I would like to do is I'm going to stop this server. Okay, so the very next step what we need to do is we need to create a Docker file, because right now the render does not support the Java platform directly to deploy the applications. So we need to convert it into a Docker. From the Docker we can deploy it. Again, there are variety of options. You can deploy it. You can create the Docker image and you can push it to the Docker hub. From the Docker hub you can deploy it. But I would like to go with an easy option, and that is very straightforward. Okay, even though it's not a recommended, but I would like to do that. You can also follow that same approach. So what I would like to do is, first of all, I'm going to open this, and what I would like to do is I'm going to create a new file, the Docker file, create new, and just create the file that is going to be Docker file. Okay, this does not have any extensions, so just with the name Docker file. Okay, Docker is already exist, it is saying. Okay, I'm going to just delete this. Looks like I have created previously, so just delete this. I'm going to create a new Docker file again, Docker file, and now inside this we are going to write a few instructions. Though it is not a tutorial for Docker, I'm not going to explain each and everything, but I'll just explain you at a high level. 99% of the time, most of the Docker file starts with from keyword or the instruction. We're going to provide the base path where we are going to import the environment or the runtime. So in my case, I'm going to just provide the one of the JRE, which is Eclipse, that is going to be not Mosquito, which is going to be Tumurin. So TEMURIN, and I'm going to provide the version 21 and JRE. So just add this. Okay, you can see you will automatically find this name if you are chosen the Docker file and if you are writing it. So from here I'm going to just import the JDK, or you can say JRE, whatever this. Okay, this is the from command, and after this from command I'm going to create an working directory and /app. Okay, inside this I'm going to add all of the files. I'm going to copy it, I'm going to build it, everything I'm going to do it. So I'm just going to create this working directory /app. Next I'm going to copy this. Okay, before that we would like to build the application because we wanted to add the jar into our target folder. So to do that, first of all I'm going to just open this Maven, and I'll just double click on this. Okay, the build is success. And one more thing what I would like to do is, if I go to the application.properties file, okay, this URL also I'm going to move it to an environment variable. So just add the money manager front-end URL, okay, so the backend URL and the front-end URL. So let's save this, and I'm going to again clean this. Okay, the Maven clean is done, and I can just package this. So this is going to generate the .jar file inside the target folder. Okay, you can see the build is success, and if you open the target folder, you can see the jar file has been created. Okay, now I'm going to just specify this jar file name. The next command is copy command, which is present inside the target folder, target / money manager -0.0.1 snapshot.jar. Okay, now we're going to copy this and we're going to add it to the app.jar. Okay, I'm going to copy it with a name app.jar, right? Okay, inside the working directory. Now our app name is app.jar, or even we can make this as money manager. Okay, money manager -version 1.0, right? This makes sense. Okay, next after the copy command, I'm going to add the expose. We're going to expose the port. I'm going to use 9090. You can use any port number if you want. And next we need to provide the entry point. Entry point, that is going to be java -jar, and the jar file name, which is in my case it's money manager version 1.0.jar, right? So just add this. Perfect. Now our Docker file is ready. Okay, we are just using the from command to import the JRE and from the registry, and we're going to use this working directory /app, and we're going to copy the jar file to the working directory with a name money manager version 1.0.jar, and we're exposing the port 9090, and we are providing the entry point. Okay, so the next step, once the Docker file is created, all we need to do is we have to push this to the GitHub. From the GitHub, we are going to deploy it to the render. Let's open the browser and
let's open the GitHub. If you don't have an account, go ahead and create an account. I believe you already have a GitHub account. If you're a developer, you should have an account in GitHub. Now I'm going to just click on this plus icon, click on this new repository, and just add the name Money Manager API YouTube. Okay, I'm going to add this repository name. I'm going to make this private, and I'll just click on this create repository. So the repository will be created. Now for this repository, we can push the source code. So let's copy this remote URL and open the IntelliJ and open the terminal. First of all, I'm going to initialize the git init. Perfect. And next git add dot. It is going to add all the files into the staging area. I can verify it. Git status. You can see. Now I'm going to commit all these files. Initial commit. I believe you all know about the git commands and the basic git commands. So I'm just going to, I'm not going to explain it. I'll just execute these commands. You can also follow this. You don't have to worry about understanding all those things, even though it's necessary to understand each and every command. But for now, if you are just understanding how to deploy it to render, just go ahead and execute these commands. Okay, now we have commit all these files. We have to add the remote URL. Let's go to the browser and I'll just copy this and paste it and hit enter. Now the remote URL is added to the repository. I can push this git push origin master and just wait for few minutes. Okay, sometimes we will get this error. That is because sometimes if the file is the repository is contains a huge size, then it is going to throw this error. So we can just try one more time, so that will resolve that issue. Just execute it one more time. That will resolve the issue. Okay, I'm going to just hit enter, and this time it will push it to the repository. Just wait for few minutes or seconds. There you go. It pushed the files into the repository. We can verify it. Let's go to the browser and let me go to the git and just reload this. And you can see, and also inside the target folder, we have this .jar file. Though, as I said before, it's not a recommended way. What we can do is we can just configure inside the Docker file. We can tell that to build the Maven to build the application, and it is going to generate the jar, and there you can deploy it directly. But I'm just build it locally, and I generated the jar, and then I'm going to deploy it to the render. So that is my way. You can also change however you want. Okay, now our repository is ready. We can go to the render, and here what I would like to do is go to the dashboard and just go to the click on this add new and click on this web service, and we need to select the source where we are going to deploy this, whether it's a public Git repository or Git provider or existing image. As I said before, you can generate the Docker image and you can deploy it to Docker Hub. From there you can deploy it. But I'm going to just select this Git provider. First, you have to provide an access to our Git. Once you provided the access to our GitHub, then it will display all the repositories. I'm going to select this Money Manager API YouTube. Just select this, and it will automatically detect the files. Like the language is Docker and branch master branch. The Singapore is the nearest region for me, and just select the free version and scroll down. Here is the very important thing. We need to add the environment variables. So what I would like to do is I'm going to just add the environment variables one by one. The very first environment variable we are going to add is the Brevo username, and we need to add the Brevo password and also Brevo from email address. I'm going to add this. Apart from this, we will also need to add the front-end URL and the back-end URL. So the front-end URL and the back-end URL. So I'll just change this to back-end URL. Back-end URL. Perfect.
So now we can start adding it one by one. So the front end URL we don't know as of now because we have not created the front end application. I'm going to just select localhost colon the front end URL is 5173. Later we can change it to a production URL. And the backend URL, we haven't got the backend URL. Once we deploy this, we will get the backend URL. Okay, so for now, just I'm going to add http://localhost:8080. Later, as I said before, we can change it once we got the production URL. And the Brevo email address, we know that, which is bhushansirgur@gmail.com. And we also need to provide the Brevo username and password. So just what I'll do is I'll just add this, but I'm not going to show it to you because if you guys can steal my username and password, so that's why I'm not going to show it to you. Okay, now we have added the username and password. So I'll just go ahead and click on this deploy web service. So just click on this and it will start deploying the application. As I said before, once we get the production URL, okay, now we got the production URL. This is the URL. We have to add this URL. We are going to add it later. Once it is completely deployed, we can go ahead and again add this URL. Then we can restart the application. But let us wait and see whether it will deploy it or it will throw any errors. We can just watch it here. This will take a couple of minutes, so just wait for it. You can see the logs one by one, so you will get to understand how it is going to deploy it. So it is going to, from the Docker, it is going to extract it. It is going to download this Docker image and it is going to extract it and it is going to creating the work directory and it is going to copy it and it is going to deploy it. Okay. You can see our service is live now. Okay, so we can test our application. The started the money manager application. Tomcat started on the port 8080. Awesome. So what I would like to do is I'm going to just copy this backend URL. I'm going to just copy it and let's go to the environment variables. So we can find this environment and I'm going to just click on this edit and we have this backend URL. I'll just change this to this URL. Okay. And now we can click on this save, rebuild and deploy. It is going to rebuild the application. I'm going to just select this or you can just click on this. It is going to rebuild the application. Perfect. Now all set. Next we can, once it is deployed successfully, we can test our API endpoints. You can go back to the dashboard and you can see it is started deploying. Just click on this. You will see these the logs. Just wait for it. You can able to see the new logs. Just go back and you can see it is started showing the new logs for us. Boom, you can see our service is live and we can access it on this URL. So just copy this URL and let's go back. Still it is building, just wait for a few more seconds, and once it is completely showing green, then we can verify it. So just click on this. Okay, the app is live now and it is deployed. So I'm going to open this in an incognito window. Okay, you know that we have already created the health check endpoint, so we can verify that. /API/version 1.0/health. Hit enter and we should see the message. Boom, the application is running, right? We got this message. So let me zoom in this. You can see finally we have deployed our backend application to render and it's available on this URL. We can test few more endpoints. Okay, so what I'll do is I'm going to just copy this endpoint. So let me copy this and we can open the Postman. So let's open the Postman, and what I would like to do is I'm going to just open up a new tab, or even I can go to the, okay, let's open a new tab and I can make this a post request. Okay, and this is going to be /API/version 1.0/register. I hope this is the endpoint. Go to the body and select raw and select JSON, and let's go to the register and I can copy this entire thing, copy this and paste it here. Okay, now we have the full name, email, password and profile image URL. I'm going to just access this. I'm going to just register with this email address so that we can verify the register email address, right? So I'm going to just click on this send. Hopefully we get the success response. Just wait for it. Boom, we got the response. The email is created, the account has been created. Okay, it is in inactive state, we have to activate it, but let's verify it in the database. Let's open the dbeaver and here I'm going to just execute this query again. Since it is a remote database, this will take a few seconds to execute the query. You can see now we got the activation token created at email, everything. Okay, and is active is false. We will activate it in just a bit. Perfect. By this time we should be able to receive the activation email, activation link. We can verify it. Go to the browser. I'm going to just close this and open the, okay. We go to the newsletter. Okay, boom, we got the email, activate your money manager account. Just click on this and this is the URL and you can see money manager API YouTube on render.com/API/version 1.0 activate the token. Looks good. Just click on this and see what will happen. Boom, profile activated successfully. Awesome. Just close this and open the dbeaver and see whether we can able to see any of the changes. Okay, you can see it is activated and we can log in. Also, we can test it. Go to the API and I'm going to change this to login, and we can pass the email and password. We should able to see the JWT token. I'm going to click on this send. Boom, we got the JWT token. Awesome. Finally, we have deployed our application to render. From here, we can create the React application and make a request to this URL, this production URL to create the front-end application. That's it. Let's continue on with the front-end application. The very first step is to create the React Vite project. I have opened the terminal and I'm inside this money manager YouTube folder. Inside this, I'm going to execute the following command: npm create Vite. It will ask you to enter the project name, money manager web app. This is the project name, and I'm going to select the framework, which is React. Also, I'm going to select the variant JavaScript. It just created the project. Now we need to install the dependencies. So first we need to navigate inside this project, money manager web app,
and inside this I'm going to execute the following command, which is npm install. This is going to install all the dependencies. Just wait for a couple of seconds and it installed all the dependencies. Now let's open this project inside the IDE. I will be using WebStorm. You can also use Visual Studio Code. Okay, I have opened the project inside the WebStorm. Let me close this readme.md file. Next, we need to install a bunch of other libraries as well. To do that, I'm going to open the terminal, which is present inside this WebStorm. So I'm going to just clear the screen. We are going to install the Tailwind CSS. So to set up the Tailwind CSS, we can read the documentation. Let's go to the browser and search for React with Tailwind CSS and select the first link. And we need to select this using Vite version or the Vite option. And we need to follow these steps. I'm going to we already created the project. Now I'm going to install this Tailwind CSS using the command. Just copy this and paste it and hit enter. This is going to install the dependencies, but for some reason it is throwing some errors. It is not installing. What we can do is we can use the force option to install it. Otherwise, what I would like to do is I'm going to just open the package.json file and I'm going to see the version of the Vite. Okay, so this is a pretty old version. I'm going to just upgrade it to a newer version. I'll just use 6.0.5 and save this, and I'm going to install the npm dependency again. Perfect. Now we have installed the we have used the Vite latest version. Now I'm going to open the terminal. I'm going to reinstall the Tailwind CSS. Hopefully this time it should work. Perfect. Now we have installed the Tailwind CSS. Next, I'm going to just configure it inside the vite.config. So just copy this import statement, open the vite.config.js, and at the top, let's add the import statement, and inside this plugins, I'm going to add this Tailwind CSS. Save this. Next, we just need to add this import inside the index.css file. So let's open the index.css. I can use the shortcut key, double shift, and we can search for the file, which is index.css. So there are default styling is already present inside this. What I would like to do is I'm going to just delete everything and I'll just add this. Next, I'm going to open the one more file, which is app.jsx, and I'm going to delete everything. Also open the app.css. Let's delete everything and save this. Next, open the assets and delete this file. I'm going to delete it. And next, open the public folder, delete this file, click OK and click on this delete anyway, and open the index.html. There is a reference to the .svg file. Just remove this. Okay, and that's it, and save this. Now you can close the, okay, before that I would like to remove the title and I'll change this to money manager and save this. Let's close the index.html and we can close this app.css as well. And inside the app.jsx, I'm going to create the React functional component, const app. We're going to use an arrow function to create the React functional component, and inside this I'm going to add the text app, or I can say money manager, and I can export it to a default component and save this. Next, inside this index.css, I'm going to use the Google font. Let's open the browser and navigate to or search for Google Outfit. This is the font that we're going to use. Select the first link, and you can see I've already added the outfit font to the cart. Just click on this get font and just click on this embed code and select the import, and let me remove this urbanist and Okay, right now we have only outfit is present. So just copy this and open the index.css. At the very top, add this import, and I'm going to use the body tag, and in the body we can add the font family. So let me add font family, which is outfit. Otherwise, if the outfit is not present, we're going to use the sans serif. Also, I'm going to add the background color. I'm going to use an hexacode FC FB FC, and this is a light white color, and overflow, horizontal overflow, I'm going to add it to hidden. Let's save this. Next, we can just start the dev server and we can see the content. I'm going to just open the terminal, and here npm run dev. This will start the development server on the port localhost 5173. Just head over to the browser, and I'm going to just navigate to localhost 5173. We should see the text, which is money manager, and I can also see that the output font has been applied. Perfect. And we can also test the Tailwind CSS whether it is working or not. So you can go to this, and here I can add this classes, copy this and go to the app.jsx. Let's add the classes and save this. Now if you go to the browser, we should see the styles applied to the text. Perfect. Our Tailwind CSS is working as expected, and the basic setup is ready to build the money manager application. Next, we are going to install the other dependencies or the other libraries. Let's open the WebStorm, and I'm going to open the terminal. Just click on this plus icon. It is going to open a new tab, and here let me clear this so we can install the other dependencies. npm install Axios. This is for making the HTTP calls to the backend server. React router DOM. This is for configuring the routes. Next, Lucide React. This is for the icons. We can also use React icons, but I'm going to use the Lucide React. Next, moment. This is for formatting the date and time. And next, React charts. We are going to use the line chart. So for this, we are going to use this library, React charts. Next, we are going to add the emoji picker. Emoji picker React. This is the library that we are going to use. Okay, with this, now we can install all these dependencies: Axios, React router DOM, Lucide React, moment, React charts, emoji picker. Hit enter. This will install all these dependencies. Perfect. Next, let me minimize this. I'm going to create the necessary directories so that we can configure the React router. So I'm going to just create a new directory inside the src pages. Inside this, we're going to create various pages like login, sign up, category, expense, income, home, filter. Like this, we're going to create the components. And also inside the src, I'm going to create one more directory, which is going to be a components. Inside this components, we're going to create the reusable components. Next, inside these pages, I'm going to create a new file, login.jsx. Let's create the functional component, login React return. I'm going to return the content, which is login, and also I'm going to export it as a default component. Next, I'm going to create sign up. So just login and sign up, signup.jsx, const sign up,
return sign up, export this as a default component. Next, category, const category, return category, and let's export this as a default component. Income.jsx, const income, return income. Let's export this, and also expense.jsx, const expense, let's export this. Next, home.jsx, return home, and let's export this. And save this. Okay, we have created the login, sign up, income, home, expense, category. Okay, we are going to create one more pages, which is filter.jsx. Const filter, let's export this and save this. Perfect. Now we can configure the React or the routing. Let's open the app.jsx. So inside this app.jsx, I'm going to just get rid of this. I'm going to first of all import the browser router. Inside this browser router, I'm going to create the routes, and inside this routes, I'm going to create a route. Okay, and we can use the element, and I'm going to render the home component. Let me import this route from the React router DOM, and this is going to be element. Let's copy this and paste it. In fact, this is going to be dashboard. Okay, and for the dashboard, we are going to render the home component, and for the income component, we are going to render the income component. Let's duplicate this, and we are going to change this to expense. This is going to be expense component, and I'm going to duplicate this, and this is going to be category. This is going to be / category, and let's duplicate this again. This is going to be filter, and I will add this to filter component. Let's import it from the pages /filter.jsx. Let's duplicate this, and this is going to be login. I'm going to render the login.jsx. Similarly, let's duplicate this, and let's /signup. I can change this to signup component. Perfect. So now we have configured all of this. Also, okay, we have this home, income, expense, category, filter, login, and sign up. Along with this, I'm also going to configure the React
toast notifications. Okay, for that we are going to add the toaster. I will just add this within this routes, or after this outside of this browser router, I am going to just add the toaster. And we get this error, so I'll just wrap this in a fragment. All right, now let's save this, or even we can move this to the top. That's completely fine, and save this. Now what we can do is we can test this. Of course we have not done much, but we can test all of these routes. Let's open the browser and I'm going to navigate to dashboard. We should see this icon actually. Okay, this is not supposed to render. Okay, looks like something is wrong. /dashboard and home. I think it is imported the home as a Lucide React icon. So let me remove this home from the import and let me import this as a component. So let's import it, this home, or let's go to the home. Here we are exporting it as a default component, constant home. Perfect. Let's go to the app.jsx and import it from the pages. Let me do one thing. Import home from pages slash, let me slash pages slash home. Save this, and now you can see we are inside this dashboard route, and we can see the text home. Similarly, let's go to the income. We should see the text income. Let's go to expense. We should see expense. Similarly, let's go to category. We should see the text category. Perfect. Looks good. Now what we can do is from here we can take one step ahead and we can start adding the functionalities. Before that, I'm going to add few assets into the assets folder. So I'll just paste it here. I have copied the assets. So we have the background image for the login page and the logo. Now I'm going to create a one more JS file inside this assets, which is going to be assets.js. Let me expand this. I'm going to import the logo and background image. Logo.png, import login background from slash and save this. And I'm going to just add this underscore instead of the hyphen. And now I'm going to create an object and export it. This is going to be an object, and just I'm going to add the logo and login background image. Let's save this. We can use this as assets object anywhere else inside our application. Next, I'm going to close this. Also, I'm going to create a context. So under the src, create a directory. This is going to be a context. I'm going to create the app context, app context.jsx. Okay, so I'm going to use the create context from the React. This is going to be app context const app context. Also, I'm going to create an
component export, and I'm going to export it. Export const app context provider. I'm going to accept the props, so I'll just destructure it. I'm going to call this children, and I'm going to return a JSX. It's going to be app context provider, and we need to pass the value. So for that, I'm going to create an object const context value, and we can pass this context value to the value prop. Perfect. And I'm going to add the children and save this. Next, what I would like to do is I'm going to wrap this entire application with this app context provider. So let's open the, let me go to the main.jsx, and we have this app component. So let me get rid of this, and I'm going to wrap the app context provider and save this. Perfect. So I can remove this React import statement. We don't need this. Let's save this. And now inside this, first of all, I'm going to create a state. So just I'm going to use the use state hook. This is going to be user and set user, because later once we log into the application, we are going to update this user state so that we can use the user details throughout our application. So let's use the use state hook. Initially this is going to be null, and we can pass the user, and also you can pass the set user, but I'll just pass the user. Later we can pass the set user as well. Let's save this. Perfect. Now our context is ready, and we have wrapped our entire app context with the app component with the app context provider, and also we are passing the context value to the app context so that we can use these values throughout our application. Next, we need to configure the Axios. So let's open the Project Explorer, and under the source folder, create a new directory, which is util. And under this util folder, create a new file, which is Axios config.js. Let's expand this. First of all, I'm going to import the Axios. Now let's make use of the Axios, and we can call the create method, and to this create method we need to pass the options, and I'm going to store that in a variable called const Axios config, and inside this we're going to pass the base URL. In our case, the base URL is not the local host, so it is going to be a URL, the remote URL. Let's go to the browser and money manager. Okay, let's go to our render, and we can get the production URL. So let's log into our render. I'm going to log in with GitHub. Okay, I have logged in, and I'm going to just click on this money manager API YouTube and copy this. So now add this /API/version 1.0. This is our base URL. Next, I'm going to add the headers. We're going to pass the headers, which is content type, application JSON, and accept, which is going to be application/json. Okay, now we have this configuration is ready. Also, we are going to use the interceptors so that we don't have to pass the JWT tokens, the bearer tokens every time when we are making the API call. So in this interceptors, we can just pass the bearer token. First of all, we don't have to send the bearer tokens for all of the endpoints. If you remember, we don't have to send it for login API and the register API, and also for the health check APIs and all those API endpoints, we don't have to pass the bearer token. So I'm going to just exclude those API endpoints. So let's create the array exclude endpoints /login /register /status /activate and /health. For all of this, we don't have to pass the bearer token. Now we can make use of these exclude endpoints in the interceptors. So I'm going to just add the request interceptor, and I'm going to add the comments here, which is list of endpoints that do not require authorization header. So inside this, just below this comment, I'm going to make use of the Axios config dot interceptors dot request dot use, and we get the config, and inside this I'm going to make use of the exclude endpoints dot sum. I'm going to use this sum method, and I'm going to make use of this endpoint. So this is going to be, I'm just going to call this as endpoint. Inside this, I can just use the config, that is going to be config.url. URL includes endpoint. If it includes an endpoint, then we know that I'm going to store that in a variable, so which is going to be const should skip the token. So I'll just create a variable, and now I'm going to write a condition. If it is not should skip token, then I'm just going to pass the token. So where do we get the token? We are going to get the token from the local storage. So of course we haven't stored that in the local storage, but later we are going to store it. So but now I'm going to add the local storage dot get item. So this is going to be get item, and I'm going to get the token, and I can store that in a variable called access token. Perfect. And if the access token is present, so let me, if access token is present, then I'm going to pass it to the headers. So config dot headers dot authorization and bearer token. So bearer and the access token. Perfect. So now I'm going to just return the config, and also I'm going to, in case of any exceptions, we can handle the error. So error, I'm going to return the promise. So return promise dot reject error. Perfect. So let's save this. and this is going to be return, and save this. Okay, so now our request interceptor is ready. This is pretty straightforward. What we are doing is we are just creating an array, and these are the endpoints that we have to exclude the authorization header. For that, we are going to just make use of this sum method, and if any one of these endpoints contain this, then we are going to return the true, and if it is not a true, then we are going to pass the JWT bearer token, the authorization header. We are going to pass it, and we are going to return the configuration, and since it's a promise, I'm going to reject it, so promise.reject. Okay, this is for the request interceptor. Similarly, we can also create the response interceptor. So this is going to be response interceptor. So let me add it. Axios config dot interceptors dot response dot use, and inside this I'm going to just make use of the response, and I'll return this, return the response. Okay, nothing much, we get the response. I'm going to just return that response, and I'm going to also handle the exceptions using the error block. Error I'm going to handle the global errors, the most common errors. I'm going to handle it here. If error dot response, I'm going to add the condition. If error dot response dot status is equal to 401, then I'm going to add the window dot location dot href is equal to login. So we will add the login for the href, and else if the error dot response dot status is equal to 500, then I'm going to log it to the console dot error, and I'm going to just print the message, which is going to be server error, please try again later. And also, in case if the error dot response, if this is the condition, and in the else condition, else if I'm going to check for the error code. Error dot code is equal to connection aborted. So e connection aborted. Then I'm going to log it to the console dot error, request timeout, please try again. I can add this message, and I can return the promise dot reject, and I can pass the error object and save this. Perfect. This is for the response interceptor, and this is for the request interceptor. So in the response interceptor, we are just logging in the common errors or the common status codes we are going to logging in. So just for the sake of the development. Okay, now our Axios configuration is ready. We can create the API configurations or the API URLs. Let's open the Project Explorer. Under the util folder, create a new file, which is going to be API endpoints. Let me expand this, and now at the very top, I'm going to just export a new variable, export const base URL. I can add the base URL here. So let's go to the Axios config and just copy this base URL and paste it. And now I can use this base URL inside this Axios config. So let's get rid of this and use this. Now I'm going to create a new object, const API endpoints. This is going to be an object, and I'm going to export this, and inside this I'm going to add few API endpoints, which is login endpoint. It's going to be /login. Okay, and next I'm going to add the register endpoint as well, which is going to be /register. Perfect. Later we are going to add all other API endpoints as and when we start working on them. For now, the login and register API endpoints I have added to this object. Perfect. Next, what we need to do is we can make use of these API endpoints to call the backend services. Let's open the WebStorm and open the signup component. At the very top, I'm going to create few states for full name, email, and password. Also to hold the error messages. Const full name, set full name, use state. Initially, this is going to be an empty string. Next, email. Use state. Next, password. Set password. And also to hold the error messages, set error. Initially, this is going to be null. All right. Next, I will also use the use navigate hook so that we can navigate to the login page after the successful completion of creating the user account. Use navigate. Okay. Next, inside this JSX, I am going to start creating the or designing the form. So let's use the div with a class horizontal screen and width full, relative flex, items center, justify center, overflow hidden. This is going to be hidden. Okay, we are getting this error, so let me just add the overflow hidden. Okay, next, inside this I'm going to add the background image. So I'll just add the comments so that you can also understand what exactly I'm going to do here. Background image with blur. So let's add the image, and the image source we are going to use the assets. So assets dot logo underscore background, and not the logo, it is going to be login, and I'm going to add the alt, which is background. I can add the classes, which is absolute insert 0, width full, height full, object cover, filter and blur small, and let's save this. With this, let's go to the browser and navigate to the sign up. This is going to be sign up, and boom, we got this blur image, right? Alright, now on top of this, we have to create the sign up form. Let's go back to our sign up component, and after this image, I'm going to create one more div with a class relative z index 10 width full, maximum width on large devices, and padding horizontal 6. Inside this, create one more div with a class background white, background opacity 95, and backdrop blur on small devices, rounded on large devices, shadow to extra large, padding 8, maximum height which is 90 vertical height, overflow vertical auto. So let's get rid of this. This is going to be horizontal 90 vertical height, and inside this I'm going to use the h3 tag, text to extra large, font semi bold, text black, text center, margin bottom 2. Inside this I can create an account, and after this I'm going to add the paragraph with the class text small, text slate 700, text center, margin bottom 8. Inside this I can add the text start tracking your spendings by joining with us. Perfect. Now let's save this. If I go to the browser, boom, you can see we got this nice card with the text create an account and the text start tracking your spendings with joining with us. Okay, perfect. Now go back, and now we can start creating the form. So I'm going to add the form, and I'm going to add the class name, which is space, the vertical space 4. We don't need to add the action. We're going to add the on submit instead of that. So let's get rid of this action. Inside this, I'm going to create a div with a class flex justify center, margin bottom 6. Inside this, we need to add the profile image. So I'm going to just add the comment, profile image. We're going to add that later, but for now I'm just adding the placeholder for that. Next, I'm going to create a div with a class grid column 1, and on medium devices I want the grid to be 2 column, grid column 2, and gap 4. And inside this we need to create the input elements. In order to create the input elements, what we can do is I'm going to create a reusable component. Let's open the project explorer. Under the components folder, create a new component which is going to be input.jsx. Okay, now I'm going to create the functional component input and let's export this as a default component. So let me get rid of this import statement. And now first of all I'm going to destructure few props, that is label, value, onChange, placeholder, type, and later we are going to destructure a few more props, but for now this is the basic things. And also I'm going to just get rid of this div, and let's create a new div with a class margin bottom 4, and we can create the label text slate 800, block margin bottom 1, and we don't need this HTML for, let's get rid of this, but I'm going to add 13 pixel. Perfect. Next, inside this I'm going to just add the label, and after this label I'm going to create a div with a class relative, and under this div I'm going to create an input elements. Input for the type I'm going to just use the prop which is type, and also the placeholder, we can use the placeholder, and for the value I can add the value. And next we have the onChange event, so let's get rid of this onChange. So for this onChange event, so I can pass the event, and also I'm going to add few classes. So let me bring this to the next line. Type, placeholder, value, and onChange. I can add the class names which is width full and background transparent, outline none, border gray 300, rounded on medium devices, and padding 2 and padding 3 horizontal and vertical, and PR10, text gray 700. Also I'm going to add few more classes, that is for leading tight, when it is focus I want the outline to be none, I don't want those borders, so that is why and also when it got focus, I want the border blur, not the blur, border blue 500. I want the blue color, so I'll add this color, border blue 500. That's it. These are the basic classes I'm going to add, and these are all the Tailwind CSS classes. It's a pretty self-explanatory. I believe you know all this. Okay, so with this, now what I would like to do is I'm going to use this inside our signup component. So let's go to the signup component, and inside our signup component I can directly make use of that component, the reusable component, which is input. And to this input we need to pass the props. So let's pass the value, which is going to be full name and on change. So for the on change, what I would like to do is I'm going to just destructure the event. I'm going to grab the target. So this is going to be, or I can even make use of the event directly and e.target.value. I don't want to make it confused. So, but this is going to be set full name and label full name and placeholder. Let's say enter full name and type, it's going to be text. Let's save this and let's go to the browser. Boom, you can see we got the full name, right? Perfect. My idea is to add the full name and email and password, so that is why you can see only half of it. Also, on click of this text box, you can see we got the blue border with it. Okay, now let's go back to our signup.jsx, and I'm going to just copy this and paste it. Now I'm going to add for the email. So this is going to be an email, and this is going to be set email. The label, it's going to be email address. The placeholder, full name at example.com, and here I can just change this to John Doe, and this is going to be text, placeholder. Okay, everything looked good. Also, I'm going to just copy this and paste it one more time. It's going to be password. So I can add the placeholder, which is star. Okay, and this is going to be password, and let's change this to set password, and it's going to be password, and save this. Let's go to the browser. You can see now we got the full name, email address and password. Perfect. But for this password, I'm going to add a div so that it can occupy the entire row. So I'll just cut this, and I'm going to wrap with a div with a class column span 2. Paste it, and boom, we got the full width input text box. Okay, this is going to be .com. So full name @example.com. So let's save this. I'm going to the placeholder. I'll just change this to name @example.com. Okay, superb. Okay, now let's save this, and what I would like to do is for this password, I'm going to add the eye icon, so that whenever the user is typing the password, by clicking on that eye icon, I can see the password, and I can also again clicking on that, I can hide that password. So to do that, what I would like to do is I'm going to do a few more things before that. So what I'll do is first I'm going to create an placeholder to display the error messages. So if the error is present, then I'm going to create a paragraph with a class text red 800, text small, text center, background red 50, paragraph 2 rounded. Inside this we can display the error message, and also I can add the button, the submit button. It's going to be btn primary width full, padding vertical 3, text large, font medium. And I will add the type, which is going to be a submit type. Sign up, or even I can make it as register, but sign up looks good. And after this I'm going to add one more slide text, which is paragraph with a class text small, text slate 800, text center margin top 6. Already have an account. I can add the link to the login component, so I can use the link and the to prop. I'm going to add /login. So let's import this link from the React Router DOM, and here I can add the text login. Also I need to add few class names, so let's add font medium, text primary, underline, hover, text primary dark, transition, colors. Let's save this, and if I go to the browser, boom, you can see we have this nice text, already have an account and login, and we have this sign up button. On hover of this we got this purple color. Perfect. Next, what I would like to do is, as I said before, we are going to add this icon so that we can see the passwords, and we can also mask it on clicking off that again. Basically we are going to add the toggle functionality. Let's go to the web storm, and here I'm going to just open the input.jsx. So what I would like to do is I'm going to create a state at the top. It's going to be show password, set show password, use state hook, and initially this is going to be false. And also I'm going to create a one more arrow function, the toggle functionality, const toggle show password. Inside this I'll just update the state, set show password. I'm going to add the not operator with the show password. It is going to just toggle it. If it is true, make it false. If it is false, it will make it true. That's the whole idea of this function. And next, in the type attribute, I'm going to just add the ternary operator. If the type is equal to password, then I'm going to just use the show password. If the show password is text or password, I'm going to just make use of the type. Perfect. So we are just using the ternary operator. If it is a password type, then I'm going to evaluate this expression. And in this, if the show password is true, then I'm going to display the text. Otherwise, I'm going to display password. Okay. Basically, I'm going to set the type, text or password based upon this show password. And if it is not at all a password, and just I'm going to add the type. That's it. Next, after this, I'm going to add the condition so that we can add the icons. So let's add the type. So type is equal to password, and I'm going to display I'm going to create a span with a class absolute right 3 top 1/2 and transparent. So let's add this first, 1/2 transparent vertical 1/2 cursor pointer. Under this span tag, I'm going to create, first of all, I'm going to make use of this show password. If the show password is true, then I will add the icon. So to add the icon, we're going to use the Lucide React. So it is going to be an eye. Okay. And inside this eye, I'm going to add the size, which is going to be 20, and class I'm going to add, which is text primary, and on click I'm going to attach the toggle functionality which we have created above, toggle show password. This is for if the show password is true. If the show password is false, then we're going to use a one more icon, which is eye off. We're going to pass the same things like size 20, class name, it's going to be text slate 400, and on click functionality toggle show password. That's it. With this changes, let me save this and go back to the browser. Boom, you can see we got this icon, and when I type something, click on this, you can see we got this nice text as well. Okay, we are masking it and unmasking it, but the problem is this has not aligned properly at the center, so we might have missed something while adding the CSS classes. So let's investigate it. Let's open the input.jsx, and here the type is password absolute right. Okay, this is not a transparent, this is actually translate. This is the mistake that we made. Translate, and let's save this, and if you go to the browser, boom, you can see it is now aligned properly at the center of the text box. And also on click of this, you can see it is in the black color, right? The text primary is not working basically, so I'll just use text purple 600 and save this. If I go to the browser, okay, you can see, boom, now this looks much better. Even I can make it 800 instead of this 600. Boom, so now this looks good. Okay, all right, so now we have created the sign up page or the sign up card, and similarly we can also create the login card as well, and then we can add the profile picture. Basically I'm going to copy the same content into the login form as well. Let's go to the, before that, let's clicking on this login page, we are navigating to the login route. Looks good. Now let's go to the login.jsx, And here basically what I would like to do is, first of all, from the signup.jsx, I'm going to copy the email, password and error, and also this navigate. I'm going to just copy this and add it to the login.jsx. Perfect. Next, let's go back to our signup.jsx. We can make the same content. We can reuse it. So I'll just copy this div, entire div, and go to the login.jsx and paste it. But we don't need the, okay, we need the image, the background image, but we don't need the profile image. So I can remove this. Okay, the placeholder, I'm going to remove this, and we don't need this full name also. So let's get rid of this. And however, I'm going to change few more things. This is going to be a form class space vertical 4, and we don't need this grid at all. Okay, we can get rid of this. So let's get rid of this div. Okay, this is the one. So I'm going to just expand this, and let's get rid of, okay, this is the one. So let's get rid of this and remove this, and I can just align this properly, and we don't need this div also. Perfect. Let me save this. Now if I go to the browser and click on this login, boom, we got this email address and password. Again, the same issue. Okay, so we can fix this. Let's go back. But this time, this is not the issue with translate or transparent, maybe some other issue. So we will investigate it, but before that I would like to make few more changes, like I will change the text, all those things. So first of all, this is going to be welcome back instead of the create account, and here please enter your details to login, and scroll down. Email address looks good, password looks good, and the error button, okay, everything looks good. Let's save this and see what do we get. Okay, welcome back, please enter your details to login. Okay, let's fix this icon, and also I'm going to change this to sign up so that we can navigate to the sign up page, and this text also I'm going to change. Already have an account instead of the already have an account, don't have an existing account, don't have an account. So then we can navigate to the sign up. Okay, and this is going to be login. Perfect. If I go to the input.jsx, okay, still this is transparent. So let's make this as translate and save this. Boom, now it looks good. Perfect. Let's open the sign up form, and now we can add the form submit handler. So let's go to the form, and here I'm going to just add the on submit handle submit. I can create this function now at the top. It's going to be const handle submit, and this is going to be an asynchronous function. We're going to make an API call inside this. First of all, I'm going to just stop reloading the entire web page. prevent default. Next, I'm going to add the basic validation. So let's add basic validation. If the full name trim is not present, then I'm going to set the error. It's going to be please enter your full name, and I will return this. Okay, so let's copy the same and paste it and do it for others as well. So password dot trim, please enter your password, and return. Copy this and paste it. It's going to be email dot trim. I'm going to add the message. Sorry, it is going to be please enter a valid email. Enter valid email address and return this. Also, I would like to do one more thing, that is I'm going to validate the email. So in order to validate the email, I'm going to create an utility function, or I can add it here also. Anything is fine. So, but I would like to create an utility function. So inside this util package, create a new file. It is going to be validation.js, and inside this I'm going to just create a function and I'm going to export it. Export const validate email, and we're going to receive the email address, and const, first of all I'm going to check if the email trim, and here I'm going to write the regular expression const regex is equal to, so I'll just add the regular expression. I hope you already aware of what is a regular expression. So it is going to just validate the email address, and I'm going to return regex.test, and we're going to test the email address and save this. This is going to return a boolean. If it is not present, I'm going to return false. Save this. Now if you go to the signup.jsx, if the email trim is not present, and I'm going to set this update the state using this error message, and here I'm going to just use the function which is validate email, and I can pass the email address. And if I go inside this, here I'm already adding the trim, and perfect, and save this. Next, what I'll do is I'm going to check for the, okay, password is already done, full name is done, and email is also done, so we can test it. So let's save this and go to the browser, go to the login. Okay, so I wanted to change this also. So in the login page, I want to change this to sign up. Let's go to the login. This is going to be sign up. Save this. Let me remove this space. Let's remove this space. And now what I would like to do is let's navigate to the sign up, and here let's test this out. Before that, let's go back to our signup.jsx here. So I'll just move this after the valid email address. So, and I'll just log this to the console, all the values, which is full name and email and password, and save this. Now let's go to the browser and I'm going to just go to the developer tools and click on this sign up. We should see this message, please enter your full name. Let's enter the full name, Bhushan SC, and click sign up. Next we get this, please enter a valid email address. Let's enter the valid email address, Bhushan SC, click sign up. Still it's showing the error message because it's not a valid email address. Example, click sign up, still it will show. Now when I click on this .com, click sign up, we should see the password error message. Now enter this password and click sign up. We got this console log, and still we are displaying this because after we printing this message or after we passing all these test cases, we have to set the error to empty string. So let's set this. Let me close this up and go back to our WebStorm, and here, so let's get rid of this set error. I can set this to an empty string. Perfect, and save this. Now we can make an API call, which is sign up API call. Okay, and I'm going to add the try catch block, and inside the try block, first of all, what I would like to do is we have to also add the functionality for uploading the profile image, but we are going to skip for now. Later we are going to come back and we will add the profile image functionality. For now we can make use of the Axios configuration. So if I go to the Axios config, okay, so I'll just export this, export default Axios config, and now inside this we can make use of the Axios config dot post, and I will use API endpoints dot, we have this register, right? And to this register we need to pass few things, that is full name and email, password. These are the mandatory parameters. If I go to our backend Postman, go to the register, you can see these three are the mandatory fields, but profile image is completely optional, right? So I'm passing the full name, email and password, and I'm going to add the await because this is an asynchronous function, and I'm going to store the response const response, and once I get the response I can add the condition. If the response.status is 201, which is created, then I'm going to add a toast notification, which is sign up or profile created successfully. And I can navigate to the, so we have this navigate / login. We are navigating to the login, but in case of any errors we can handle that error. So what I'll do is I'm going to just log this to the console.error something went wrong, something went wrong, and I can add the error message. And I will also add the toast notification, or I can just say set error dot message. Perfect, and save this. Alright, now we are making the API call, which is ready. We can test this. So let me save this and we can test this functionality.
Before that, I would like to also add the loaders, because we're making an API call to the remote server, that there will be a delay. So at the very top, I'm going to create a state const is loading, set is loading, use state. Initially this will be false, and scroll down, and after this e.prevent default, I'm going to update the state to true. And next, for all of these validations, I'm going to make it false. Inside this, I'm going to update the state to false, copy this and paste it, and here also, and scroll down, and we can add the finally block, and in the finally block we can set the loader to false. Perfect. And what I would like to do is scroll down, we can add the spinner or the loader. We can use the Lucide React icon to display the loaders. So we have this button, right? And I'm going to just cut this. So I'll just add, first of all, I'm going to add the disabled property. Disabled is loading. If it is true, we are going to disable it. And I need to also add the text based upon the condition. So I'll use the expression, see, it is loading. If it is true, then I'm going to use the fragments to display the text. Signing up, and I can add the loader. So loader circle, this is from the Lucide React. Class name, we can add the, for rotating that icon, we can add the Tailwind class, which is animate spin. Width 5 and height 5. Perfect. And otherwise, if the is loading is false, I can add the text sign up. It's going to be sign up. Perfect. Let's save this. And what I would like to do is I will also add a few more classes to it. So we have this class name, right? So I'm going to just wrap it inside the, just wrap it with a curly braces, and I can use the template literals, and I can add the text, which is button primary, width full, and text large, font medium. I can add flex items center, justify center, and I can add gap 2. Also, I'm going to add few classes conditionally. If it is loading is true, then I can add opacity 60, cursor disabled, cursor not allowed. Otherwise, I'm not going to add anything, just an empty string. Okay, let's save this. Looks good. We have added the loader also. With this, we can test the functionality. Let's go to our browser, and first of all, let's go back to our remote database. I have deleted all the records. So if I execute the query, you can see there are no entries in the database. So we are in a clean slate. Now we can test it. Let's open the browser, and I'm going to add full name, which is bhushansc at, okay, let's add my Zoho email, bhushan1992 at
Zoho mail.in and password. And when I click on this sign up, you can see we got a nice pinner signing up, and boom, a profile created successfully. Perfect, works as expected. Let's go back to the dbeaver and let's execute this query. We should see the new entry, Bhushan 1992 zohomail.in, full name, email, password, and is active is false. Let's go to the browser and let's open our Zoho Mail and let's go to the newsletter. Okay, we got this email, which is click on the following link to activate your account. Of course, this email we have to design properly. We will design that as well. And also on click of this, we have to design that activate link as well. So for now, time being, just click on this. This will be activated. Boom, profile activated successfully. So let's close this. And now we can add the functionality for login. We will make the same changes to the login form as well, or the login API as well. Let's go to the login.jsx, go to the top, and first of all I'm going to add the onSubmit handler, onSubmit event, handle submit, and I can create the function at the top, const handle submit or handle submit, and this is going to be an asynchronous function. And inside this, first of all, I'm going to just stop the entire web page reloading, e.prevent default. And next I'm going to add the basic validation. If I go to the signup.jsx, I'll just copy the same thing, which is email and password, this validation. I'll also copy this, paste it. Perfect. Okay, we don't have the loaders, so let's add the loader as well. Const loading set, or this is loading, set is loading, use state. Initially this will be false. Save this, and I'm updating the state. This is going to be, first let's make this true, set is loading true, and I'm going to make it false. And next, after this, we need to make an API call. So login API call. Let's add the try catch block. Inside the try block, we can use the Axios config dot post and API endpoints dot login. We need to pass the data. I'm going to pass email and password. Next, we will get the, I'm going to add the await because this is an asynchronous call. Const response, we will get the response. If I go to the postman, the response is look like this. We get the token and the user. So we can extract the token and user. The token we can store it in the local storage. The user, you can update it to the app context. So we can store it globally. So once we get the response, I can first destructure the response dot data and const, I'll grab the token and user. And once we get the token and user, first of all I'm going to write a condition. If the token is present, I'm going to store it in the local storage and set item token. I'll set this to token, and we need to update the user. So for that, let's go to the app context. I'll pass the set user, and let's go to the login.jsx. Here I can grab the use context. I can pass the app context, and I can grab the set user function. App context. Looks like I have not exported this. Export this, and then let's go to the we have to go to login.jsx, and here I'm passing, let's import the app context. Perfect. Now we get this set user. We can use this set user to update the state. Set user, and I can set the user. And after this, next what we need to do is, let me navigate to the login. So for that, navigate / dashboard. We have to navigate to dashboard. Save this, and inside the catch block, I'm just going to log this. Log.error. I can print the message. Something went wrong. Error. I can display, and I can also add a toast error message that is something went wrong, or even I can say set error dot message. Let's save this. Also, I can add the finally block and set is loading. I'll set this to false. Oops, looks good. We have made good changes. So we are setting the is loading to false and true whenever it is required. And now we can make use of this is loading to add the loaders. First of all, I'm going to disable the button. So let's go to the button. I'm going to add disabled is loading, and next we wanted to add the text. So let's remove this, and now we can make use of the let me add this is loading. If the is loading is true, then I'm going to add a JSX, which is I'm going to use the fragment, and here I can add the circle, the loading circle, loader circle class. I'm going to pass, which is animate spin, width 5, height 5. The same thing whatever we have done in the sign up, same thing we are going to do it here. I'm going to add the text logging in, else I'm going to add the text that is login. Perfect. Let's save this. Also, I'm going to add the classes dynamically. So here I'll just wrap it, and this is, I'm going to change it to template literals. Okay, so font medium, I can add flex items center, justify center, gap, I can add gap of 2, and I'm also going to add few classes conditionally, as I said before. So we can make use of the signup.jsx. Scroll down and let's grab this. Copy this and go to the login.jsx. So I'll just paste it. Okay, and now looks good. Everything we have added based upon this is loading is true. We are going to add this opacity 60, cursor not allowed. Otherwise we're going to add the empty string. That's it. We can test this now. Let's go to the browser and let me first reload this web page. Okay, now I'm going to add, okay, first of all let's open the developer tools. Okay, so we can track it, and I'm going to enter the email address bhushan1992@zohomail.in. I'm going to enter the wrong password and click login. Okay, we got the request failed with a status code 400. Okay, that is because we have entered the wrong password, but it should display the proper error message. So what I'll do is I'm going to expand this, and if you look at this, the response what we get is this, and it contains few objects like config, request, response. Okay, in the response, if you expand this, okay, and you can see we have this data, and inside the data we have the message. So what we can do is we can use this, okay, so that to display this error message. What I would like to do is let's go to our WebStorm or the login.jsx. Inside this catch block, I'm going to just add the condition if error.response is present and error.response.data.message, okay, dot message. If it is present, I can print that message. So set error, and we are going to display this message. Else we are going to set the error whatever it comes in. Just do this, okay, and save this. Now let's go to the browser, and now we can try one more time, and hopefully this time it should properly display the error message, data.message. Okay, now I'm going to just click on this login again. Okay, invalid email or password. Perfect. So now I'm going to log in with the correct credentials. Click login. Boom, we have navigated to the dashboard. We should see the token as well. Let's go to the application, and you can see the token we are adding it inside the local storage so that we can use it for the subsequent requests. Awesome. So now we have completed the login functionality as well as register. So everything works as expected. We can continue with this. Next, we also need to work on uploading the image to the database. So we have to add the profile picture as well while registering to the registering a new account. In order to upload the images, we will not store it inside the database because we have to do a conversion to convert it into a byte stream. So that will take a lot of processing time. So the best way to store the image is by uploading it into the cloud, and from the cloud we are going to store the public URL inside our database, and we are going to use Cloudinary for storing the images. You can also use AWS or JCS, but Cloudinary is pretty easy and straightforward. We can use Cloudinary for small scale applications, and in this video I will use Cloudinary. In the past also I have used Cloudinary for previous projects. I will use the same Cloudinary for storing the images. The very first step is we need to create an account. I have already created the account, and once you logged into your account, you will get the cloud name. So make sure to copy this cloud name. This is very important for us. And next, go to the settings, and we need to create the upload preset. So let's go to the upload option and click on this and provide the upload preset name, money manager, and make sure to select unsigned for the sign in mode.
And you can also create the asset folder specifically for your project, but I'm going to keep it simple and straightforward. So click save. This will create the upload preset, and copy this upload preset name also. This is required. Next, we need the URL. So if you go to the documentation, I'll drop a link in the description section of this video for the documentation. You can see we need the file and the upload preset. These are the two requirements, and we have already created the upload preset and file. We are going to pass it. If you scroll down, this is the URL that we are going to use. So in the documentation, they have provided the various examples for various programming languages. You can refer if you want, and I'm going to leave it to you. And this is the response that we get when we make a request. And from this, we're going to use this secure URL. We can grab this. This is for the HTTPS. Okay, with this, now we can go ahead and configure it in our application, this cloudinary. Go to the WebStorm, and inside this, first let's open the API endpoints. Inside this, we can add the API endpoints. Since we are making an external call, so inside our Axios, we have already configured the base path, right? The base URL, we have already configured it. And if I open this base URL, this is the base URL. But now if I try to use the Axios for making the cloudinary API call, this will take on it as a base URL. So just to skip this, just to avoid this, I'm going to use the fetch API, the browser fetch API, to store the images, to make the API call. Okay, of course you can use the Axios. You can just add a condition, and you can say that if the URL endpoint is slash something, then you can change the base URL. Like that you can do. But just to keep it simple and straightforward, I'm going to use the fetch API just for uploading the image for the cloudinary. The very first step what we need to do is, I'm going to define the cloudinary cloud name, const cloudinary underscore cloud name is equal to, I'm going to grab my name from the website. So just copy this. Where is this? Okay, here it is. So let's go to the home, and I'm going to copy this. Okay, and paste it here. So next, I'm going to create an endpoint. So I'm going to call this upload image, and it is going to be HTTP. Okay, let's grab it from the documentation. I don't want to make a mistake. So just copy this and paste it. Okay, here its demo is the upload preset name. I can remove this, and I can use $ and cloudinary cloud name. Okay, perfect, and save this. Next, we need to make an API call to this URL. So for that, we're going to use the browser fetch API. So let's save this and open the Explorer, and we're going to create one more JS file, and we're going to add it inside the utils. It is going to be upload profile image.js. Let me expand this, and inside this, I'm going to first of all create a variable const cloudinary upload preset. I'm going to add the preset name, which is money manager. Go to the website and go to the settings, go to the upload, and copy this upload preset name and paste it. Perfect. Next, I'm going to create an function, and I'm going to export it. Upload profile image is equal to, this is going to be an asynchronous function first of all. So I'll just add the async keyword. To this, we're going to pass the image. Inside this, I'm going to create the form data, form
data is equal to new form data, and form data dot append image. We need to add the not the image file. So if you go to the documentation, scroll up, you can see we need to pass the image, the cloud name, resource type, or scroll down, okay, file, and these informations we need to pass. Let me show you the exact documentation. Scroll down, okay, you can see file and upload preset. Okay, so I'm going to add the file, and next form data dot append upload preset, upload underscore preset. We need to pass the cloudinary upload preset name, which we have defined here. Perfect. Next, inside this I'm going to add the try catch block. Inside the try block, we can use the browser fetch API and API endpoints dot upload image, and we need to pass the method. It is going to be a post method, and body the form data, and this is going to return a promise. So I'll add the await keyword. We get the response, const response, and I'll just add the catch block also. After this, once we get the response, we can add the condition. If the response is not okay, response dot okay. If it is not okay, then I'm going to throw an exception, throw new error, and I'll add the error message, that is cloudinary upload failed. I can add the error message, error, let me add, okay, so first of all I'll get the error response dot JSON. This is also going to return promise. I'll use await, and we get the error data, and once we get the error data, so I can use it, error data dot error dot message. If it is not present, I can use response dot status text, and if the response is okay and if it is successful, I want to grab the response, the data, we need the URL. So for that, await response dot JSON, and this will give us the data, and this data contains the URL. So I'm going to add the message, the logger message, image uploaded successfully, print the data, and next I'll just return the secure URL. So data dot secure underscore URL. Okay, so as I said before, if I go back to the documentation, in the response you can see we have this secure URL. Okay, so I'm going to grab that secure URL from the data. Okay, next inside this catch block, let me add the error. Inside this, I'll just log the error, which is error uploading the image. Let's print the error. Also, I'm going to throw error to the caller function, and I'm going to just export it. Oops. Export default upload profile image.
and save this. So now we have this upload profile image function is ready. We can call this function inside our sign up function or sign up component. Before that, I would like to create a reusable component for selecting the image. Let's open the project explorer and under the components, create a new component. I'm going to call this profile photo selector.jsx. Let me expand this and I'll just increase the font. Let's create the functional component and I export it as a default component. Let's return the JSX profile pic, export default profile photo selector and save this. Now let's render this inside the signup.jsx. We have added the placeholder and here I'll just add the profile photo selector. To this we are going to pass a few props. So at the top, let's go ahead and create a state. So I'm going to create const profile photo set profile photo. Initially this is going to be null. Save this. Now we can pass this profile photo and set profile photo as a prop to the component. Image is equal to profile photo, set image is equal to set profile photo. Save this. Now we can accept these props inside our profile photo selector. So at the top I'm going to just destructure this and image set image. I'm going to grab these two props and at the top I'm going to create few states. So we're going to create the use reference hook, use ref. Initially this is going to be null. Let's call this input ref. Also const preview URL, set preview URL, use state. Initially this is going to be null. And next we can create a JSX content, create a div with a class flex, justify center and margin bottom 6. Perfect. And inside this I'm going to create the input type file. To this we are going to pass few more attributes. The very first thing is it is going to accept only the images, and ref I'm going to add, which is an input ref. On change, let me call a function handle image change, and class I'm going to add, which is hidden. Basically we're going to hide this, but using the input ref we are going to open the window, the file explorer window. Okay, now we need to add this function, which is handle input change. Let me save this, and at the top I'm going to create a function which is const handle image change, and using this target e.target files. So we're going to grab the very first file, files 0 const file, and now I can check whether if the file is present. I'm going to update the state, set image file, and after that we need to generate the URL. So the preview URL dot create object URL, we can pass the file. This will give us the preview URL, const preview. I can just update the state, set preview URL. I can add the value preview. And next, this is for the handle submit. Not the handle submit, this is going to be handle image change. Okay, next I'm going to create one more function just to remove these images. Handle remove image. I'll just update the state. Set image, I'll set it to null, and set preview URL, I'll set this to null. That's it. We can call this function. Also, I'm going to create one more to open up the file explorer on click of the input type. Okay, so basically the input type will be hidden. We are going to add the icon to open up the dialog box or the file explorer. Const on choose file input ref dot current click. If the current object is present, I'm going to call the click method. This will open up the file explorer. Now what we can do is inside this div, after this input type, I'm going to make use of the image. If the image is not present, I'm going to add the ternary operator. So here, if the image is not present, create a div with a class width 20 and height 20. Flex and items center. Justify center. Background color purple, I'll use purple 100. Rounded full rounded corners I want, and relative. Inside this I can use the icon, the user icon from the Lucide React. User, and I can add the class names. It's going to be text primary. Okay, we don't have the primary, so purple 500, size 35. I want a big image, the icon, and after this I'm going to create a button so that we can call this function for that button, which is this method on choose file, right? So I'm going to create a button, and for this button I'm going to add the class names, which is width 8, height 8, and flex items center, justify center, background primary, text white, rounded full, absolute, and also I'm going to add bottom -1 and right -1, right -1. And to this I can also attach the on click event, and I can call the function on choose file. Perfect. And I can add the one more icon for the upload icon. You can use the Lucide React upload size. It's going to be 15. Perfect. And save this. Also, this is for the if the image is not present, we are going to add the default user icon. But what if the image is present, right? For the image is present, I'm going to create a div with a class relative, and inside this create an image tag, and for the source we can use the preview URL, and alt I'm going to add profile photo. Class I'm going to add width 20, height 20, rounded full, and object cover. Perfect. And after this, I would like to also add one more button. So let's save this. After this, I'm going to add a button to remove that. Okay, we have this function handle remove icon. I want to add this function, call this function to remove the image. So create a button and with a class width 8, height 8 and flex items center, justify center, background red 800, text white, rounded full, absolute, and also minus bottom -1 and minus right -1. Inside this, I am going to add the icon which is trash icon. So trash, again this is a Lucide React icon, so size 15, and I'm going to call the on click event which is going to be, this is going to be handle remove image. Okay, and save this. So we have this preview URL. Okay, we have this preview URL. Okay, fine. So with this, now we are almost done. All we need to do is we have to test it. So let's save this and go to the browser. So let's go to the browser and boom, you can see now we got this nice icon from the Lucide React, but you can see there is an upload image. What I will do is I'm going to just go to the upload icon. Okay, this is the upload icon. I'm going to add the class name. It is going to be text purple 500. Save this. Boom. You can see now we have this nice icon, the upload icon. Clicking on this, it is going to open up the window, that is the file explorer, and we can select the image. So I'm going to just select the image. So let's go to downloads and I have this image, or I can go to the company logo and I'll click on this. Boom, you can see now it has been selected, and also you can see the delete icon, right? So on click of this, it is going to remove that. Perfect. All right, so now we can continue with this. Now we can attach the we can make an API call to upload this to the cloudinary, and from the cloudinary we can get the secure URL and we can send it to the API and we can store it in the database. Let's open the signup component. Inside the signup component, we have this function which is handle submit. So what I will do is, after this is loading to true, I'm going to basically just set the profile image URL. I'll set this to an empty string. Okay, and now let me remove this white space and scroll down, and what I will do is, just before making the API call inside this try block, I'm going to upload the image if it is present. So what I'll do is I'm going to just add the condition if, let's go to the top and see what is the state we have created. It is going to be a profile photo, right? Profile photo. If the profile photo is present, what I will do is I'm going to call the function which is upload image. Okay, if I go to the function upload profile image, this is the one, right? Upload profile image. I'm going to call this function. So let's go to the upload profile image, and to this we are going to pass the image which is profile photo, and this is going to return promise. I can use await and we will get the image URL, const image URL,
const image URL, and once we get the image URL, I can update it. So I'm going to make use of this profile image URL is equal to image URL. If it is not present, I'm going to add an empty string. Okay. So if you look at this, we have created this variable, right, which is profile image URL, right? So I'll just use this profile image URL to set the image URL that we are coming from the cloudinary, and if it is not present, we are going to set the empty string. Okay, next what I will do is I'm going to, once we set the profile image URL, I'm going to pass it to the API. So let's pass it to the profile image URL and save this. Also, let's verify it in the Postman what we have given. So let's go to the register, and here we have given it as profile image URL. Perfect. The same should match profile image URL. Let's save this. So with this, now we are done with the functionality. We have to test it. So what I will do is I'll just go to the browser and let me reload this one last time and we can test it. Before that, I would like to delete all the entries from the database. Let's open the remote database and execute this query. Okay, we don't see any errors. We don't see any records. That's good. Let's open the browser and I'm going to open the developer tools. Okay, here so that we can track if anything goes wrong, we can see what went wrong. I'm going to just add the profile image. Okay, on click of this profile image, we are getting this, please enter your full name. Looks like if I open the photo selector component, here we have this handle remove image and on choose file. So here I'm going to add the prevent default to stop the browser reloading. Okay, I'm going to select the event.prevent default, and similarly goes with this method also, prevent default, and save this. Now let's open the browser, reload this, and I'm going to click on this. Boom, now we don't see that error at all. Okay, so what I'll do is I'm going to just select this and I'm going to select this final with text, or even you can select this Razorpay logo and just click open, and you can see we have this profile picture, and on click of this delete, it is going to delete it. So clicking it again, it is going to open the file explorer. I can select the profile image. Okay, now I'm going to add the full name, email address, and password. I can see the password also. With this, I'm going to click on this sign up. Hopefully it should upload the image into the cloudinary, and also it will store the records into the database. Let's see what will happen. Okay, we got something error like 403, and also you can see the API is triggered, but we are getting forbidden. Looks like something is wrong. Before that, I would like to verify whether the image has been uploaded to cloudinary or not. To do that, we can go to the cloudinary and we can go to this assets inside this media library and refresh this. If we see the image, okay, this is the image that we have uploaded just now, and looks like the image is uploading, but after uploading there is an issue while persisting into our database that we have to investigate it. So this is an interesting problem because now our application, the backend application, is deployed to render. We are not running this locally. So how do we check this? So I will tell you in real time when we are working with the real time projects how we are going to handle these kind of situations so that you will be also aware of it. So the very first step what you need to do is whenever these things happen, you have to first check the logs. From the logs, whether you can able to find anything or not, you have to verify it. Okay, so in every company, when you if you are working with any organization, they will be setting some logging mechanisms so that you have to go and check the logs. Since we have
deployed our application to render. I'm going to open the render so that in the render we can check the logs. I'm going to open render, go to the dashboard and select this API, and in the left hand side you can see the logs. Clicking on this, okay, you can see the logs, right? And you can see it is throwing some error, so you can see the logs here. Okay, we are getting this error that is context path / API version through exception, and you can see the logs here. And from the logs, if you can able to find out anything, you can rectify it, or you can find the root cause analysis, that is called as RCA. So I am going to just see the logs where it went wrong. Okay, so this is where it started, and here it thrown an exception which is expired JWT exception. So JWT is expired at something, it is saying. So this is because maybe we have made some mistake, or maybe we are passing the, since we are user is registering to the application, for the register API we should not pass the JWT token, but for some reason the JWT token is passing for the register API. So in order to understand this, we can go to the browser, so, or the money manager application, and I can go to the network tab, and this is the API calls that we have made. The one is upload for the cloudinary, which is 200, which is completely fine. And clicking on this register and go to the headers and scroll down, and you will see this authorization bearer. Okay, which means for this register API we are sending the bearer token, which is not correct, right? So we have clearly mentioned in our Axios configuration file for the register API, login API, and health check API. For all of these API endpoints, let's go to the Axios. We have all of these endpoints. We have to skip the JWT token. We have mentioned it, but somewhere it is failing. So let's actually see this interceptor. So in the interceptor we are using this sum, and we are configuration. Okay, the problem is here. So we are just we are checking this condition, okay, but we are not returning it. Okay, ideally we have to return this, right? Okay, so now this should skip token will have the boolean value, and based on that we are checking this condition, okay, whether we have to add the bearer token or not. Because of this reason, it is also sending the bearer token for the login, register, status, activate, and health APIs, and that we can completely see it in the browser. So this is how you have to find the root cause. And one more way what you can do is you can run the backend application in your local. You can connect your React application to the backend application, then you can rectify it. But in this case it was pretty straightforward. I have just found out through the browser itself, but in real time you might have to connect your backend application to the local system, and you can connect your front-end application and backend application, or you can somehow you have to rectify the issue. This is called as root cause analysis, RCA. In a technical term, or in IT industry, we are going to call this as RCA. Fine, now we have understand the root cause, and also we have fixed it, so we can test one more time and we can see. Before that, I would like to open the cloudinary, and I'm going to delete these two images. I'll just delete this. Perfect. Now I'm going to reload this, and we can register a new user. I'm going to select the profile picture and full name Bhushan SC, and email address bhushan1992@zohomail.in, password 123456. Okay, now let's see what will happen, whether it will able to store the information into the database or not. Click on this sign up. Hopefully we get the success response. Boom, you can see profile created successfully, which means now we can able to create the account inside our browser, and also we can able to upload the image to the cloudinary. We can verify it in the cloudinary. Refresh this. Perfect, the image is uploaded. We can also verify it through the register and go to the payload, and we can see that whether we are passing the URL or not, the cloudinary URL or not. We can verify it in the
dbeaver also. Let's go to the dbeaver and reload this. In the database, you can see the account has been created, but it haven't activated it. We can activate it. Let's go to the browser and open the Zoho Mail. We should able to see the email, which is okay. We got the activate your money manager account email, and clicking on this, we should see the message that is profile activated successfully. Perfect. Now we are completely able to register our account. Now let's log into the account and verify the login API also. I'm going to just add bhushan1992@zohomail.in. I'm going to enter the wrong password. We already tested this. I'm going to test it again. Boom, we got the message invalid email or password. I'm going to enter the correct email and password. Click login. Okay, we have logged in and we have navigated to the dashboard component. Perfect. Our login API, register API, everything is working as expected, and also we are uploading the image into the cloudinary. Next, we need to design this dashboard. Now we can create the menu bar. The user is logged in, and in the dashboard we have to create the menu bar as well as the sidebar. So first let's concentrate on creating the menu bar or the navigation bar. First of all, I'm going to close all of these tabs because it will be so confusing if I open all the files. Now open the Project Explorer. Under the components, create a new file. I'm going to call this navbar, or even I'm going to call this menu bar. This is more meaningful for me. Menubar.jsx. And let me expand this, and I'm going to increase the font. Okay. So first of all, let's create the functional component. I will zoom in a little more bit. Menu bar. Let's return the JSX content. Export this as a default component. Export default menu bar. Now, first of all, at the top, I'm going to create few states. So const open side menu. These states are self-explanatory. Probably you already guessed it why I'm creating this state open side menu, which is for tracking whether the side menu is opened or closed. Set open side menu, and I'm going to add the use state hook. So let's import the use state hook, and initially this value will be false. Similarly, I'm going to create one more state which is for show drop down. We have the drop down at the right hand side for the profile picture, the logged in user profile picture. So for that, I'm going to create this state set show drop down, and the initial value will be false. Next, I'm going to use the use ref hook. I want to give a reference to the DOM or the HTML element. So for that, I'm going to create this use ref hook. So I'm going to call this drop down ref use reference hook, and initially this will be null. This is not use state. This is going to be use ref. Next, I'm also going to grab the user data, the user object from the context. So use context, we can grab the user object, the user details, and I'm going to pass the app context. Okay, and also I'm going to just use the use navigate also. Navigate, use navigate, and save this. Okay, next, now we can start creating the JSX content. I'm going to just create a div. I'm going to just first comment it out what I'm going to do it here. So first let's create the div with a class flex and items center. Justify between, gap 5, background white, border and border -b, and border I want to provide the gray color 200
by 5 and backdrop blur and backdrop. Okay, let me first remove this. This is going to be border gray. Oops. Border gray and hyphen 200 divided by 50. Next, I will add the backdrop blur 2 pixel. Next, I will add the padding horizontal and padding vertical. Padding horizontal, sorry, this is padding vertical, so this is going to be 4. And next, padding horizontal, it's going to be 4. In small devices, padding horizontal will be 7. And I wanted this to be a sticky navigation bar, so top 0 and z index 30. Alright, and inside this, first I'm going to just add the comments. Here I'm going to add the left side menu button and title. We have the logo and money manager title. Also we have the menu button, the 3 lines you might have seen. So that is going to help us to open up the sidebar, open and close, and that will goes here. Next, I'm going to add comment. We have the right side section that will contains the profile picture of the logged in user. Right side, which is contain avatar photo, or you can say profile picture. Next, just copy this and paste it. Next, we have the mobile side view. So this is going to be mobile view. Perfect. So now we can start adding it one by one. So let's save this. Before that, what we will do is we will render this inside the dashboard. Let's open the project explorer, and do we have the dashboard? First, let's check. Okay, we don't have the dashboard component. Let's create the dashboard component, and the dashboard component will be rendered inside the home component. Okay, now inside the components folder, create a new component that is going to be dashboard.jsx. Let me expand this, and I'm going to increase the font. Create a functional component, dashboard. Let's return the JSX dashboard, and I'm going to export this as a default component. Now let's save this. So inside this dashboard component, basically I want to render the navigation bar component or the menu bar component. I'm going to create a div, and inside this I'm going to render the menu bar. Menu bar, and save this. Now this dashboard we can render it to the home component. Let's open the home component. We have this home component. Now inside this home component we can render the dashboard component. I'm going to get rid of this, or even what I can do, I'll just add this div. Inside the div, let's render the dashboard. Save this. Now let's open the browser. We should see something on the browser. Let me go to the URL localhost 5173, and we can navigate to the /home, hit enter. Okay, it is not displaying anything, so let's investigate it, what went wrong. Okay, looks like we did not added anything. So what I'll do is, we have this dashboard. Inside the dashboard we have the menu bar, and in the menu bar nothing is printing, that is why. So what I'll do is, I'm going to just add the text here, left side menu, and this is right side
right side menu, and this is going to be a mobile view, mobile side menu. Better I'm going to add all of this in a span. So let me cut this and add in a span. This is also I'm going to move it in a span. This is just for the testing purpose, and save this. Now if you open the browser, still we are not able to see anything. Let's reload this. Okay, so what I will do is, let me go to the WebStorm, and here we are rendering the dashboard, and the dashboard is eventually rendering the menu bar, and in the menu bar we are rendering this content like left side menu, right side menu, and mobile side menu. But for some reason we are not able to see anything. Let's go to the dashboard. Okay, sorry, it's not home actually, it's a dashboard. I think I was navigating to a wrong route, that's why. Perfect. Now we can able to see all of these things like left side menu, right side menu, and mobile side menu. Perfect. Now we can continue with this menu bar so that we can add all of these things. I will start with this left sidebar. So let's get rid of this, and I'm going to create a div with a class flex items center gap 5, and oops, and inside this I'm going to create a button, and I will add the class block in large devices. I'm going to hidden this button, and the color will be text color will be black, and hover I'll add the background color to gray, and padding 1. I want the rounded corners. Transition colors I'm going to add. With this, now we have this button, and inside this button we are going to add the icons. But before that, I would like to also add the on click event, and I'm going to make use of the side menu state. Okay, set open side menu. I'm going to just add the state which is open side menu. I'm going to add the not operator so that it will perform this as an toggle. Okay, whenever I click on this, it is going to open. Again, click on this, it will close. Okay, now inside this I'm going to make use of the state which is open side menu, and here I'll just add the content, the JSX content. I will use the ternary operator, and if the side menu is true, then I wanted to just add the X button. Okay, so for that I'm going to use the Lucide React icon. We will use this X symbol and the X component basically, and it is going to provide the icon. Okay, and for this I'm going to add the class names which is text to extra large, and next if the open side menu is false, then I'm going to add this menu bar, the 3 lines I'm going to add. So for that, the class name we can check in the browser. So let's go to the Lucide React, and here if I search for X, you will see this symbol X, right, the icon. Similarly, I'm going to search for menu and I want this. Okay, so I'll just copy this JSX and I will add it. Okay, this is going to be a menu. For this also I'm going to pass the class names which is text to extra large, and save this. Now we can check this in the browser. Go to the browser, and you can see now we have this menu icon, and clicking on this you can see X, and again clicking on this we get the menu bar. Okay, perfect. And in the large devices, as I said before, we are hiding this. So let me see it in the large the large devices. You can see you will not see that menu bar or the icon. Perfect. Now let's go back, and next we have this button, and after this button I'm going to create a div with a class flex items center gapped 2. And what we are going to add inside this block, we are going to add the logo and the application name money manager. So I'm going to use the image tag, and we can use assets.logo, and I'll just add the alt logo. Class name, I will add height 10, width 10, and after this I'm going to add a span with a class text large, font medium, and text black, truncate. And I can add the name money manager, or I can add it in the, okay, this is fine. So let's save this, and if you go to the browser, we should see the logo and the application name, which is money manager. Perfect. Next we can add the right side menu, which is nothing but the profile icon. Let's open the Menubar.jsx, and here I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to add the div with a class relative, and I will add the ref to reference the use ref hook. At the top we have created this variable, which is drop down ref. Inside this I'm going to create a button with a class flex items center, justify center, width 10, height 10, background color gray 100, and on hover I want to add the background color gray 200, and also I'm going to add the rounded corner full, transition colors, duration -200, and on focus I want to add the outline, the circle I want to add outline none, and again on focus I want to add the ring, the rounded ring I want to add -2, and focus ring color I want to add, which is purple 800, and on focus I want to add the ring offset -2. So these are the classes that we are going to add for this button, and along with this we will also add the on click event. So we will add that later, but I'm going to, okay, let's add it later. And inside this I'm going to just add the user icon. So for that we can use the Lucide React icons user, and I can add the class which is text primary, or I can add text purple 600 or 500, and save this. If you open the browser, you can see now we have this nice icon, the user icon. Okay, now on hover of this we can see that gray color, that is why we have added the on focus and all those things. And also clicking on this you can see now we got this purple round color, and also on clicking of this we will get the drop down. We have to make that. Okay, so but we have missed one more thing, that is going to be ring offset -2, which is going to be focus ring offset focus offset. Okay, I think we have missed one more class. That's okay, no problem, we can check that later. Okay, what I wanted to do is, next after this I'm going to create a, after this button I'm going to clicking on of that
user icon, we wanted to show the drop down menu. So here I'm going to add the comment drop down menu, and in order to display the drop down menu, we are going to make use of the show drop down. This is the state that we have created. If this is true, show drop down. If it is true, I'm going to use the AND operator. Then I'm going to return the JSX content. Inside this, let's create the div with a class absolute right 0 and margin top 2 and width 48, background white color, rounded on large devices and shadow on large devices, and border gray 200 and padding vertical 1 and z index 50. And inside this div, what I will do is I'm going to just add a comment for the reference. Inside this, we're going to add the user information. So let's create a div with a class padding 4, the horizontal padding 4 and vertical padding 3, and border gray 100. Okay, this is for the user information. Okay, similarly, after this user information, so we have this user information, right? And after this, we are going to add the drop down options. So I'll just add the comment so that we can add it later. Here for the drop down options, like we have the logout and user email address, all those information will be present, the first name. So for that, we're going to add this drop down options. And I can create a div with a class padding vertical 1. And now inside this user information, I would like to add the inside this, what I will do is I'm going to add a one more div with a class flex items center and gap 3. And inside this div, I'm going to create a one more div with a class flex items center, justify center, width 8, height 8, background color gray 100 and rounded corners full. Okay, and inside this we are going to add the user icon. Okay, so again we are going to use the same Lucide React icon, which is user. We can add the class names, which is width 4, height 4, text purple. I want the purple color, purple 600. Okay, let's save this and let's go to the browser. And on clicking of this, we should show the drop down, right? But it is not showing the drop down. That is because we have not added the toggle functionality. So for this button, we are going to add the toggle functionality. On click, so we're going to add the function handle drop down. Sorry, this is going to be a toggle drop down. And save this. And now we need to create this function at the top. So let's create this, and inside at the top, toggle drop down, and inside, in fact, we can directly use the inline function. We don't want to add this, okay, unnecessarily. We are adding this extra function. So inside this, I'm going to make use of the set show drop down, and I will use the not operator, show drop down. Okay, that's it. Now let's remove this toggle functionality. I'm going to remove this.
Now let's open the browser, and I'm clicking off this. It should display the drop down, but it is not displaying. Let me reload this again and click on this. Okay, I think something, let me reload this. If you notice this, when I click on this, it is actually opening the side menu bar. Looks like we are updating the side menu. So let's verify it. Let's go to the code and scroll down. We have added the on click event side. Okay, this is actually not the set open side menu. This is set show drop down. Okay, this is the mistake. So let's save this, and if you open the browser, let's reload this. Now on click of this, you can see now we got this nice drop down. Okay, and we have this icon as well. Perfect. Now let's clicking on this, it should close the drop down again. And now if I go back, and we have to add the drop down options. So here after this div, I'm going to create a one more div with a class flex-1, minimum width 0 I'm going to add. And inside this, I will create the paragraph with a class text small, font medium, and text gray color 800, truncate. And inside this, I'm going to display the user full name. So user dot full name. This user is coming from the app context. Okay, if you remember, we are updating as soon as we logged in, we are updating this user state, which is saved globally, and from there we are accessing it. Okay, after this paragraph, we're going to create a one more paragraph with a class text extra small and text gray 500, truncate. And this is going to be user email address, user.email, and save this. Let's go to the browser, click on this. Cannot read the properties of null full name. Menu.jsx, looks like something is wrong. Let's reload this and click again. Okay, we are getting some error. Looks like we are not able to access the user details. Okay, so what I will do is I'm going to log in again and we will see. Okay, to log in again, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just first delete the token. So I'm going to delete this token, and let's clear the console, and I'm going to just go to the login. So now we got the login page. So again we will log in, and now we will see whether we can able to see the username or email address or not. I will enter the email address bhushan1992@zohomail.in 123456 and click login. We should log into our application and we should navigate to the home. Okay, and clicking on this, boom, we can able to see the full name and email address. Perfect. Okay, and clicking on this again, it will hide it. Now after this, we should also add the logout button. For that, let's go to our menubar.jsx. We have this drop down options. So inside this, I'm going to add the logout button as well. So button with a class flex items center, gap 3, and width full, and padding, horizontal padding 4, and vertical padding 2, text small, text gray 700, on hover, the background color gray 50, transition colors, duration 150. And inside this, we can add the icon, the logout icon, logout. And to this, I can add the class names, which is width 4, height 4, and text gray 500.
save this, go to the browser, click on this. You can see we have this logout and logout icon, and after this logout icon I'm going to add the text which is span. It is going to be logout. Save this, and if you go to the browser you can see now we have this logout. And clicking off this logout, we have to logged out from the application and you have to navigate to the login page again. Okay, so let's add the functionality for that, and basically we're going to add the just on click event. So on click, and it is going to be a function which is handle logout. Now we can create this handle logout function at the top to logged out from the application. So at the top I'm going to create a function. It is going to be const handle logout, and inside this basically I'm going to clear the local storage clear, and I will also set the show drop down to false, and I will navigate to /login, and we also need to clear the user data. So for that, what I will do is inside our app context I'm going to create one more function so that we can use that function to clear out the user data. So we can just go to the app context, and inside this I'm going to create the function which is const clear user, and I'll just add the set user data to null, and we can pass this clear user to context value so that we can access this function. Now let's go to the menu bar, and I'm going to grab the clear user as well. Clear user, this is the function, and I can call this clear user function so that it is going to update the state. So inside this I will just call the clear user function and save this. Now let's go to the browser, and I'm going to just we got some error, cannot read the property of null full name. Just reload this, clicking on this. Okay, we are getting this error, looks like something is wrong. I'll just go to the application and I'll just delete this token and go to the login, and I can log into the application again. Bhushan 1992 sohomail.in, password, click login. We have logged in. Clicking on this, we got this logout, and click on this logout. You can see we are navigating to the login application and we are clearing out the local storage as well. Okay, let's try one more time. Bhushan 1992 at sohomail.in, 1 2 3 4 5 6. Click login. We have logged in. Okay, and the token is saved, and clicking on this again it will log out. Boom, perfect. Now I'll just log into the application again. And once we log in, next I will tell you what we need to do. Okay, now we have to display the sidebar, and in the right hand side we have to display the content. So to do that, what I will do is, let's open the code and let's go to the home.jsx. Here we have this dashboard component, and here inside this dashboard component we are actually displaying the menu bar component. Okay, and just after this menu bar component, what I would like to do is I'm going to display the I'm just first going to I'm going to write down what exactly we need to achieve. So at the top I'm going to first grab the user data using the context. So I'll just grab the user data and app context, and here I'll just make use of the user object. Okay, if the user object is present, if the user is present, I'm going to render the JSX content. So I'm going to create a div with a class flex, and inside this I'm going to create one more div with a class max, and
let me, this is going to be maximum, and I can add the 1080p pixel, and I'll just add this hidden. Okay, this is going to be hidden, and inside this I am going to make use of the side menu, so or the sidebar. So I'll just add the comment. Later we can create the sidebar. Okay, this is going to be sidebar content. Okay, and after this div we are going to display the content on the right hand side. So this is going to be content. Okay, right side content. Okay, now save this, and if let's also add the class which is grow maximum 5. Okay, not maximum, it is going to be margin, horizontal margin. Save this, and if I go to the browser, you can see now we have this right side content, and because this is we are seeing in the mobile view, that is why it looks like. I'm going to just expand this. Okay, and let me add the sidebar here. This is going to be sidebar content, and save this, and you can see now we have this sidebar and the right hand side content. Those in the left hand side sidebar content, we are going to add the sidebar content like navigation menus, and in the right hand side content, we are going to, on clicking of those menus, we are going to render the respective content. That's the whole idea of building this dashboard layout. Okay, now next what we need to do is we need to build the sidebar component. Let's open the WebStorm, and inside the components folder, I'm going to create a new component which is going to be sidebar.jsx, and I'm going to just increase this size, and I'm going to create a functional component sidebar, return the JSX, sidebar, export this as a default component, and save this. Now inside the dashboard, so I'm going to just get rid of this, and I'm going to import the sidebar. This is from the sidebar.jsx, and save this. If I go to the browser, nothing changes. Now we are rendering the sidebar on the left hand side. On the right hand side, we are just adding the content. I will tell you how you can add the content dynamically later, but for now let's focus on this sidebar content. Let's open the sidebar component, and inside this, first of all, at the top, I'm going to grab the user object. So let's use the use context, and we can grab the user data, and we can use the app context. And next, inside the return, what I will do is I'm going to create a div with the classes. Let's create the div. Sorry about that. So create a div, and I'm going to add the classes width 64, and I'm going to add the height by use the calculate function. So we can use the calculate function, and we can use 100 viewport minus 61 pixel. Okay, and background white, border gray 200 by 50, and padding 5. I wanted this to be sticky. Top, I'm going to add 61 pixel, and z index 20. And inside this div, I'm going to create one more div with a class flex column, items center, justify center, gap 3, and margin top 3, and margin bottom 7. And inside this,
we can display the profile image. First we're going to check whether the user object is present. If it is present, then we're going to use profile image URL, and if that present, we can display that image. Otherwise we're going to just display the icon from the Lucide React. Inside this we can display the image. So to do that, we are going to use the image property and source profile image URL user dot profile image URL. If it is not, I'm going to display an empty string, and for the alt I can add profile image, and the classes I'm going to add, which is width 20, height 20, and background slate 400, and rounded full. Okay, so this is for if the image like URL is present, like profile picture is present. Otherwise, if the profile picture is empty, we're going to make use of this user, the icon from the Lucide React, and I can add the width. So let's add the class names, width 20 and height 20, and I can also add text extra large, and save this. And now let's go to the browser. Boom, you can see now we have this nice sidebar content, and also we have this profile image. If the profile image is not present, it is going to display the user icon, and we can test it somehow by just making this profile.image URL as null, and we can test it. We can test it later, but this is how the structure looks like. Perfect. And in the down we have to display the items, which is the Menubar items, and also we have to display the profile, the full name, the user full name we wanted to display it. So for that, after this I'm going to just add the h5, the heading tag h5, and I can add the class names, which is text gray 950 and font medium leading 6. Inside this we can use user dot full name if it is not present, or an empty string. Save this, go to the browser. You can see now we have this username bhushansirgur. Perfect. We can even convert this into an uppercase. We can do a whole lot of things, but I'm gonna leave it to you. You guys can practice. You can guys add your own functionality to make the first character to uppercase. Do whatever you want. Make the creative things. Okay. Next, I wanted to display the sidebar content, or the items. The sidebar items I wanted to display here. To display the sidebar content or the sidebar items, what I will do is I'm going to add all those items into our assets.js file. Let's go to the assets.js file. I have already added the sidebar data or the items. So this is just a pretty JavaScript object. It has ID, label, icon, and path. This path is nothing but the route, and this icon is nothing but the Lucide React icon, and this label is the one which we are going to display it in the UI, and this ID is just the unique identifier. And we have this dashboard, category, income, expense, and filters. In the future, if we have any more items we wanted to add, we can add it here. Okay, now we are exporting this. Now we can read this inside our sidebar.jsx. So let's open the sidebar.jsx, and inside this sidebar.jsx, after this h5 tag, and here what I will do is, after this div, I am going to make use of the expression to read the sidebar content, sidebar data. I can use the map function to loop through that map, and it is going to give us the item and the index. and I can use this item and index to loop through that and display the item data. And this index, we can use it to add the key prop. Inside this, I'm going to add the button. So basically these will be the buttons, so that if the user click on these buttons, we can navigate to the respective route. Okay, I'm going to add this button, and also I'm going to add the classes, which is width full, flex, items center, gap 4, text. Okay, let's add first this, and also I'm going to add text 15 pixel. This is going to be 15 pixel, and text color white I'm going to add, and background purple I'm going to add, not the purple. So purple we will add whenever the user is click on that. Okay, we don't need this text white and purple. And we are going to add the padding. So vertical padding I'm going to add. The vertical padding is 3 and horizontal padding 6, rounded on the large devices, margin bottom 3. Oops. And inside this button we are going to add so we have this button, and we also need to add the key prop. So let's add the key. It's going to be, let me add the expression, and we're going to use the menu underscore dollar index. Okay, we're going to use this unique item for this menu. Okay, next we have this class name we have added. Also we have to add the on click event. So we'll add the on click event in just a bit, but before that, inside this we are going to display the label and the icon. So first display the icon. So for that we're going to make use of this item dot icon, and I can add the class name, which is text extra large. So this is going to be text extra large, and after this we need to display the label. So for that, item dot label, that's we are going to add. With this, let's save this, and if I go to the browser, we should see all the items like dashboard, category, income, expense, and filters. Right now what we need to do is, since these are all buttons, on click of these buttons we have to highlight these items, and also we have to navigate to the respective route, and for those respective route content we are going to display it on the right side content. That's the whole idea. Before that, let's add the on click events for these buttons. Open the sidebar.jsx. We can add the on click event. Before that, I would like to import the navigate hook. Use navigate const navigate and scroll down. We can add the on click, and we can add the inline function. It's going to be navigate item dot path. Let's save this, and now if I go to the browser, now first of all let's add the classes, which is going to be cursor pointer. Save this, and now we have these pointers. So now since we are in the dashboard, now on click of this category we have to navigate to the category route, and we have to retain this entire layout. So let's see what will happen. On click of this category, boom, we are navigating to the category, but we are not keeping hold of those layout. Now we have to retain all the layout as it is. Only the right side part, if you see this right part side content, right, this has to be render the route content. Okay, that's exactly what we're going to achieve. Okay, first let's go with a step by step. Let's go to the let's open the menubar.jsx, scroll down. Inside this menu bar, so what we need to do is, if I scroll down at the very bottom, we have this mobile side menu, right? So I'm going to get rid of this, and I'm going to just make use of the state, which is open side menu. If the side menu is true, then I want to display the side menu. Okay, in the mobile view, whenever the user click on the that 3 lines or the menu bar, we have to display the this side menu bar. Okay, so for that I'm going to create a div with a class fixed, and I can add left 0. I can also add right 0, and I will add background color white and border B, border gray 200. On large devices I need to hidden this, hidden, and Z 20, and also I'm going to add top 73 pixel. Okay, so of course you can change the numbers as per your requirement, and here we are going to make use of the sidebar. Okay, and save this. Now if you go to the browser, you can see now it was obviously moved to the at the very end, the user icon, and now I'm going to see this in the mobile view so that you will see how it is going to look like. So I'm going to see it in the mobile view, and if you look at the mobile view, we have this profile icon, and you can see we have this drop down menu, and on click of this it is going to collapse or it is going to close. But now we have this menu bar, right? On clicking of this, you can see now we got this layout. Okay, the complete what you can say, this sidebar layout. Okay, so of course we have to add even more bit things to this, but as of now on clicking of this we are not seeing anything, but we are getting this entire box. Okay, maybe you will not understand now. Later when we add the actual content, you can notice the actual changes. So let's close this. Perfect. And one more thing what we have to do is, on click of this we got this drop down, right? But on clicking of this outside of anywhere in the browser, we have to close this drop down. So we need to handle that also. So before that, what I would like to do is I'm going to handle the clicking on these category income expense. We wanted to retain the same layout, and we wanted to only render the actual content on the right side. So to do that, we need to open the dashboard. So let's go to the dashboard, and here what we are doing is we are actually displaying this right side content, right? So instead of displaying this right side content, I'm going to just display the children. Okay, so which means this dashboard component, this will be a reusable component. We are going to add this dashboard everywhere, in every component, like the category component, in expense component, in income component, filter component, everywhere we are going to add. And whatever the content that we are going to add in between these as a children, as a content, that will be rendered here. Okay, so first of all I'm going to destructure this, and I'm going to grab the children. So children, and save this. Okay, so this is going to be children. This is a spelling mistake. Okay, now let's save this. And now what I will do is, let's go to the we have the dashboard, and I can go to the home.jsx. Here I'll just do one thing. I'll just remove this, and I'm going to add I'm going to close this dashboard. Okay, inside this we are going to add the content. This is home page. Okay, and similarly let's copy this. I'm going to open the category. So let's go to category. Inside this category, I'm going to just add the reusable component, the dashboard, and this is going to be a category page. Okay, and save this. Just copy this same and go to the income.jsx, and here also I'll just add the same thing. This is going to be an income page. Similarly, I'll open the expense component, and in the expense component also I'll paste it. This is going to be an expense page. Similarly, let's go to filter.jsx. In filter.jsx also I'll add the same dashboard, and this is going to be a filter page. Now let's save this. If you go to the browser, and let's go back to the dashboard, but we are not seeing that. But let's go to the category. Okay, looks like something is wrong. I'm going to just inspect this. Okay, looks like we have made some mistake. There is no errors in the console. So there are developer tools. Let's go to the sidebar and investigate it. This is the data and user profile image. Looks good in the sidebar. Let's go to the dashboard. In the dashboard, okay, this is the problem. Okay, so we are displaying this sidebar content only if the user object is present, right? So what I'll do is, we don't need this condition actually. I can just remove this. So let's cut this and we can remove this, save this, and also I'm going to get rid of this. We don't need this. Let's save this and I'll remove this unused import statements. Let's go to the browser. All right, now you can see we have this home page since we are in the dashboard, and clicking on this category, you can see we are in the category page. Income, we are in the income page. Expense, in the expense page. Filters, we are in the filters page. Awesome, looks good, everything. What I would like to do is, now I'm going to clicking on these buttons. I want to highlight these items so that I will understand that which one is active now. To do that, what I would like to do is, I'm going to add the active menu as a prop for the dashboard component. Let's go to the dashboard, and we have this dashboard, right? And what I would like to do is, for every category, income, expense and filter, right, I'm going to add the active menu. So once we add the active menu, we can, for this dashboard, I can grab the active menu and I can pass it to the sidebar, right? So let's go to the home.jsx, and here I will add the active menu. Active menu I'm gonna add as, this is going to be a dashboard. Okay, and next, so let's copy this and go to the category. I will add this category, active menu as category. Make sure to these names should match with the one which is label, dashboard and income, right? Because later we are going to add a ternary operator to make this as active and inactive. Next, I can just copy the same. Let's go to the income. This is going to be income. Let's similarly add the expense also. Similarly, for the filter, we can add this filter. Okay, is this filter right? Okay, this is filters. So let's add filters. Let's save this. Now go to the dashboard component. Inside this dashboard component, I would like to grab the active menu. Okay, and once we get the active menu, we can pass it to the menubar.jsx. So here also I'm going to add the active menu is equal to active menu. Also I'm going to pass it to the sidebar as well. So in the sidebar, active menu is equal to active menu. Let's save this. Now let's go to the sidebar, and inside this sidebar, first let's grab the active menu, and once we get the active menu, what we can do is we can add the ternary operator, and I can add the classes based upon the condition. Okay, here I'll just make use of the literals. So this is going to be a literal. Okay, and inside this I'll just make use of the dollar, and I will use the active menu which is the prop. If it is equal to item dot label, if it is true, then what I will do is I'm going to add the classes which is text white and also background purple. I'm going to add purple, which is, I can add 500 or even I can add 800. Otherwise, I'm going to add an empty string. Okay, now let's save this. If I go to the browser now, and you can see right now we are in the dashboard and it is highlighted. If I go to the category is highlighted, income, expense, filters. Awesome. So this is why we have passed the active menu for all of the components as a prop. Next, inside the navbar or the menu bar also, we can accept the prop. Let's go to the menu bar. I'm going to accept the active menu at the top first as a prop. Active menu. Now once we receive the active menu, we can use this for a various options. So at the very top, at the very bottom, I'll just pass it to the sidebar, which is active menu is equal to active menu, and save this. Let's go to the browser, and the reason why we are passing it to the sidebar is in the mobile view also it should be open. So if I go to the mobile view, clicking on this, okay, we are getting this error. We will fix that later, no worries. So we will not concentrate on this as of now. There are plenty of other things to do. So first let's concentrate on those things, then we can come back to that. Okay, so what I would like to do is I'm going to add this functionality. Whenever I click on this, clicking on other side of this browser, we have to close this. So let's add that functionality. To make the changes, go to the menubar.jsx and we're going to add the use effect hook. Inside this, I'm going to create a function handle click outside, and inside this I'm going to add the condition if drop down ref, which we have created at the top, dot current if it is present, and also drop down ref dot current dot contains if it contains the event dot target. I'm going to add the not operator to make it if it is not present. Then I'm going to set the show drop down to false. Next, I will add the one more condition. If the show drop down is true, I want to add the listener. Okay, so document add event listener. We are going to add the mouse down event listener, and we're going to add this function handle click outside. Perfect. And next, I'm also going to add the cleanup event listener. So just add the return statement. Inside this, document dot remove event listener. So we will add the mouse down handle click outside. So let's save this. We have to add the dependencies. We just pass the show drop down and save this. If I go to the browser and click on this and clicking on outside, it will close. Perfect. It's working as expected. Next, what we need to do is we almost completed most of the part. The one last thing what I would like to do is whenever we reload this will be, what will happen, I'll show you. When I click on this, and you can see we get this error message and it will be disappeared. That is because we are not inside this. After we reload it, we are not reading the user information from the local storage. We are not persisting it. So to do that, what we will do is we are going to use this app context. So let's go back to our app context, and inside this app context, we are going to create the use effect hook, and we can handle it, or even we can create a custom hook. Anything is fine. So, but what I would like to do is as of now, since we are connecting our application to the production backend server, I'm going to connect it to the local server, the local database, which is MySQL database, and I'm going to run it locally because we have to make a lot of changes in the backend also. So every time we cannot they do the changes in the backend and we cannot deploy it. So at the end, we are going to deploy it again. But for now, what I will like to do is I'll just go to the, let me open the Axios, not Axios, the endpoints. I'm going to open API endpoints. Here, I'll just comment this out and I'll just duplicate this, and we are going to
connect to the local development server, which is localhost:8080, and save this. And let's go to our Spring Boot backend application. Here I'll just need to change one thing, which is go to the application.properties file. Here the active profile is prod. I'll just comment this out. So our active profile will be default, and we will be connecting to the MySQL database. So we can test it. Let's go ahead and start the development server. Perfect, the Tomcat is started. If I go to the MySQL database and let's go to the profiles. Okay, let me select this money manager, and now let's select the query. And you can see right now there are one record, which is bhushan1992@zohomail.in. Go back and go to the browser. I'll just click on this inspect and go to the application. Just remove this and go to the login, and we can log in bhushan1992@zohomail.in 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, there is a network error. Looks like something is error. Okay, failure to load the resource. Looks like let's go back, and here localhost :8080 HTTP. Looks everything is fine, but 1 2 3 4 5 6, click sign in. Okay, let's investigate it. What went wrong? Something went wrong. Localhost :8080/login localhost 5173 accessed by a course policy. Okay, so let's open the backend application. Are we getting any errors? We can see. Okay, we are not getting any errors, but for somehow we cannot able to log into the application. That is because let me close this, and for now let's go to the sign up and let's see whether we can able to create a new account or not. This is going to be bhushansc@gmail.com 2 3 4 5 6. Click sign up. Okay, still we are getting the same error. Looks like okay, we haven't added the /API/version 1.0. Looks like that is the issue, but we have added this context path, and active profile is prod, and let's go to the front end application. The base URL I have added it as 8080. Okay, this is going to be /API/version 1.0. Sorry, I forgot this. That is why it was not working. Perfect. Let's save this and go back and go to the login. bhushan1992@zohomail.in 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, account is not active. Please active your account first. No problem. What I will do is let's go to our database, and do we have any categories? Let's verify. We don't have any categories. In that case, I'll just go ahead and remove this account, or I can even make this as active. So I'll write a query. You will also get to know that how we can update the query. Update the table name we have to provide, which is tbl_profiles. Set is active, is _active. I'll going to set this to 1. From which table? From not from, where we have to add the where clause, where id is equal to 1. Hopefully this query will execute. Okay, the query is executed. Now if I go back to the select query, you can see the profile is active. I can log in now. Let's go ahead and click login. Boom, we have logged in, and we don't have the profile image for now. That's fine, no problem. we don't have to worry about it. Later we can fix about this. We can add the icon, okay, and we can fix it. For now we are logging in. Now what we have to do is we have to fix this. Whenever user is clicked on this reload, it is we are not able to see the home page. We have to retain that user details. So we're going to create a custom hook and we're going to handle that. To do that, first I'm going to open the backend application. We're going to create one more endpoint. Let me close all of these tabs and open the profile controller. Let me expand this, and here we're going to create one more endpoint, which is get mapping and profile. We're going to create the public profile. Public, this is going to return a response entity, profile DTO, get public profile. Inside this, we are going to make use of the profile service dot get public profile. We have already created this method, and to this we are going to pass the null. Okay, why we are passing null is because if you go into this method, we are checking this. If the email is present, we are going to get the find by email we are going to make. If the email is null, we are going to get it from the context. That is why I'm going to pass it here. It is going to fetch from the context, and I'm going to get the profile DTO. This is going to be a profile DTO, and return response entity dot OK profile DTO, and save this. This is going to be a profile DTO, and not this off, it is going to be an OK. Save this. Okay, now we can test this. I'm going to stop the server and I'll restart this. We can create this endpoint and we can test it. Then we can consume it in the front-end application. The application is started. Open the Postman, and I'm going to just close this off, and let's go to the Login API. Bhushan92, okay, click send. We get the JWT token. I'm going to copy this JWT token, go to the money manager package or the collection and paste it and save this. Now I'm going to just duplicate this, and it is going to be okay. We already created this, right? So we don't need to create it again. Public profile, this is going to be a profile, so just delete this, okay, and public profile. And when I click on this send, boom, we got the data, which is Bhushan, email address, profile picture, created at and updated at, right? Let me remove this. Let's open the front-end application, which is WebStorm, and inside this I'm going to create a new folder, not the file, a folder. I'm going to call this hooks. Inside this I'm going to create a custom hook, which is use user hook. Let me expand this. So what I will do is I'm going to just create a function and export it. Use user. Let's export this, and inside this, first of all, I'm going to use the context to grab the user details. So this is going to be app context const. I will grab the user object and set user, and also clear user. Once we get all this, I can also make use of the use navigate hook. Const navigate, and inside this let's use the use effect hook, and inside this I'm going to first check for the user object. If the user object is present, I'm going to just return this. I will just stop the execution, and otherwise I'll just create a variable is mounted. I'll set this to true, and I'm going to create a function fetch user info. this is going to be an asynchronous function, and inside this we can make an API call, try catch block, error, and inside this we can handle the exceptions. Before that, go to the API endpoints. Here I'm going to add the URL, which is get user info. It is going to be profile, the public profile. Save this, go to the use user hook. Inside the fetch user info, I'll make use of the await and Axios config dot. This is going to be a get method, and I can use the API endpoints dot. We have the get user info. We can use this, and this will give us the response, constant response. And once we get the response, I can add the condition. If it is mounted and the response data is present, I can set the state. I can update the state using set user and response.data. And also I'm going to handle this exception inside the catch block. I'll just log this to console, that is fail it to fetch the user information, and I can print the error message. And if the condition I'm going to add, if it is mounted, I will clear up the user. This function I'm going to call clear user, and I will navigate to the /login. We need to call this function actually, so I'm going to just, after this I'll call this fetch user info function, and I will also add the cleanup function. Return is mounted, I'll set this to false, and I'm going to add the dependencies. That is going to be set user, clear user, and navigate, and save this. Now we can use this use user function inside the components. So what I'll do is I'll just go to the dashboard, not the dashboard. Let's go to the home.jsx, and inside this home I'll just use the use user hook and save this. Now let's go to the browser, and I'm going to just log in Bhushan 1992 at zohomail.in 1 2 3 4 5 6, and we are logging in. Now I'm going to just reload this. Still we are getting this error. That is because if I go to the console, let's go to the console, you can see we are unable to read the full name in sidebar.jsx. That is because what we are doing is in sidebar, let's go to the sidebar.jsx. This is the sidebar.jsx, but in the dashboard you can see we are rendering this without checking the user object, right? So what I'll do is I'm going to just cut this. Earlier we have added that condition, right? Let's add the same condition, use context, and I'm going to grab the user object, and I'll use the app context, and now we can check for the user object. If the user object is present, and I'll just render the JSX content and save this. Now if you go to the browser, you can see now we can able to see the data. Okay, so let me close this, and now when I reload this, you can see we will retain the user object. Okay, so we have keep logged in because we are checking that in the use auth hook that for the user details. Okay, so this is the fix that I'm giving you. Okay, you can also give a better solution if anything is available. I found this as the fix, and I'm adding it to check the user condition. And now if I navigate to any other pages, you can see we have this pages, but the problem is now if I go to the category, when I reload this category, we get this blank. That is because the same user hook, we have to add it for all of the components. So let's go to the home.jsx, and here we have added this, right? So let's copy this, go to the category and add this at the top, go to the income.jsx, let's add this, go to the expense.jsx, let's add this, and go to the filter.jsx, let's add this and save this. Now if you go to the browser, and you can see now even if I reload this in the expense, it will retain the user information. There is one more way we can also use, that is instead of creating the custom hook, what we can do, the entire logic we can move it to the app context, and in the app context we can add the use effect hook, and we can add the logic to fetch the data, and also we can check for the local storage data. That will works also. Here in the use we have this condition, we have this component, right, use user. Inside this also what we can do, we can add the local storage check whether the token is present or not, then we can handle it. There are multiple ways I have pick up this solution. That's it. Okay, now our basic layout is ready. The dashboard and category, income, expense, filters, everything is ready, right? And also everything is working. But one last thing what we have to do is we have to modify the app.jsx to handle the routing properly. So let's go to the app.jsx. And inside this, right now, we don't have the base URL or the base route, which is /. We need to add that to perform some basic things, like whenever the user is logged into the, whenever the user is navigate to the localhost 5173, we have to match one of the route to navigate it. So to do that, what I would like to do is I'm going to create a route const root is equal to, and inside this I'm going to just check for the local storage value, local storage dot get item token, and I'm going to add this not operator, double not operator, and is authenticated. Okay, if it is not authenticated, then I'm going to return is authenticated. I'll just check this condition if it is true, and I'm going to navigate to the, so let's navigate to /dashboard, and we don't need this, so let's get rid of this, and I will add one more JSX, that is going to be navigate, /login, and this is the component that we are going to use it. So what I'll do is at the top, what I'll do is I'm going to just add this base route path /, and I'll pass this component, which is the root component. Okay, now when we go to the root component, we are going to check whether the token is present or not. If the token is present, we're going to go to the dashboard, otherwise we are going to go to the /login. So we can check this. Let me save this and go to the browser. I'm going to just go to the localhost 5173, and perfect, we are getting some error. Let's go to the inspect element, and the route location / does not have any element. Okay, I think this is not a component, this is an element. Perfect, and it's going to be route. And save this, and boom, you can see I'll just again go to the 5173, we are navigating to the dashboard. And if the user is not logged in, let me log out, and when I go to the dashboard, he will navigate back to the login. Perfect, our basic structure is working and everything looks good. We can start adding the income, expense category and all those things. That is a crucial part of our project. Let's go ahead and add all those content. First, let's start with the category module. Once we complete the category, then we can go for income and then expense and filter, and followed by the dashboard. Then we can wrap up. Okay, the very first thing is, let's open the WebStorm. I have closed all the files. Let's open the category component, I'm going to just increase the font. Here inside this dashboard, first I'm going to create the div with a class margin 5. This is going to be margin vertical and margin horizontal auto. Inside this, I'm going to just add the comments. Here we are going to add the button, add button to add category. Next, we are going to add the category list. For that, we are going to create a reusable component, category list. Next, we are going to add a model. We're going to create a model, the reusable component we're going to create for adding the category, adding category model. Next, we are going to add the model for updating the category, updating category model. Let's start with adding a button. Inside this, first of all, I'm going to create a div with a class flex justify between and items center margin bottom 5. Inside this, I would like to add the heading 2, which is h2, text to extra large, font semi bold, font semi bold, and inside this I will add the text all categories. Next, I'm going to add the button with a class add button flex items center gap 1. Inside this button, we will also add the on click event, but before that, inside this I'm going to add the Lucide React icon, which is plus. I can add the size, which is 15, and now we can add the on click event. So before we add the on click event, first let's save this, go to the browser and go to the category. You can see now we have this all categories, and the right hand side we have this plus icon. Okay, this is going to, okay, I forgot to add the text, which is add category. Save this. You can see now we have this nice button on the right hand side. Next, we need to create a category list, which is nothing but the reusable component. Let's open the Project Explorer, and under the components, create a file. It is going to be category list.jsx. Increase the font, category list, just a functional component. I'm going to export this as a default component, category list. Let's export this as a default component. Save this. Now we can render this inside the category. So we have this comment, right? I'll just add it just below this category list. Save this. Open the browser. You can see now we have this category list. Okay, now we have to design this category list. So what I would like to do is, for this category list, I'm going to pass a few props, that is categories, on edit category and on delete category. So these 3 props I'm going to pass it. So let's open this category list, and I'm going to first receive the props, which is categories and on edit category and on delete category. Let's save this, and also let's go back to the category, and inside the category we have to make an API call to the backend service to fetch the categories. At the very top we can do that.
I'll just, after this use user hook, I'm going to make an API call. First, I'm going to create a function, const fetch category details. This is going to be an asynchronous call. I can add the async keyword. Inside this, first before that, we also need to create a few states. So I'll just create state which is loading, set loading. Initially this is going to be false. Const to hold the category details or the category list, we are going to add the category data, set category data. Initially this is going to be an empty array. Also we need to import the use state hook. Let's import this. I will create one more state. This is to open the category model, open add category model, set open add category model. Initially this is going to be false. Similarly, I will also create one more state for edit category model, open edit category model, open set edit category model, and this is also going to be false. And we can create one more state. This is going to be selected category. Selected category. This is also for editing purpose. Okay, you will understand this later why we are creating this state. Selected category, set selected category. Initially this is going to be null. We created all the required states. Inside this, I'm going to just add the condition. If the loading is true, I'm going to just return this. Else, I'm going to set the loading to true. Next, I'm going to add the try catch block and also finally block. In the finally block, I'm going to set the loading to false. And next we need to create the API endpoint. So let's open the API endpoints file. Here I'll just add the URI, which is get all categories. Get all categories / categories is the URI path. Let's save this, and inside the category, inside the try block, we can use the await, and we can use Axios config dot get. We can pass the URI, which is API endpoints dot get all categories. API endpoints dot get all categories, and this is going to return promise. So we are using the await keyword, and I can also add the response, constant response. Once we get the response, we can just update the state, set, or I can do if response dot status is 200, then response, I'll just print the response data, response dot data. I'll just add the text also, categories, and set category data, response dot data. Okay, we are updating the state, and inside the catch block we can catch the exceptions if anything goes wrong. So I'll just log this to the console dot error, something went wrong, please try again. We can add the error object. We can also use the we can use the toast dot error, and we can print the error message. That is going to be error dot message, and in the finally block we are updating the state.
set loading false. Perfect. And now we are going to create the use effect hook because we wanted to call that method. For that, let's use the use effect hook. Inside this, I will call the fetch category details, and I can pass the dependency array, an empty array dependency, and save this. Now we can just verify this. Let's go to the browser and click on this inspect, go to the console. We are getting this categories as empty. Looks like there are no entries in the database. We can verify it. Let's go to the database and open the categories table. Okay, right now there are no categories. We can add the categories from the backend. Let's go to the Postman, and first I'm going to log in to the account. Go to the login API. This is a login API, and we are logging in with this user details or the user account. Click send. We get the JWT token. Copy this. Go to the money manager collection and update the token, and go to the add category. Let's add the categories utilities icon, and this is going to be an income. Okay, and let's add this send 201. Perfect. Actually in income there are no utilities, so let's add salary. This is going to be an income. Click send. Boom. Okay, there are two categories created. Let's go to the browser, and I'm going to just clear this, and I'll just reload the web page, and you can see now we got the two array, like the two entries categories. If I open this, we have the utilities and salary. Perfect. And we are getting this PNG 404. That is because this profile list, let me show you that. If you look at this, we have this profile image, right? This is actually deleted from the cloudinary, and but the URL is present inside the database. That is why it is not loading, and we are getting this error. That's fine. Later we can fix it, no problem. But so far we are getting the category list in the console. We can proceed further. Now let's open the category list component. So here what I will do is I'm going to get rid of this. Create a div with a class card, padding 4. I'll also create a div with a class flex, items center, justify between, margin bottom 4. Inside this, I'll create the h5 tag with a class text large, font semi-bold, and I can add the text category sources. Next, I would like to add the comments so that you will be getting to know what I'm exactly trying to design. Category list. Okay, so we're going to add this category list, and next we are going to first add the categories null check. I mean, we are going to check for the length of the categories. If it is category length is 0, we're going to display a message that is no categories added, so user can get to know that there are no categories available in the database. I'm going to use the expression categories dot length is greater than 0. We can add the greater than 0 also, but I wanted to display basically the message. That is why I am going to add the equal to 0. Then I'll use the ternary operator. If it is true, something. If it is not true, we are going to display some other JSX content. So here I'll just add the paragraph with a text or with the classes text gray 500. Inside this, I can add the text no categories added yet, add some to get started. This is the if the length is 0. If the length is not 0, I am going to add a div with a class grid grid columns 1, and in small devices I want the grid columns to be 2, and also in medium devices grid columns to be 3, gap 4. Inside this I will add the categories dot map, and we get the category and index. Inside this I can create a div with a class group relative flex item center gap 4 padding 3 rounded on larger devices, hover effect background gray 100. This is going to be 100 divided by 60. And inside this, first of all, we also need to add the key prop. So let's add the key prop, that is going to be index, or even we can add the category.id. Let's add the category.id, and next we are going to add the inside this div I would like to add the icon or the emoji. I will add the comments. So first of all we need to add the icon or emoji display, and I can copy this and paste it. Next we need to add the category details, and inside the category details we need to add the category name and type, Next we also need to add one more, that is going to be category or add the actions. So let's add the action buttons. So this is how we are going to do it. So the very first thing, we are going to add the emoji. Actually we don't need this index, I'm going to get rid of this index, and perfect. And also I'm going to add the div with a class width 12, height 12, and flex items center, justify center, text extra large, and text gray 800, background gray color 100. I want the rounded corners full, so let's add this. And inside this div we can add the category icon. So let me add the category dot icon, and if it is present we are going to add the ternary operator. If it is present we are going to display that, otherwise we are going to print a default icon. If it is present we are going to use the span tag text to extra large, and inside this I can add the image, and let me add the image. For that image we are going to add the category dot icon, and also alt category name, and class we are going to add, which is height 5 width 5. Perfect. And else if it is not present we are going to display a default icon, which is going to be a pencil, not the pencil. We can use the pencil also. Class name I can add text primary. Size we are going to add 24, right? Okay, let's save this. And now Actually, we are getting this error in the map, that is categories.map is missing in props validation, React prop type. Okay, no worries, just ignore this and save this. Let's go to the browser. We get the error, that is because of that map. So let's go to the top and undefined length. Okay, looks like, okay, this is going to be the categories dot length, categories, and we get this categories. Are we passing? Okay, we are not passing the categories, so we can pass the categories. That is going to be categories and categories data, and save this. We are accepting the categories. Okay, so now if I go to the browser, you can see now we get this pencil icon, because emoji, the icon we have not added in the previously in our backend, we have not added it, but we are getting the symbol, these pencil icons, because we have added the ternary operator, and if the emoji is not present, we are adding this pencil. Actually, we don't need to add this pencil. This doesn't make any sense at all. Go to the Lucide and we can find any default category icon. Category, okay, I think kettles, something we can add. Okay, you can find any default category. Okay, I'm going to add this layers 2. Let's add this. Oops. Layers 2 and save this. Go to the browser. Okay, this is how it looks. Fine, this is looks good. I can add the text purple 800, and this is how it looks. Perfect. Now we have to display the category name and other details as well. Okay, whether it is a income type or it is an expense type, all that we can add it here. Let's go back to the category list, and we have this category details. What I will do is I'm going to add a div with a class flex1, flex items center, justify between, and inside this we need to add these two sections. Okay, the category name and type and the action buttons. I'm going to add the div with a class. Okay, we don't need to add the classes. Actually, I'll just add the div. Inside the div, I'll create a paragraph with a class text small, text gray 700, font medium. Inside this we can display the category name, and I will create one more paragraph, and I'm going to add the text gray color 400, and I'm going to add margin top 1 and capitalize. Inside this category type I'm going to add. Perfect. After this we have this action buttons. Let's save this. If you go to the browser, you can see now we have this utilities, income, salary, income. Perfect. Now here in the right hand side we have to display the action buttons. Right now we are going to add only the edit functionality. The delete functionality we are not going to add it, because a category contains many incomes and expenses. If I deleting the category, it is also going to delete all the incomes and expenses. That we have to do not do that. That is why I'm going to just provide the edit option. Div with a class flex items center gap 2, and inside this div I'll add one more. I'll just add the button with a class text gray 400, hover, the text hover effect, that is going to be blue 600, so, or I can add 500, and opacity 0, group hover effect, opacity 100, transition opacity, and also cursor pointer. So all these classes we are going to add. Apart from this, we also need to add the on click event, but we are going to add it later. Just add the pencil icon, that is for the editing, and size it's going to be 18, and save this. If I go to the browser, and you can see now we got this edit icon with a blue color. On hover of this, we are getting the blue color. Perfect. Now on clicking of this, we have to add the on edit functionality. We are going to add it later once we add the add category functionality. But so far we are displaying the categories on the browser. Now let's create a model so that when the user click on this add category, we can display the model. Open the category list and let's go to the category. Or first we need to create the model. Let's open the project explorer. Under the components, create a new component. It is going to be model, and let me expand this and also increase the font. Create a functional component. We can return the JSX model, and let's export this as a default component. Let's save this and let's go to the category, and here we are having this comment, so we can add the model. And basically what we are going to do is we are going to pass a children to this model. So inside this, I'll just add the text, that is category form. Now this is children for this model, so we can accept the prop, that is going to be children, and we can display those children inside this model. Now we can add the JSX content, create a div with a class fixed inset 0, z50, z-index, and flex justify center, items center, width full, also height full, and overflow hidden, background black by 40, backdrop blur in small devices. With this I'm going to it's going to be the JSX content. Okay, we're adding this background black divided by 40 and backdrop blur in small devices, item center, all the basic CSS class we are adding. Inside this, create a div with a class relative, padding 4, width full, maximum width to extra large, maximum height I'm going to add 90 viewport, or vertical height. And inside this we need to add the model header. Okay, basically what we are going to add is the content and the header. So first let's add the content. I'm going to add the comment. It is going to be model header. Inside this, create a div with a class relative, background white, rounded on extra large devices, shadow to extra large, border gray 100. Inside this, we are going to add the model content. This is going to be model content. Inside this, we are going to add the div with a class flex items center, justify between, padding 5, medium devices, padding 6, border and border, gray 100, rounded extra large. Inside this, I'm going to create the h3 tag with a class text extra large, font semi bold, text gray 800, and we can add the title, which is add category. Let's save this. Now we can test this. I don't want to write whole content and then something is mess up. So just add this title, and now we can click on that model to display it in the browser on clicking of that add category. So for that, what we need to do is inside the category, we need to pass the children. Okay. And in this category, scroll down, we are adding this children, which is here the model. So in the model, we are passing the category form, and in the model, we are accepting the children. Okay. So what I would like to do is I'm going to display this model. I want to display this model when the user click on the add category. So for that, I'm going to add the on click event here. I'll add the on click, and I'm going to pass the inline function that is going to be set open add category model. I'll set this to true. Okay, I'll just pass this to true and save this. Now on click of this, it is going to open up that model. Let's go to the browser. Let's go to the browser, and you can see it is already opened, right? Add category. Right. Next, what we need to do is inside this, we have this button on click, and also let's go to our model. And for this model, we are going to accept a few more props. That is going to be is open on close, because I wanted to close that model as well, children. And also if we look at this, the title, we are hard coding it, right? I don't want to hard code this. I'll just pass the title, and I can use this title here, title, and this title, the content, we can pass it from the category. Okay. So I'll just go to the category, and in the category, I'll just pass the title, add category. Also, we need to pass a few more things, that is open. I'll just pass the open add category model. I'm going to pass this state. Next, I'm also going to pass on close, because I wanted to close that model as well. So for that, I'm going to pass an inline function and set open add category model. I'll set this to false. Perfect. And inside this model, we are accepting all these props: is open, on close, children, right? I'm going to make use of the is open. So I'll just add the condition. If is open is not true, I'm going to return false. Sorry, I'm going to return null, and save this. Also, we need to add this on close event as well. So for that, I'm going to just add the button, and it's going to be button type, and the class text gray 500 and background gray 50, hover effect background gray 100, hover effect text gray 700, rounded, large, text, small, width 9, height 9, and inline, I'm going to add the inline flex dot items center. Also I'm going to add the transition colors, transition colors dot duration 200, and cursor pointer, and also I'm going to add the focus outline, it's going to be none, and focus ring 2, and focus ring blue 500, focus ring blue 500, and also focus ring offset 2. So let's add this JSX content, a pretty long class names that we have added. That's completely fine. What I'll do is I'm going to add the on-click event, but before that I would like to add the button type. It is going to be a button type, and I will add the Lucide React icon, which is going to be X, the X button I wanted, the close button, and I can add the width and height, width 4, height 4. Okay, and I would like to also add the on-click event. So on click, I can pass the on close event. So let's save this. Now this children, I can pass it, I can also print it this children. So but for now, let's go to the browser and clicking on this add category. You can see now we are getting this model with a X symbol. Okay, clicking on this, it is going to close. Of course the alignment is not perfect, that we can fix it later. Clicking on this, we are getting this cross symbol, so I can add this size, probably 15. Save this and let's close this. Clicking on this, okay, no problem, we can fix that later, but for now our model is coming in a good shape. Now we can add the few more content, like we need to add the children, all those things we need to add. But before that, let's fix this anyway. I'm going to remove this size, and looks like we have missed some flex related classes. We have this flex, inline flex. I can remove this inline flex, and I can add one more class, which is items center. Item centers we have already added, justify center, and let's save this and let's go to the browser and click off this add category. Okay, perfect. Just I have removed from inline flex to flex, that works fine, and also clicking on this, it is getting closed. Perfect. Next, what I would like to do is on click of this add category, we also need to print the children's. So for that, I'll just after this button and after this div, I'm going to create one more div that is for the model body. Okay, so I'll just add the comment. This is for the model body. We have total in 3 sections. One is model header and model content and model body. And in the down, I'm going to just print the children. I'm going to create a div with a class padding 5, and in medium devices it should be padding 6, and also text gray 700. Inside this, we can display the children. Let's save this. The children, in this case, we are just adding the category form, but later we are going to build the category form, actual category form, we are going to build it. Now let's save this. If I go to the browser, you can see now we got this category form and this nice horizontal line close button and the add category, and in the background we have a nice blur. Looks good. Now we can create the category form. Let's close this and open the the WebStorm, and here I'm going to create a new component for the category. We're going to create a new form. Let's open the project explorer. Under the components, create a new component. It's going to be add category form.jsx. Let's expand this, and I'm going to increase the font. Let's create the component and export it. I'm going to return the JSX. And save this. Now we can render this inside the category. Let's remove this category form and save this. If I go to the browser, clicking on this add category, you can see add category form. Perfect. And go back, and inside the add category form at the top, first of all, I'm going to create a few states. Const category set category. I'm going to use the use state hook. Let's import that. Inside this, I'm going to add the name. Initially it is going to be an empty string, and type, by default it is going to be income type, and icon, it is also going to be an empty string. Next, apart from this, I would like to also create one more function, which is const category type of options. This is going to be an array. Inside this, we can create the object, just two objects we're going to create. Value, it's going to be income, and label, it's going to be income. Similarly, we will also add it for expense. It's going to be expense, and this is also going to be an expense. And save this. Later we can use this function. Now coming to this returning the JSX, what I would like to do is I'm going to create a div with a class padding 4. Let me correct this. It's going to be div with a class padding 4. Oops. And inside this, I'm going to make use of the input component. If you remember, we have created this input reusable component. So let's make use of this. To this, I'm going to pass the value. It's going to be category.name. On change, I'm going to add. It's going to be, I'm going to just grab the value from the event.target. So target, and it's going to be target.value, and I can pass the property name. It is going to be name. And next, this is going to be set, not the set category, it's going to be handle change. Okay, we're going to add this handle change function. Of course, we haven't created it. We're going to create it in just a bit. And next, I'm going to add the label. It's going to be category name. Next, I will add the placeholder. Example, freelance, salary, and also bonus. Something like that. We can add the categories, or even I can just say groceries. Okay, fine. Next, I will add the type. It is going to be a input type text, and save this. I can add the handle change event. So at the top, I'll just add this const handle change, we are going to get the key value pair. I'm going to just make this as key. The key is nothing but this string and value is nothing but the actual value that we are entering into the input box. Here I'll just update the set category. Set category. I'm going to use the destructure and I'm going to use a spread operator, category, and for that key I'm going to add the value. So we can use the key and to this we can add the value. Let's save this and let's go to the browser. Of course we haven't completely added all the necessary details into the category form, but I'm going to just check that. Let's click on this add category. You can see now we are getting this nice text box, freelance, salary, groceries for the placeholder. Now what we can do is, next we wanted to display the drop down, but if you look at the let me close this. If I go back to the input reusable component, we just only added the password and the text. So for that another drop down we need to add the select type as well, okay, or the drop down as well. So that's exactly we're going to do it here. We're going to modify this reusable component. First of all, I'm going to modify this props. So at the props I'm going to accept two more props, which is select and options. This select is a boolean value, and here what I'll do is I'm going to just cut this and I'm going to make use of the select prop. Select, if it is true we're going to display the JSX content. If it is false we're going to display one more JSX content, and in the else part or in the false part I'm going to display this existing code, and in the if it is true, here we are going to display the select text box. We are going to create a select and we need to add the value and onChange property. So first of all, let's get rid of this, and I'm also going to add the class names. Let's add width full, background transparent, outline none, border gray 300, and rounded on medium devices, padding 2 and padding horizontal 3, text gray 700, leading tight, also focus outline none, and focus border blue 500. We are adding all these classes, and apart from this we will also add the value prop. The value is going to be a value, and on change I'm going to add an inline function on change. We can pass the event. Perfect. And next we have to add the options. So inside this select we need to add the options dot map, okay, and it's going to take a single option, and inside this we can make use of the option, and I will add the key prop. It's going to be option dot value. Also we need to pass the value. It's going to be option dot value, and we will add the label option dot label. Let's save this. Now this options we have to pass it from the where we are actually passing it, right, where we are adding this input box. So to do that, inside our add category form, next we are going to add the category type. That is going to be, after this I'm going to add the input. We can pass the necessary props. That's going to be a label. It is going to be category type. Next, I will also add value. It's going to be category.type. On change, I'm going to grab the target and destructure the target, and handle change. I'll make this key as type target.value, and select, I'm going to set this to true. Also options, I'm going to pass category type options, and save this. If I go to the input, and this error, you can ignore it, no problem. And let's save this. If I go to the browser, click on this add category, boom, we got the category type and category name. Clicking on this, we have the income and expense. Perfect, looking cool. And we can close this also. All right, next, okay, let me reload this. We are getting this 404 for this profile image. That's completely fine. And on clicking of this category, okay, we don't see any errors. Perfect. Okay, next what we need to do is we need to add the emoji picker. For this, first let's install the library. Open the WebStorm and open the terminal, and we are going to install the library, which is Emoji Picker React. npm install Emoji Picker React. Let's install this. I would like to also show you where exactly available. You can also read the documentation. Let's go to the browser, Emoji Picker React, and you can select the first one from the npm library, and you can see this is a nice React picker. We can use this, and it has a nice documentation. This is how you can install this. I have used the same command, and if you scroll down, you can see you can use this component. That's it, and the emoji picker will be available for you. Okay, you can also see the props like open. You can pass the default value true. On emoji click, what should happen, autofocus theme, emoji style, default skin tone. You can read all of this documentation. It's pretty straightforward, and yeah, that's it. Let's go back to the WebStorm, and now we can use this. So let me close this, and now I'm going to just close this input.jsx, and also I'm going to close this. Let's open this model.jsx, and next inside this add category form, and okay, we need to create a new component. Under the components, I'm going to create a new file. It's going to be emoji picker popup. I'm going to expand this, and I'm going to increase the font. Let's create the function and export it. Const emoji picker popup. Let's return this JSX content, emoji picker, export default emoji picker popup. Save this. Okay, next what we need to do is we need to render this inside the add category form. So at the very top, just before the category name, I'm going to create a div with a class. Okay, we already created the div, and I'll just add the emoji picker popup. Save this, go to the browser, clicking on this add category, we should see this emoji picker. Perfect. Now we can start adding the JSX content for this emoji picker popup. First of all, I'm going to get rid of this. I'll just create a state at the top. Const is open, set is open. Initially this is going to be false. We can import the use state hook, enter inside the return, create a div with a class flex column, medium devices, flex row, items start, gap 5, margin bottom 6. Okay, we have this div, and under the div I'm going to create a one more div with a class flex items center gap 4 cursor pointer, and also we need to create the on click event that is going to be on click, and the set is open. I'm setting this to true because on clicking of this, user has to, that emoji pop-up has to open. That is why we are adding this set is open state we are updating. And inside this, basically what I'll do is I'm going to create a one more div with a class width 12 and height 12 flex item center justify center text to extra large background color purple 50 and text purple 500 rounded large. Okay, inside this div we can make use of the icon if the icon is present. And how do we get the icon? We are going to get the icon as a prop. Icon, if the icon is present, let's make use of the icon. If the icon is present, we are going to display some JSX. If it is not present, we are going to display something else. If it is present, we are going to make use of the image, and here let's use the icon, and in the alt we can just add the text icon. Also I'm going to add the class names, that is width 12, height 12. Okay, so this is we are displaying, and in case if the icon is not present, we are going to display an image icon from the Lucide React and save this. Perfect. Next I'm going to just add the paragraph with a class. I think we don't need to add any classes. I'll just add the ternary operator. If the icon is present, it is going to be change icon, or else it is going to be pick icon. Let's save this. We have not yet done. We are going to just, what I will do is I'll just go ahead and save this. And now inside our add category form, basically I'm going to just pass the, go to the add category form. I'll just pass the prop. It is going to be icon, and for this icon I'm going to add the category dot icon. Also we're going to pass one more prop, that is going to be on select. On select we're going to pass the selected icon, and I'll add the handle change event, and this is going to be, the key will be icon, and this is going to be selected icon. Okay, and save this. Now we can accept this prop inside our emoji picker. So let's go to the emoji picker, and here I will also accept the on select prop, on select, and save this. Now what I would like to do is, let's save this, and if I go to the browser and clicking on this add category, you can see that we get this pick icon. Okay, let me do one thing. I'll just go ahead and after this div I'm going to just add the is open, and if it is present, if it is true, we are going to create a div with a class relative, and inside this I'll just add the button with a class width 7 and height 7. Also flex items center, justify center, background white, border gray, 200, rounded full, absolute, and also I'm going to add the minus top -2 and minus right -2 and Z10. Also I'll add the cursor pointer. These are the classes that I'm going to add, and also I'm going to add the on click event, on click. So I'm going to add the set is open to false. Inside this I'll just add the X symbol, the X icon from Lucide React, and after this just add the emoji picker, emoji picker. Okay, this is from the library which we have installed few minutes back, and to this we're going to pass the open is open, the prop. We need to pass this, and also on emoji picker, sorry, on emoji click, we are going to add the emoji. So let's add the inline function. I'll just add this emoji, and on select emoji, if the emoji is present, I'm going to get the image URL. If the image URL is not present, I'm going to add the empty string. Let's save this. Now let's open the browser and click on this add category. Clicking on this, okay, we are getting some error. That is because validate the DOM nesting button appear as a descendant of, but okay, something we have missed it. So let me close this, go back to our WebStorm, and inside this emoji picker, looks like we have made some mistake. We have this div, and under the div we have the button, and inside the button we are adding this. Okay, I think after this button we should add this. Sorry about this. Okay, save this. Let's go to the browser, click add category, and let me clear this and click on this add category. Clicking on this, it should open the pop-up, okay, the emoji picker. Perfect. But the problem is on clicking of this, it is not closing. That is the first issue, and also this pick icon, we have to fix it. So let's close this. That is because probably, let's go back to our code, and here first let's remove this. I'm going to cut this and save this. If I go to the browser, click on add category, you can see now we are getting this image. So looks like we have maybe added, okay, let's add this outside of this div, and I'm going to, we have this div, right? Okay, and this div is closing here. I'm going to just cut this and I'll add it after this paragraph, and this should solve our problem. Okay, and I'm going to just align this, okay, reformat this and save this. Now if I go to the browser, and you can see now we got this pick icon, and clicking on this, it will open up this emoji. Select any one of this and it will select the emoji, and you can see now we have this change icon text. We can add the category name and the income name. Perfect, it is working as expected. But there is one thing I noticed. On click of this add category, I'm going to select the emoji. Automatically selecting the emoji, it should close the pop-up, right? So let's do that. Let's go back to our code, and here I'll just cut this, and I'm going to call a function handle emoji click, and we can define this function const handle emoji click, and I'll paste it, and I'll just add the emoji here. And now let's get rid of this, and now what I'll do is I'm going to just make use of the function which is set is open to false. Set is open, I'll set this to false. Const handle, okay, this is going to be equals. Perfect. And save this. Now let's go to the browser, add category, pick any one of the emoji, boom, it will automatically close the pop-up. And selecting this again and select again, it will automatically close the pop-up. Perfect. Now we have added the emoji picker as well. Now what we can do is we can handle the adding this category to the database. We can make an API call and we can store it into the database. Let's handle that part. Let's open the category component, and inside the category component we have this component which is add category form. What I will do is I'm going to pass a prop to this which is on add category, and I'm going to call the function handler function which is handle add category. Now we can define this function here. At the top, just after this use effective hook, I'm going to define this function which is const handle add category. I'll just log this message to the console, category added successfully, and save this. Now let's go to the add category form. I'm going to accept that prop at the top. Let's destructure it, and I'm going to accept the on add category. Once we get this on add category, now I'm going to just scroll down. I'm going to add a button here at the very end. So after this input element, I'm going to add the div with a class flex justify end margin top 6. Inside this, create a button that's going to be a button type, and class I'm going to add which is add button fill, and inside this we can add the text which is add category, and also I'm going to add the type which is a button type, and I'm going to add the on click event. And for this on click event, I'm going to call the function handle submit. I'm going to just call this function and save this. Now let's define this handle submit at the very top. I'll just call this function which is handle submit, and for this handle submit, inside this I'm going to just call the function which is this on category, on add category, and to this we can pass the category object. We have this category object, okay, the state, and this state will be updated whenever the changes inside this form, whenever the input changes get changes, on change function will be called, and it is going to update the, it is going to call the handle change function. Inside the handle change function, we are going to updating the category, and the same category we are going to pass it to the on add category function to the parent, and inside this category we will be accepting that category. So let's accept the category. I'm going to just print that category. Let's save this and go to the browser, and let's click on this add category. I'm going to just select the emoji, let's say burger, select the burger. Okay, in the burger, like we have this different categories, so let's go to the recent one and select this one. Category name, let's say salary, and this is going to be of income type. I'll just click on this add category. It should work, but for some reason it is not working. Let's go back and go to the add category form, scroll down, we are calling this handle submit, and inside the handle submit we are calling this on category function. First let's log this to the console here, button clicked, and save this and click the add category. Okay, it is not working. Click add category, select the emoji and click OK. Looks like something is wrong. Let's reload this. Click on this add category and select the emoji. Click on this. OK, looks like something is wrong. Let's go back to our code. Scroll down. We have this button, type submit on. Okay, this is not an on change. This is an on submit. Sorry, on click. This is. Sorry about that. Let's save this and let's go to the browser. Click add category. Select the emoji, category name, salary, income type. Click add category. You can see button clicked and we are getting this category added successfully. If you expand this, we have the icon, name, type, all this we are getting. Now we can just call the API. That's the main thing. Let's go back and I'll first of all get rid of these console statements. So let's get rid of this and now go to the category. So inside the category, basically we have to make the API call. At the first of all, let's get rid of this, and inside this, first of all, I'm going to destructure the category. Const, I'm going to get the name, type, icon from the category, and I'm going to just add the basic validation. That's going to be if the name dot trim after trimming, if the name is not present, we are going to display an error message. Name is required or category name is required, and I'll just stop the execution. I'll just return it. Also, I'll add the try catch block. Inside the try block, we can make the Axios call. But before that, let's go to the API endpoints, and I'm going to add the API URI path, which is add categories. Okay, let's make this add category. It's going to be categories. Perfect. And save this. Now open the category. Here I can make use of the Axios config dot post API endpoints dot add category, and we need to pass the name, type, icon. I'm going to add the await because this is going to return a promise, and here I will add the async. Perfect. And in the catch block, or I'll just grab the response. Once I get the response, if the response status is 200, I'll just add the toast message, that is category added successfully. And if anything error occurs, I'm going to just log to the console just for the development purpose. That is going to be error adding category. I'll print the error message, and also I'll just add the toast message, that is toast.error, and I can print the error message. What I will do is I'm going to check for the error object, error.response, and if the response is present, I'm going to check for the data. If the data is present, I'm going to grab the message. If the message is not available, I'll just add the text, fail it to add category. And also I'm going to add the one more I'm going to update the state, which is set open add category model to false. I want to close that model, right? I'm going to set this to false. Also, I'm going to just fetch the category details. So let's save this. And now let's go back to our browser and let's add the category. I'm going to click on this add category, select the icon, let's say money, and this is going to be a bonus, and this is going to be income, and click on this add category. Fail it to add category. Okay, we are getting some error. That is because in the console we are getting this error request failed with the status code 403. Looks like we made some mistake, and also we have to add the loader as well, right? So that we will get to know that user has clicked the submit button or the add category button, and we have to wait for that. So let's make those changes. So let me close this and go to the code, and here at the top I'm going to just add the loader. So we have this already loading. We can make use of this loading. Instead of adding it here, I'll just go to the add category form. I'll just add the state here, const loading, set loading. Initially this will be false. Scroll down and we have this handle submit. Just cut this, and I'll just going to make this as asynchronous function. Inside this, let's add the try catch block. I'll just add the finally block. We don't need the catch block. And inside this, let's add this, and I'm going to add the await keyword. And in the finally block, I'll just update the state, set loading to false. Save this, scroll down. Okay, before that, I would like to also add the set loading to true, and save this. And here we have this button, and to this button also I'll make this as disabled, and I'll use the loading. Now for this text, what I would like to do is I'm going to make use of the loading. If it is loading, then I'm going to display a JSX. If it is false, I'm going to display something else. Okay, so in the true block, I'll just add the fragment, and I will use the loader circle from the Lucide React. I can add the classes, which is width 4, height 4, also animate spin, and I will add the text, which is adding. Perfect. Otherwise here I'll again add the fragment, and I'll add the text, which is add category, and save this. Now let's go to the category, and looks fine. Everything looks good. I'll just go to the browser. Okay, the bonus is added. Looks like something issue with this. Let's verify it. I'm going to delete this. Click on this add category. Pick an just say charger or switch or plug, and I'll just add the utilities. This is going to be an expense, and click add category. Okay, so failed to add the category, and we are getting this error. Let me actually close this, and I'll reload this. Okay, utilities, we already have this utilities. Looks like this is an income I have added. And let's go to the backend. Let me see, do we get any errors? Okay, the category with this name already exists. Perfect. So let's add a different category. Let's go to the add category, and I'll pick the same icon, and this time I'm going to add maybe, or I can select the rent house. I can select, and this is going to be rent, and it is an expense. Clicking on this add category, it did not add, but let me close this and I'll reload this. Okay, it is added, and the reason why it did not close the model, because maybe we might have missed something in the code. Let's verify it. Okay, we will make an API call. We get the response. Okay, this is actually 201, not 200. Let's save this. Now let's go back, and I'm going to just add the category again. I'll just add the maybe transportation. Okay, I'll just, or vacation. Okay, vacation, it is going to be an expense. Click add category, boom, category added successfully. Okay, let's verify one more time. We can add the income this time. I'll just add the, okay, do we have a bonus, salary, utilities? Let's add the freelance. I'll just add the money. Let's add the money, and it's going to be freelance, and this is going to be an income. I'm going to just add the add category. Okay, one more thing what we have to do, if we are adding the same category, what we need to do is we have to display the proper error message. This category is already exist. So to do that, I'll just go to the code, and here we are just displaying this error, right? So what actually we need to add, we are actually adding this message, but for some reason we are not able to see that message, but we will verify it, what exactly why exactly it is not displaying that error message. Okay, I'll just add the console. I'm going to add the utilities again as an income, add the category, utilities, income, and click on this add category. We get failed to add the category. If I expand this, go to the message response and data, we are getting this null and failed with this status code, and let's see whether do we get anywhere that error message. Okay, but in the backend we are throwing that properly error message. Scroll down, you can see the runtime exception we are throwing, category with this name already exists. Okay, looks like this category we are just throwing the runtime exception, but we are not we are not passing that as a response. That is why it is not receiving in the front end. But what we can do is we can handle this properly, but as of now I'm gonna skip this because I don't want to make this part overwhelming to all of you. So I'm gonna just skip this. But if you really wanted to show the proper error message, what we have to do is in the backend we have to handle the exception handling. So far we have not handled the exceptions in the backend. We have to add a global exception handler, and we have to properly throw that exception and to the front end as well, so that the front end can easily show that error message and display it in the UI. Okay, so now our add categories as working expected. Now we have to work on this edit category. But if you really wanted to show that error message, there is one more way. In the front end only you can add the validation. Let's go to the, I'll show you. Let's go to the code, and inside this category component we have this add category. What I'll do is I'm going to make use of this category data, and inside this category data I can check for the category whether that category is already exists or not. Then we would not even have to call the backend API at all. Okay, so I'll just add the comment, check if the category already exists. Okay, so I'll just make use of the category data dot, I'm going to use this sum method, and this is going to give us the item, or I can call this category. And inside this what I would like to do is I'm going to just add the category dot name dot to lowercase. I'll just wanted to convert this into a lowercase. This is going to be category. So category dot name to lowercase is equal to name dot trim. This is not a name. Okay, this is the name, right? Okay, name dot trim, and I'll just convert this into to lowercase. Okay, and I'll just return this. Okay, I'll just return this, and I'm going to store that in a variable const is duplicate. Now I can check for is duplicate. If the is duplicate is present, show a toast error message, category name already exists, and return this. Now let's save this. Let's go to the browser. We have this utilities income is already present. Utilities income, add category. You can see category name already exists. Boom, this is perfect. So like this you can add the validation in the front end also. That will avoid making an API call. Perfect. Now we can think about this edit category. Looks like I made a spelling mistake in this list, the drop down, which is expend and income. So I'll just correct this. Let's go to the add category form, and here I'll just make this expense and save this. And right now this is showing the same, or I can just reload this and let me log in back. Go to the category, and yeah, this is showing the same because what I did is in the database I have stored with this same name, so that is why. I'll just go to the database and I can delete it. Let me execute the query. I'll just go ahead and delete all of this. Click apply, close. Go to the browser, reload this. Now there are no categories. Let's add new category. I'll just add salary. This is going to be an income, and income. I'll add the one more category, expense category. It is going to be utilities. Add category, and you can see now it has been corrected, expense. Perfect. Next, go to the WebStorm, and here let's go to the category list, and in the category list, okay, this is the category list. Let's go to the category, and in the category component we are passing the category list, right? The category list, and inside the category list we are passing the categories as a prop. We're going to pass one more, that is edit category. We wanted to also add one more prop so that we can handle the editing of an category, which is on edit category. And for this we're going to add the function which is handle edit category. I will define this function at the top. I'll just log this to the console, editing the category, okay, and save this. Now we can accept this prop inside the category list at the top. Okay, we are already accepting this on edit category, so I'll just delete this on delete category. We don't need this because we're not going to handle the delete category. So I'll just add the on edit category prop and scroll down. Let me make a small size, and now we have this button, right? So inside this button I would like to add the condition. So let's not the condition, I'm going to add the on click event, on click, and for this on click event I'm adding the on edit category, and we need to pass the category, not the category ID. So just pass the category. Now when the user click on this button, this edit button, what it is going to do, it is going to call this function on edit category, and to this we are going to pass the category as a parameter, and it is going to call the function which is handle add category. And this handle add category, inside this we are going to just handle edit this is handle edit category, and inside this we are printing this message. So let's save this, and if I go to the browser, just click on this. Let me clear the screen, and I'm going to click on this utilities, and you can see editing the category, right? So now I'm going to accept the category on the function. Let's go back, and here I'll just accept, I'm going to accept the parameter which is category to edit. I can just print this category to edit, save this. If I go to the browser, I'll just go ahead and click on this, and you can see now we got the complete object, the category object. It has icon, ID, name, profile ID, type, updated at, created at, everything it is present. Now this we can send it to the pop-up. On the user click on this, we have to open up the model, and the entire data we're going to display it in the form. And we're going to use the same model that we have created, the reusable component that we're going to use it. Let's open the WebStorm, and what I will do is in the category, we have this comment, right, updating the category model. Here only we are going to add a one more model. So let's add model, and we need to pass a children to this. So what I would like to do is I'm going to pass the same add category form, the same thing we are going to add, but we're going to pass a few more props to this. Before that, for this model, we also need to pass few more props, that is open. I'll add the open edit category model. So if I go to the top, we have created this state, right? Open edit category model, and we're going to use this same state, that is open edit category model. We're going to pass this, and also I'm going to add the on close function, and for this on close I'm going to pass an inline function, and we're going to update the state which is set open edit category model. I'll set this to false. And also I'm going to add the, in fact I'll just cut this and I'll bring this to the next line. So I'll pass this, and next I'll also update the selected category, set selected category. I'll add the category which is null. Set selected category, I'm setting it to null, and the set open edit category model, I'm setting it to false. This is I'm adding null because I wanted to clear the selected category when it is closed, because we are closing this. When it is closed, I want to set the category, the selected category, I want it to be set it as null. So that's the reason, just for the cleaning purpose, I'm just adding this as null. And also I'm going to add the title prop, that is going to be update category. Update category. What I would like to do is I have added the title also, and is open also, and on close. So all these props we are passing, and in the model, if I open this, we have this is open, on close, children, and title. Perfect. And now inside this add category form, we need to pass the on add category, on not edit, on add category. And for this we're going to add the function which is handle update category. Update category, I'll just create this function at the top, const handle update category. Obviously this is going to be an asynchronous function, but I'll just add the console log updating category. Let's save this and scroll down. Next also we're going to pass one more, which is editing. Is editing, I'll set this to true. And also I'm going to pass initial category data, initial category data, which is nothing but the selected category, and save this. Now if I go to the category form, as of now we are just only accepting the on add category, but we are going to also accept the initial category data and is editing. These also props we are going to accept it. Now once we get the initial category data, what I can do is I can add the use effect hook. Inside this use effect hook, I'm going to just add the if condition. If is editing is true and initial category data is present. Oops, this is going to be initial category data. If it is present, then I'm going to update the category, set category. I'll update with initial category data. So let me import this use effect also. So let's import this. Okay, we need to pass the dependency array. No problem. Let's pass the dependency array. And next, this is for the if condition and also for the else condition. If this is editing is true and initial category data is present, we're going to update the state. If it is false, then I'm going to update the category, but I'm going to update with the empty values. So name will be empty string, type will be income, and icon will be empty string. And I'll pass the dependency array is editing, also initial category data. Let's save this. With all of these changes, I'll also going to add the button, and here since we are just adding the text adding, I'll make use of the is editing. If is editing is true, then I'll just add the text updating. Otherwise, we're going to add the adding. Similarly, here also I'll just add the expression. If is editing is true, then it is going to be update category. Otherwise, it is going to be add category. Perfect. So now our add category form is completed with for both accepting the edit form as well as the add form as well. Now let's go back to our category, and inside the category we are passing the initial category data on edit category is editing true. Now what I will do is, anyhow we have not yet completed this add handle update category, but we have to try this out, and it should print the log message that is updating the category on click of the edit. Let's go to the browser, and we are getting good amount of errors. So let me reload this. Okay, so let's clear this, and I'm going to click on this utilities edit icon, and it should open the pop-up, but it is not opening. That is because we need to add we're adding this model, updating the category model, and on click of this category list, we have this on edit category, and in the on edit category, let's go to on edit category, handle edit category, this handle edit category. Okay, we are just logging in. So instead of the logging in, what exactly we need to do is we need to allow the model to display. So I'll just set the selected category to edit, and also set open edit category model. I'll set this to true. This will open up the model. Now let's go to the browser. I'll just click on this. Boom, it got opened. You can see automatically it has selected the icon as well as the utilities, and it is expense. So let's close this. Let's go to the salary. You can see we get the salary and income. Now I'll just change this to something else, and I'll just click on this update category. It should print the message, which is this message updating the category. Okay, so we just print this and we will see what it is going to happen. Also, I'm going to just update it category. I'm going to accept it, updated category, because if I go to this handle update category, if I go to the add category form and let's go to the category handle, okay, on add category, on add category, if I scroll down and you can see we are passing this category, right? So I can accept this. So let's go back at the top. This is the updated category and I'm printing this updated category. Let's save this, and if I go to the browser, I'll just change this to some text and I'll just change this to expense and click on this update category and boom, updating the category, and it should update it. You can see the name and type has been changed to expense, right? Now with all of this information, we can make an API call and we can update this update category, right? Okay, so let's close this. What I will do is let's open the function which is handle update category. So let's get rid of this. Here we can make an API call. First, let's go to the API endpoints. I'll just add the endpoint URI, which is update category and slash categories. Okay, I'll just use the template literal so that I can pass the ID as well. And for this, I'm going to also pass the ID, which is nothing but the category ID. So let me pass the category ID and it's going to be slash categories, okay, and category ID. That's it. Now we can make use of this update category inside the category. Okay, let's go to the category, and inside this, first of all, I'm going to destructure this updated category. Const, I'll pass ID, I'll grab the name, ID, type, icon from the updated category, and I'm going to add the condition if the name dot trim, if the name is not present, I'm going to display an error message, toast.error, category name is required, and I'll stop the execution, return, and if the ID is not present, then I'll again print a one more toast message, that is category ID is missing for update, and I'll return the execution. Okay, this is going to be return. Next, I'm going to add the try catch block. Inside the try block, make use of the Axios config dot put API endpoints dot update category, and I need to pass the ID as the category ID, and then we're going to pass the name, type, and icon. This is going to return a promise. I can use the await and we will get the response back, constant response. We can use that response if required, and also I'll make this as async function response, and once we get the response back, I'll just update the model, the state, to close the model. So this is going to be open edit category model. I'll set this to false, and also set selected category, I'll set this to null to clear the selected category, and also I'll add the toast message, toast success, category updated successfully. Perfect. And after this, I'll just fetch the category details to refresh the table or the view. We don't need this response actually, so let's get rid of this. And in the catch block, I'll just print the error log I'll print a message that is error updating the category and error dot response dot data dot message. If the message is not present, I'll just print error dot message. Perfect. And also I'm going to display a toast error message, that is error dot response dot data dot message. If it is not present, fail it to update the category. Just a friendly message we are going to display. With all of this, now we can test the functionality. Let's save this and let's go to the browser, and I'll just change this utilities to something else. This is going to be a transportation, and I'll change this to a maybe a bus. Okay, and I'm going to click on this update category. Failed to update the category, which is good. The request failed with the status code. Let's go to the network tab, and in the categories, okay, this is a problem. Like in the headers, let me show you what is the problem. Okay, you can see the categories / we are not adding. That is because in our API endpoints we are not added the /. Let's save this, and if you go to the browser, and this time I'll just clear this out. I'm going to click on this update category. Boom, the category is updated, transportation and expense. Let's update the salary, and I'll just change this to bonus. I'll change the icon as well. This is going to be money. Okay, and I'll just add this update category. Boom, bonus and income. Pretty well. Okay, now we are completed the add category as well as update category, and everything looks great. Everything looks good. I'll just add the one more category. I'll just wanted to show the design in the large devices. I'll just add the vacation. This is going to be an expense and add category. Boom, you can see. Perfect. Looks great. Now we completed the categories part. Now we can add the income part, expense part and the filter. Let's continue with the income module. Let's open the income.jsx. I'm going to close all of these tabs. Let's open the income.jsx, and at the top, as usual, first we're going to create few states. Const income data, set income data. Initially this is going to be an empty array. I'm going to import the use state hook. Const categories, set categories. Initially this is also going to be an empty array. Const loading, set loading. Initially this is going to be false. Const open add income model, add income model, set open add income model. I'll set this to false. Const open delete alert, set open delete alert, and this is going to be an object. Show, I'll set this to false, and data, I'll set this to null. Now I'm going to first get all the income details from the API. So for that I can create a function, const fetch income details. This is going to be an asynchronous function, and inside this I'll just add the loader. So loading, if it is loading, then I'll just return this. Else I'm going to set the loader to true, and I'll add the try catch block. Inside the catch block we can handle the exceptions. and inside the try block we need to make use of the Axios to get all the incomes. So let's go to the API endpoints, and here I'll just add the income URI path. It's going to be add income, so not the add income, get all income, get all incomes/incomes. Save this and go to the income.jsx. We can make use of the Axios config dot get, and it's going to be API endpoints dot, we have this get all incomes. So let's use this, and this is going, since this is going to be an get request, I'll just use the await, and we get the response back, const response. You can add the condition if the response status is 200. Then we are going to update the state. So inside this I'll just add the set income data response.data, and also we can handle the exceptions inside the catch block. I can log this to the console.error, fail it to fetch income details, and I'm going to print the error object. Also I'm going to print the toast error message, error.response.data.message. If the message is not present, we're going to print the message, that is fail it to fetch income details. And the finally block set loading, I'll set this to false. So just for the sake, I'm going to just add the I'm going to print the data into the console.log income list response.data, and save this. Now we can use the use effect hook to fetch the or to call the function use effect, and we can pass the dependency, which is an empty dependency array. Inside this we will call the fetch income details, and save this. Perfect. And go to the browser and go to the income, inspect console, and you can see income list we are getting 0 because there are no records in the database. We can also verify that. Go to the incomes, and you can see there are no entries in the table. We can just add one income. What I'll do is, first I'll log in to the account, login, we get the JWT token, copy this token and update it in the collection, save this, and now go to the read categories, and we have 2 categories or 3 categories: transportation, okay, bonus and vacation, right? Okay, so for the bonus, what I will do is, we have this ID 9, copy this ID and go to the add category, add income. I can pass the category, which is 9, and for the job, this is going to be, okay, what I did, I forgot. Let's go to the read categories. So let's go to the read categories. We are copying this ID 9 and this ID is bonus. Let's go to the add income 9. Okay, mid-year bonus, I can say mid-year bonus, okay, which is 50,000, and I'll don't pass the date. Click send. Boom, income is created. Let's go to the browser and I'll just reload this. Okay, we got the one income, that is mid-year bonus. Okay, all the information is present, right? We have the category name, category ID, amount and date, ID, everything is present. Okay, so with this, what we can do, we can display the income list in the grid. Let's open the WebStorm and I'm going to create a new component which is going to be income list. Just like the category list, we're going to create the income list. Let me expand this and I'll just increase the size. Create the income list, return the JSX content. I'll just return div income list, and let's export this as a default component. Now we have this income list. What I will do is I'll just add the, or just undo this, and now inside the income.jsx we will render the income list. So inside the dashboard, what I will do is I'm going to just get rid of this, and I'll create a div with a class margin 5 and margin vertical Y and vertical 5 and margin horizontal auto. And inside this, let's create a div with a grid columns 1, gap 6. Inside the div, I'll create one more div, and inside this we are going to I'll just add the comment. Here we will add the overview for income with line chart. Okay, later we're going to add this, but for now I'm just adding the comment as a placeholder. And here we will add the income list, and to this income list we are going to pass the transactions. This transactions is nothing but the income data. Perfect. And I'll just remove this console.log. Save this. Okay, we are passing the transactions as the income data. So income list, we can accept the transactions. So let's here transactions. Later we are going to pass a few more props, but for now let's keep it simple. Transactions. Inside this, I'll create a div with a class card. Inside the card, create one more div with a class flex items center, justify between. Inside this div, create a h5 with a class text large, and inside this I'm going to add the title income sources. Inside this, let's create a div with a class flex items center, justify end gap 2. Okay, and inside this div, create a button with a class card btn, and later we're going to add the on click event, but for now inside this button we are going to add the icon, the mail icon. Later we are going to add the functionality for this mail. Size, it's going to be 15. Class name, I'll add text base, and I'll add the text email. Similarly, we're going to add one more button it is going to be download. It's going to be download. Perfect. Let's save this. We haven't completed this yet, but let's go to the browser and see the basic layout. Okay, you can see income sources. We have this email, and okay, this is not an email. This is going to be download. Okay, and save this. Okay, this is going to be flex. Okay, save this. Boom, you can see now we have this email and download. In fact, we can add the different colors. Instead of the text base, we can add text green 500, and also here text green 500. Save this, and okay, this is not looks good. I'll just change this back to text base, and card BTN. Okay, looks like because of this card BTN we are getting this on hover, we are getting this. That's completely fine, no problem, because we have added the basic styling in our index.css. Okay, looks good. And next, after this button and after this div, we will add the one more div with a class grid columns 1, and small devices, not small devices, on medium devices grid column 2, and inside this we are going to, I'll just add the placeholder. We are going to create a reusable component to display the incomes. Let's save this. Now let's create a reusable component which is going to be a transactional card. Just open the components folder. Under this I'll create the component transaction information card.jsx, and first of all I'll just expand this and I'll increase the font and create the component which is transactional information card. Let's return the JSX. I'll just return the div transaction card, and I can export this as a default component and save this. Now this transactional information card, we can add it inside the income list. Okay, so first of all what I'll do is I'm going to accept few props. I'll just destructure this and I accept icon and title, date, amount, type, and also one more which is hide delete button. Okay, so based on this we can add where we can add the delete button and where we cannot add the delete button. Okay, and on delete function. So these are all the props that we are going to add, and after this I'll just add the method, an arrow function, const get amount styles, and I can make use of the type which we are receiving in the prop. If the type is equal to income, then we are going to add the classes which is background green 50 and also text green 800, and if it is not a income type, if it is an expense type, then we are going to add the background red 50, text red 800. We will add all of this. Perfect. Now we have this get amount styles. Later we can use this, and inside this JSX, first of all I'm going to create a div with a class group and relative flex items center gap 4 margin top 2 and margin top 2 and padding 3 rounded large devices, hover effect, background gray 100 by 60, and next I will inside this I'm going to add a one more div with a class width 12, height 12, flex items center and justify center, text extra large, text gray 800 and background gray 100, rounded full. And inside this, first of all, basically what I will do is I'm going to add the icon. Okay, I'll just make use of the icon. If the icon is present, I am going to display JSX. If it is not, I'll display a default JSX icon. And if it is true, let's use the image, and for the source we can use icon, and for the alt we can add title, class name we can add width 6, height 6, and in the else block or in the false we can add the default icon, which is utensils crossed. Okay, I'll add the class names, which is text purple 500. Perfect, and save this. Now let's use this transactional info. Of course we haven't completely created this transaction information card, but let's use this inside our income list so that at least we will get the basic layout and basic cards will be displayed inside the income list. So I'll just use the transactions that we are getting here. So let's use the transactions dot length is greater than 0, or even we don't need this length at all. We can directly make use of the transaction is present. We can use the map function and we get the transaction and the index. We don't need this index at all, so get rid of this, and we will make use of the transaction information card. Okay, and to this we will pass few props, that is first of all key we have to add, which is transaction dot id, and in fact I'll make this as income, not the transaction, income, and income dot id. Next we have the title, income dot title, or not the title, it is going to be name. Next we have the icon, income dot icon, and date we can use the date formatter. Okay, but before that we haven't installed the moment, so first let's verify whether we have installed the moment or not. Let's go to the package.json, and okay, we have already installed the moment, so we can use the moment library to format the date moment, and we are going to pass the income dot date, and I can add the format that is going to be, I want the date, I'll just add devo, month and year. Okay, you will get to know the format in few minutes. So before that I will add the amount, and for the amount income dot amount, and type we know that it's an income type, I'll just directly hard code it. Okay, it is going to be an income type, and on delete I'll add the inline function, and I'm going to call the function on delete, and to this we can pass the income dot id. Okay, and we don't have this on delete prop, so let's add the on delete, so that in our parent class, which is nothing but income, we can handle the delete functionality. Okay, so let's save this and go to the income.jsx, and in income.jsx we have this income list, right? So here I'll just pass the prop for delete on delete, and I will just add the inline function, or I can do just add a function or an inline function. Anything is fine, but for now let's add the inline function. Console.log. Okay, I can accept the, or this is the ID that we are getting, right? So I'm going to accept that ID and I'll print that ID, deleting the income. I'll add the ID. Okay, just for the time being, later we are going to change this functionality. Okay, with this, now let's save this. If I go to the browser, okay, I will log in. I have logged out of the application. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, I have logged in. Let me go to the income. Okay, we are getting this error, income list above error. Okay, reference moment is not defined. Okay, looks like, go to the transaction card, not the transaction. Let's go to the income list and let me import this moment from the moment library and save this, and boom, now you can see we got this utensils, right? Okay, we have added the income, and for that income there are no icon. Okay, we have added from the backend, that's why we are getting this utensils. In fact, I'll just, for this utensils, I'll just make this as 800. Okay, perfect, right? Okay, now we are adding this only income transaction as a card, and we have to add the title, all those informations we have to add, but so far our list is displaying, that is good. From here we can proceed further. Let's open the transactional component, and after this a div, I'm going to create a one more div with a class flex1 and flex items center, justify between, and inside this create a div, and let's create the paragraph with a class text small, text gray 700, font medium, and I can add the title, and next add a paragraph with a class text extra small, text gray 400, margin top 1, and we can add the date here and save this. If I go to the browser, you can see we have this title and also we get the date, and this is how we are formatting the date. And next we have to add this delete icon here. Let's open the WebStorm, and after this after this div, I'm going to create a one more div with a class flex items center gap 2, and we can make use of the hide delete button if it is not true, and we're going to use the not operator, and also we will use this and operator. Okay, in that case I will like to add the delete button. I'm going to add the class with text gray 400, on hover effect text color is red 800, opacity 0, group hover, opacity 100, transition opacity, and cursor pointer. And inside this we can add the icon, and also we need to add the on click event. So but before that, let's add the icon, which is a trash icon. Oops, trash. I'm going to use trash 2. The size I'll add 15, sorry, I can add 18. And also I need to add the on click event. So on click, I'll just add the on delete. Okay. And next, after this delete button, what I would like to do is I'm going to create one more div, and with class we can add, because we wanted to add the amount as well. So for that, I'm going to add the classes. I'm going to add these classes in using the literal, and here let me wrap this in curly braces, and inside this I'll add flex items center cap 2, and also padding, horizontal padding 3 and vertical padding 1.5, rounded medium devices. And I'm going to basically call the method which we have created at the top, get amount styles. Okay, that's it. And inside this div, I'm going to add the, basically I'm going to add heading tag h6. I'll add the text small devices extra small and font medium. Inside this we will make use of the type. If the type is equal to income, then I'll add plus. Okay, if it is income, I'll add the plus, otherwise I'll add the minus. Okay, perfect. And after this, I'm going to call an utility function which is add 1000 separator. Okay, I have already created this function. It's a utility function. So let's go to the util.js, and you can see this is the function that I have created. Okay, you can just add this function. You can just get it from the Google, and you can add it. It is going to just separate the amount. This is going to take the amount as a parameter, and it is going to just separate it as per the Indian currency. If you are living in a different country, as per your country, you can just format it. That's completely fine. And next we have this amount, and after this h6 tag, I'm going to again check for the type. If the type is equal to income, then I'm going to add the ternary operator, so we can display something on true, and false we can display something. If it is an income, I'm going to display the Lucide icon for trending up, size 15. Similarly, if it is an expense, then trending down, size 15, and save this. That's all we have. If I go to the browser, boom, you can see now we have nice card with a 50,000 with a trending up icon, and also we have this delete icon. So on clicking of this delete icon, let me show you. Okay, it is not working. Looks like we made a mistake. On this delete, we are going to call the income list on delete function, which is this, and on this we are going to call the function which is income on delete, and here we are displaying this delete the income, but for some reason it is not printing and it is not working also. Let's go to the transaction card, and did we add the on click? Okay, we have added the on click. Okay, no problem, we can fix it later, but for now, so far our card is displaying. Now we can add a few more income and we can check that. Let's go to the backend service, and here I'll first log into the application. Go to the login, click send, copy the JWT token, paste it and save this. and go to the add income. Let's add one more income. This is going to be bonus, right? I'll say full year bonus, and let's say 1 lakh. Just add 1 lakh and click send. Boom, one more is created. If I go to the browser, reload this, you can see one more full year bonus, 1 lakh, today's date 13 July 2025. Perfect, our income list is as working expected. Now what we need to do is we need to work on adding a new expense, and then we can display the income chart or the React chart. But before that, let's fix this delete button anyway. I'll open the code and go to the income. Let's start from beginning. So here we are passing the on delete as a prop, and now inside the income list we have to accept it on delete, and we are passing that to the transaction which is on delete. Okay, this is not on click, this is on delete. Okay, sorry about that. This is the issue. So let's save this, go to the browser, let me clear this, and on click of this delete, you can see deleting the income 1, deleting the income 2. Perfect. So we have fixed that. Now we can add the add income form. Okay, before that I'll just go to the income.jsx, and we have this income list. After this income list, okay, we need to, after this div, and we have to add the model to display the adding an income. Okay, so I'll just comment it, add income model, and let's make use of the model. We have already created this model. Let's import the model, and to this we're going to pass few props. That is going to be is open add income model we are going to pass, that we have created at the above as a state, and on close we will just update the state, set open add income model. I'll set this to false. Next, title we need to pass title, it is going to be add income, and we need to pass the children. Actually inside this I'll just add the text which is income form model. Okay, and save this. Now we have this just a model, right? But we need to save this, and now let's go to the browser, and we need to add the button. Okay, we need to add the adding a new transaction or the new income button. So that we are going to add it inside here. Okay, so for now I'll just, what I will do is, in fact we are going to add it inside the chart. Okay, we are going to add the chart right inside the chart component. We are going to add the adding a new expense. But for now what I would like to do is I'm going to add a button just here itself, so that later we can modify it. Button, I'm going to add the class add button. Inside this I'll use the plus Lucide React icon, add the size 15, and class name text large, right? To this we can add the on click event. On click I can add the function, or I can update the state, set open add income model to true, and save this. Go to the browser, you can see this plus. Okay, I'll also add the text add income, save this, and clicking on this you can see we got this model, right? Later we are going to change this place, but for now let's keep it here. Next, let's create the form, the add income form component, and in the add income form component we have to fetch the categories, right? We have to display the categories. When the user is adding the income, he will select the categories, income categories, and we have to fetch the income categories. So for that, first we're going to fetch the categories, income categories. So for that, we already created the backend API by type, and we're going to use the same API. So let's go to the API endpoints. First, I'm going to add that. Basically, we are going to add the by type. Here, I'll just add category by type, category by type, and this is going to accept the type as a parameter, and the URI path is /categories, and we don't have this type, so let's get rid of this. We just have the type, okay, whether it's an income type or an expense type, and we can make use of this category by type to make the API call. Go to the income. Okay, we completed this transaction info card. I'll just close this. Utils.js also I'll close this, and we have this income.jsx, and inside this income.jsx I will add the API call. So I'll just add a comments for this, fetch income details from the API, and similarly I'll add the comment, fetch the categories for an income. Okay, so basically we're going to create a function. I'll just call this fetch income categories. This is an asynchronous call. Inside this, let's add the try catch block. Inside the try block, let's use the Axios config dot get, and it is going to be an API endpoints category by type, and to this we need to pass the type. We know that it's an income type, so I'll just hard code it, and this is going to return promise. I'll add the await and const response. Perfect. Once we get the response, we can check the response status is 200. I'll update the set categories to response.data. In the catch block, I'll just add console.log, failed to fetch the income categories, and the error toast.error error.data.message. If it is not present, then fail it to fetch the income categories for this category. Okay, so we will just add this message, fail to fetch the income categories. That's it, not for this particular category. Okay, so just add this message, and now we can call this function inside our use effect hook. Inside our use effect hook, we are already calling the one method, which is fetch income details, right? Similarly, fetch income categories as well, and save this. Let's actually verify it. I'll just add the logger, console.log, response.data. I'll add the message, income categories. Save this. Go to the browser. You can see income categories. Expand this. We have just one category, which is bonus. Perfect. And the same thing we can display it in the form. Okay, let's go to the Postman, or what I will do is I'll add one more category in the income. So let's go to the categories, add category. We have added the salary and income, and I'll add one more. Let's go to the database. Let's see how many are there in the income or not in income. Let's go to the categories, add the category. Okay, we have two expense type, only one income type. So let's add one more income. I'll just add, this is salary, and this is an income type. Click send. Okay, it is created. Now if I go to the browser and reload this, we should get two income categories. Perfect. Bonus, and another one is salary. Superb. Next, what I will do is I'm going to, let me clear this out. we need to create the form. Okay, and for that we're going to create a reusable component, which is add income form component, much like how we have created the category form, right? Similarly, we're going to create the add income form. Open the project explorer, under the components, add income form. Let me expand this and I'll increase the font. Const add income form. I will return a JSX add income. Let's export this as a default component and save this. Now for this add income, this is going to be income form. Okay, add income form, add income form, and to this we're going to receive the obviously the categories and also on add income function, on add income and categories. Okay, and let's save this. We can mount this inside the income.jsx. Inside this, just get rid of this text, and we are going to add the add income form. To this we can pass the props, that is on add income, handle add income and categories. So let's pass the categories. So I'm going to define this function. Okay, for now I'll just add the console.log. Later we can add the specific method console.log add income and save this. And let's open the add income form. We can start adding the JSX. First of all, at the top, I'm going to create a new state, const income set income, and I'll create this is going to be an object, and I'm going to just import the use state hook, and inside this we need to add the fields, which is name, it is going to be an empty string, amount, it is also an empty string, date, empty string, icon, this is also an empty string, and category ID, which is also an empty string. Next, after this, I'm also going to I'm going to loop through the categories to form the value and label properties. Categories.map, we get the category, so this is going to be a category, and we need to just add the I'm going to just add the label and value. It's going to be category.id, and label it's going to be category.name. Perfect. And now I'm going to store that in a variable which is category options, const category options. This category options we can add it to the drop down. Okay, now inside our JSX, basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the div, and inside the div I'm going to add the emoji picker pop-up. To this we need to pass few things, that is going to be an icon, it is going to be income.icon, and we also need to pass the on select. For this on select, I'm going to pass an arrow function, handle change, and the key value pair I'll pass. The key will be icon and value will be selected icon, and we are going to pass the selected icon. So now we have to add this handle change function. So let's add this handle change, const handle change. Basically inside this we're going to get the, I'm going to make this as key, not the field, and value, and I can just log this to the console, or I can just update the state, set income. I'm going to just use the spread operator to copy all the existing income, and then I'll add the key and value. Okay, perfect. We are updating the state. Now let's do the same thing for rest of the input elements. We have added the emoji picker. Similarly, let's add the input type, and to this I'm going to pass the few props. That is going to be value prop, it is income.name. On change, it's going to be first. Let's pass the inline function, and then and the key will be name target.value. I can just destructure and I can grab the target. Next, label income dot, or not this one, I want it to add the text which is income source. Placeholder, it's going to be, I'll just add the placeholder, example, salary, freelance, bonus, like this we can add. The type, it's going to be a text type. Save this. Now let's go to the browser and verify this. Let's click on this add income. You can see now we got this pick icon, the emoji picker, and the income source. Similarly, we also need to create it for amount and date picker and category drop down list. All those things we have to add. I'll just add it one by one. Here I'm going to add the drop down input. To this we will pass the label. It's going to be category. I will also add value. It's going to be income.category ID. Next, on change, target handle change. This is going to be category ID target.value. After the on change is select, I'll set this to true because we need the drop down, and options we have to pass, that is going to be category options. Category options. Perfect. And let's save this. Go to the browser. Click on this add income. You can see now we have the category options. Let's go back and we can add the amount input. Let's add the props. It's going to be value income.amount, and on change target handle on change amount and target.value, label amount and placeholder. It's going to be, let me add the example amount which is 500. Next, the type, it's going to be of number type. Save this. If I go to the browser, you can see now we have this amount. Perfect. And let's go back and create a date picker. Input, and we're going to pass the value which is going to be income.data. On change target handle change date target.value, and label, it's date, and placeholder, I'll not add anything, empty string, and also I'll add the type. It is going to be a date type. Let us save this, and next save this. If I go to the browser, we got this date picker. Clicking on this, we have this nice date picker. Perfect. And next, after this input, we need to create a div for the button. div with a class flex justify end margin top 4 or 6, and inside this create a button with a class add btn fill, and I will also add the on click event. I'll just add the text add income, and now we need to add the on click event. So on click, it's going to be on add income. For this we need to pass the income. Okay, and save this. Now we have this on add income function, we are passing it, right? So this now inside our income.jsx we have this add income. Here I'm going to accept the income and I can print the add income here. Okay, save this, go to the browser, click on this add income. I'll just pick the one of the income, let's say smiley. Example, it's going to be job and salary. Let's say I got 1 lakh. Okay, and date, I'm going to select the today's date and clicking on this add income, let me add income. Boom, we got this data like name, amount, category, date, icon, everything we got. Now we can make an API call to store this into the database. Before that we need to make a few validations. Let's add those validations, the basic validations, then we will save this into the database. Now let's go back to our component, which is the income.jsx. At the top I'm going to create a function to save the income details. Okay, so we have the function for fetching the categories for the income, and also we have written a function to fetch the income details. Now let's write the function to save the income details. So what I'll do is I'm going to create a function const handle add income. It's going to be an asynchronous function obviously, and we get the income as the parameter. First I'm going to destructure this. So I'm going to grab the name, amount, date, icon, category ID from the income, and I'll just add the validation. So that is going to be if name.trim, then I'll add the if it is not present, and I'll just add the toast error message, toast.error, please enter the name, or name is required, we can add. And next for the amount, I will add if the amount is not present, or if amount is not a number, or after we convert that into a number, if it is less than or equal to 0, we can add the validation message toast.error. It's going to be amount should be a valid number greater than 0. Okay, and I'll just return this. So we should also add the return. We have to stop the execution, so I'm adding this return. And if the date is not present, I'll add the toast error message, that is date is required, or enter a date, please select date, and I'll return the execution. Similarly, now we have to check for the date. User should not select the future date. So first I'm going to grab the today's date to ISO string, and I'll split with T, and I'll grab the first index, which is 0th index. So this will give us only the date. Now we get the today's date const today, and now we can check this. If the date is greater than today's date, we can display a toast error message, that is date cannot be in the future. Let's add the return. Okay, and also I'm going to add one more validation for the category. If the category ID is not present, I'll just add the error message, toast error. Please select the category. Okay, or category is required, anything is fine, and I'll just return the execution. Okay, once we completed all the validations, we can add the try catch block, and inside this we can make the API call. So but inside the API endpoints, I'm going to add the URI path, which is add income /incomes. This will be the API endpoint. Save this, go to the income.jsx, inside the try block, and inside this try block I'm going to just make use of the Axios config dot post API endpoints add income, and to this we can pass the name, amount, I'll convert this into a number, and date, and icon, also category ID. We're going to pass all of this. This is going to return promise. I can use await. I'll just get the response out of it. Date, and this is going to be an icon. We are getting some error. Okay, this is going to be icon. Perfect. And next, once we get the response, I can add the condition. If the response.status is 201, we are going to just update the states. So basically we are going to set the success. Okay, we are going to do few things. That is, we are going to set the state. We are going to update the state, that is set open add income model. I'll set this to false so that it will close. Next, let's add the toast success message, income added successfully. After this, I'll just fetch the income details and also fetch the categories if required. Okay, this is completely optional, but I'll just fetching it. In the error block, I'll just add the console log. Error adding income. Error I'm going to print. Also I can print the toast error message. Error response data message if it is present. If it is not, failure to adding the income. Perfect. And let's save this. We can test this, but before this we have to call this function. So if I go back, and we have this set add income, right? And also somewhere in this add form we are just logging in, right? Now I'm going to just call the function, that is handle add income, and we can pass the income. That's it. Save this, go to the browser. Let me clear all of this. Let's reload this and click on this add income. I'm going to add a new income. Let's say I got a freelance job. Freelance category salary, and this is going to be a salary, and the income stream from freelance amount, let's say 8,000, and date. First of all, let's add the validations. I'm going to select the future date, click add income. You can see date cannot be in the future. Perfect. I'm going to select the today's date and click on this.
Let me clear the screen, and clicking on this add income, you can see income added successfully, but we haven't added the loader, right? So let's add the loader. Go back. Let's open the add income form. At the top, I'll just add the loader, const loading set loading. Initially this will be false. We're going to, what I will do is we are going to just add the scroll down. We have this button right on add income. I'm going to just create a function const handle add income. This is going to be an asynchronous function. Inside this, I'm going to update the state, set loading to true, and inside the try catch block, okay, I'll just add the finally block because we're not doing much here. And in the finally block, I'm setting it to false. And inside this, we're going to just add this, okay, this, cut this and add it, and this is going to be an await. Okay, we can pass the income. Next, we can call this function inside this button, handle add income. Let's save this. Now here I'll just add the disabled property. It is going to be loading, and now I can add the condition. If it is loading, if the loading is true, then I want to add the JSX, so I'll add the JSX. If it is not, I'll add something else. I'll add the loader, the Lucide React icon. I'm going to add loader circle, and I will add the text as well, that is going to be adding. And for this, I'm going to add the class names, that is going to be animate spin, much like how we have added inside the category. So let's save this. Let's go to the category form, add category form, and I can just grab this loader circle and width and height, everything I'm going to grab, and I'll add it here. Okay, also go to the, let's say I can add the text as well. So let's go to the add income form. I'll just use the fragments and I'll add the text, that is adding. Similarly here I will also add the JSX, which is add category. So not the category, add income, right? I'll just use the fragment, paste it. Perfect, looks good. And now let's save this. Let's go to the browser, click on this. Let me clear this, go to the add income. I'll just pick one of this income source. Maybe I'm going to add a bonus, which is full year bonus. Okay, we have already added this full year bonus. Let's add one more time, full year bonus. Bonus, and maybe not the full year bonus, I can say awards or a employee award, best employee bonus. Okay, I get maybe 15,000. Select the date and click add income. Please select a category. Okay, so we have already selected the category. Bonus. Okay, income added successfully, but let's add one more time. I found something. I'm going to add something, income source. This is going to be a bonus. I'll add some amount, and the date I'm going to select 6th. Click add income. Please select a category. It should not it should not show that because the category is already selected, right?
it should not throw any errors. But let's go back and fix this. Let's go to our, at the top I'm going to add the use effect hook. So let's add the use effect hook, and I'm going to pass the dependency array. Okay, so inside the use effect hook I'm going to just add the if condition if the category length categories dot length is greater than 0, and if the income dot category id is not selected, or if it is not empty. And I'll just add the I'm going to update the income, set income. We're going to get the previous state, and then I'm going to just use the previous state category id categories. I'll get the 0th index as a default value, and I'll select the id, and I'm going to pass the dependency array, which is categories also income dot category id. Okay, so let's save this, and now I'll just go to the browser, and now if I click on this add income, and I'll just not select this bonus. Okay, so what I'll do is basically I'm going to, let's clear this out. I'm going to add the smiley, and I'll just add the income source. Let's say I'm running out of the income sources, that is maybe freelance project and client work. I'll get the salary and amount. Okay, I have selected the salary, I shouldn't have been selected it. Go to the income, I'll select this, and I'll say client bonus, and I'll add the amount, let's say 8,000, and I'll select the date. Now when I click on this add income, boom, income added successfully. Okay, so since we are not adding the use effect hook, it was not selecting the default value and it was throwing that error, but now it has been fixed. Now coming back to this deleting an income, on click of this, what we need to do is we have to show a pop-up. We have to ask for the user confirmation. So for that, we're going to use the same model reusable component, but we are going to create one more reusable component, which is delete alert. Let's open the add income form, and actually inside our income.jsx, scroll down, we have this model, right, for adding the income model. Similarly, we are going to add a model for the deleting the income. Okay, so delete income model we are going to use, and I'm going to use the same model. To this we are going to pass the prop, that is open, and I'm going to use the open delete alert state, and this is, since this is an object, I'm going to use the show property, and on close we're going to pass the prop. It's also going to be an inline function. We can make use of the set open delete alert, and we are going to pass the object, which is show. I'll set this to false, data I'll set this to null, right? And after this we are going to pass the title, it's going to be delete income, and inside this we need to pass the children. For now I'll just pass the text, that is delete confirmation, delete confirmation. Save this and go to the browser. On click of this, we should get the pop-up, but for some reason, okay, we have to add the on click event. So inside our, let's go to our transaction, not the transaction, let's go to the model, and this is an add income form. Let's go to the income list, and we have this on delete, right? So and on delete, we are calling this on delete function. So this on delete inside our income, I will just add the, okay, here we have this income list. So let's get rid of this, and I'm going to make use of the set open delete alert, and to this we need to pass the object, and we're going to pass show. I'll set this to true, and data I'll pass the ID. That's it, and save this. If I go to the browser and clicking off this, we should get this pop-up delete confirmation. Now we have to create a reusable component to delete the, or we have to show the confirmation message and the delete button. Let's open the income, and or let's open the project explorer. We're going to create a reusable component which is delete alert. Let me expand this and I'll increase the font. Inside this, just I'm going to create a functional component delete alert, and I'm going to return the JSX, and let's export this as a default component, and inside this JSX create a div, and also I'm going to destructure the prop content and on delete. Okay, inside the div create a paragraph with a class text small, and I'm going to add the content, just the text we're going to pass as a content. Next, create a div with a class flex justify end margin top 6. Inside this, create a button with a class add btn fill, and also I'm going to add the on click event. On click, I'll just pass the on delete function. On delete, I'll also add the type. It is going to be a button type, and I'll add the text delete. Okay, and save this. Next, what we need to do is we need to pass the content and on delete as a prop. So let's go to the income and scroll down. Here we are adding this delete confirmation, right? And here I'll just get rid of this, so we can pass the component which is delete alert. I'll add the props. It is going to be content. The content is, are you sure want to delete this income details? And if that's the case, we are going to delete it. So for that, on delete, and I'm going to add the delete income function. Delete income function. Of course, we haven't created this function. We're going to create it in just a bit. So for this, we're going to pass the open delete alert, and we're going to pass the data. The data contains just the ID, right? Now we can define this function at the top, and at the top, delete income details. Okay, and we're going to define that function which is const delete income. It's going to be an asynchronous function. Scroll down, this is going to be an delete income. To this, we're going to pass the data. So at the top, I'm going to grab the ID, and once we get the ID, we can make the API call. So for that, first of all, I'm going to just create the API endpoint. We need to add the URI path inside our API endpoints. I'll just add it here. It's going to be delete income, and to this delete income, we need to pass the ID. I'll pass the income ID, and we need to pass the ID as a path variable. So for that I'll just make use of let's use the template literal and then /income ID. Save this. Now we can use the delete income inside our income.jsx. So I'll add the try catch block, and inside this we can add the loaders and then we can delete it. So at the top, this is an asynchronous function and we're getting the ID, and scroll down, do we have the loader? We can check. We have this loading, so I'll set the loading to true, set loading true, and inside the try catch block Axios config, it's going to be delete method API endpoints delete income, and to this we need to pass an ID, okay, which is nothing but the income ID. This is going to return promise. I can use await. We get the response, but you can ignore that response and just add the set open delete alert, and I'll pass the show as false, data as null. Okay, we're going to update the state, and I'm going to add the toast notification, toast success, income deleted successfully, fetch the income details, perfect. And also inside the catch block I'll just add the log to the console, error deleting the income, and error object I'm going to pass toast.error error response data message. If the message is not present, fail it to delete an income, right? And save this. That's all. If I go to the browser, I can delete any one of this. Suppose I'm going to delete this full year bonus, and I'm going to clicking on this delete. We get this pop-up that is delete income. Are you sure want to delete this income details? Before that, if I go to the browser, I can also add the, not the browser, if I go to the income, I'll add the finally block, set loading, I'll add this to false. And also we can make use of the loader. Okay, so unfortunately the loader we supposed to be added to the delete alert, we are not adding it, so we have to, let's modify this delete alert, or we can even ignore this also, but better let's modify this. But before that, we don't need these loaders in that case. Okay, so I'm going to just get rid of this loading, and here also I'll get rid of this delete, and now we can directly modify this delete alert. At the top, I'm going to create a state. It's going to be const loading, set loading. This is going to be initially false. Let's import the use state hook, and now I can add the function const handle delete. This is going to be an asynchronous function. Inside this, let's add the try catch block, and we don't need the catch block, just add the finally block, set loading. I'll set this to false, and here we have this on delete. I'll just add the function, okay, that is going to be handle delete. Okay, and what I will do is I'm going to just add the on delete function. This is going to be an await. I'm going to call this function on delete function. I'm going to call, and here I'll just need to, we don't need those inline parameter inline function, we don't need. I'm going to directly just reference the handle delete method, and inside this handle delete method we are going to make use of the await, and I'm going to call the on delete method. That's it. Next we're going to set the loading to false, and before that here I'll set the loading to true and save this. Now we can use this disabled property using the loading, and here I'll just add the condition. If it is loading, I'll use the ternary operator. We can add the Lucide React icon, which is loading circle, class name, height 4, width 4, animated spin, and deleting, and I can add the text that is delete. Okay, let us save this, and that's it. If I go to the browser, let me clear the screen, and I'm going to delete this full year bonus. Click on this delete, and clicking on this, we should see that loader deleting, and it will be deleted. Okay, now let's work on this income overview where we have to display the line chart. We're going to group it all these transactions with the category so that we can display, or what we can do is we can group it with the date, and in a particular day how much of money we got or how much of money we have spent, we can use it in the chart. To do that, let's open the WebStorm, and we're going to create a new component. This is going to be a reusable component. Under the components, I'm going to create the income overview. Let's expand this, and I'll just increase the font and create the income overview component. Let's return the JSX content, income overview. Let's export this as a default component, and now we can render this inside the income.jsx. Okay, so let's go to the income.jsx, and inside the income.jsx at the very top we have added this placeholder, right? And we can add it here, or I'll just add the, okay, this is fine, I'll add it here. After this button, I'll just add the income overview. Save this, and if I go to the browser, you can see we got this income overview, and we can update this income overview. But one thing, for this income overview, we are going to pass the transactions. So let's pass the transactions. I'm going to accept this transactions, and we can pass the transactions. Go to the income.jsx. Here I'll pass the transactions and the transactions. Okay, and save this. This is the transaction, not the transactions. This is going to be an income data, right? Income data. And inside our income overview, we can, accepting these transactions, we can update the JSX. First of all, I'm going to create a div with the class card, and inside this I'm going to create one more div with a class flex items center, justify between, and inside this create one more div with a class, or we can just create a div, and I'll add the h5 tag with a class text large, and inside this I will add the text which is income overview, and after this h5 tag I'll add the paragraph with a class text extra small and text gray 400 and margin top 0.5. Inside this I will add the text track your earnings over time and analyze your income trends. Okay, perfect. And after this div I'll just create one more div with a class margin top 10. Perfect. And inside this I'll create a placeholder for the chart. Okay, create bar chart. Sorry, not the bar chart. We need to create the line chart. Line chart and save this. Okay. Now, if I go to the browser, you can see now we got this nice income overview card, and we have this heading and paragraph text and the line chart. Okay. So we will add the line chart and let's go back, save this. Now what I'll do is at the top, we need to grab the chart data. I mean, like we have to prepare the chart data so that we can pass it to the chart. So for that, I'm going to make use of the use effect hook, and also I'm going to create a state const chart data, set chart data. It is going to be uses the use state hook, and it will be an empty array. Initial state will be an empty array. Let's import the use state, and next I will add the use effect hook. Inside the use effect hook, I will call the method prepare income line chart data from the utility function. This is an utility function. For this, we are going to pass the transactions. Okay, and this is going to give us the result. Okay, we can log this to the console, the result. Basically, we are going to, from this, we are going to group the data by date so that we will get the data so that we can pass it to the chart. And I'm going to just return this. This is just a cleanup function, and I can add the dependencies, that is going to be transactions. Save this. And in case if you're looking for these functions and all, these are all you can download from the source code and you can get it, because writing all these things will take a lot of time. Fine, let's save this. We got the transactions and we have this chart data, and now once we are getting the data, I'm going to update this chart data. Let's say set chart data. This is going to be a result. Save this. Now let's go to the browser and we should see the data. If I expand this, you can see now we get the data. I mean, like we are passing the data in the month wise. Okay, we have this date, total amount, items and month. So we are just grouping this with the date and we are passing the total amount and the items. Perfect. Now we can create the line chart and we can pass that same data to the line chart. First of all, let's go to the income overview, and here I'll just call the line chart, and we have already installed the library, and I have also created the line chart for you guys. So you can use that line chart. You can download the source code and you can use it. I don't want to spend too much time on creating those charts, because since this is basically a backend heavy project, I will be focusing less on the front end. Okay, now I'm going to use the custom line chart, and to this we're going to pass the chart data. And also I'm going to get rid of this div and I'll add it here and save this. That's it. I think with this, if I go to the browser, we should be able to see the line chart. You can see. And also we have this nice tooltip. You can see on this 6th July, we have earned 8,000. We got an income 8,000, and that is bonus. And similarly on 8th July, and this is for the 6th July. And similarly on this 12th July, we got the bonus again, and we got the salary on this day. Okay, so we are just adding all these information, but 50,000 we got it on 12th and 8th, 6th, 13th. If I added one more thing on the same day, we will get the it will be grouped here, so I can show you that. So basically 12th July we will add one more income. Let's say 12th July I'll add, let's say 4,000. I got salary or bonus, I can say salary, let's say extra salary. Okay, extra tip. Click add income, and you can see now 12th. If I go to the 12th, you can see bonus and salary has been grouped here.
Perfect. This is about the line chart, and this line chart is only responsible for displaying the current month data. In this page, we are going to display only the current month data. It will not display all of the data here. We can also verify that. Let's go to the, or I'll just add the add income. Previous month data, I'm going to add it here. Previous month also I got the salary, job. This is going to be salary, let's say 1 lakh. Okay, and I'm going to add the previous month date, June 1st. Click add income, boom. And if you look at this 1st June, the data that we have added, it is not displayed here because we are not fetching the data for the previous months. We are not showing the data in this page for the previous months. Only current month's data will be present here. And where do we see all the data like that? We are going to create a separate component or a separate page, that is a filter. In the filter, he can review the data, or user can fetch the data for all of the years. Okay, so now we have created this line chart, and I'm going to just move this to the inside of this card. So let's fix that. Let's go to the income.jsx, and inside this we have this income overview. To this income overview, we can pass the one more prop, that is on add income, and I'm going to just use the updater function, set open add income model. I'll set this to true. So this will be open up the, okay. So now what I will do is I'll just cut this button and go to the income overview. So in the income overview, we can accept the prop at the top. It's going to be I'm going to accept the on add income prop, and we can create the button. So just scroll down, and after this track your, okay, here inside this div, I'm going to create one more div, not the div. I can just add this button directly. Okay, and here we have this on click, and for this on click, I'll just call the function which is on add income, right? Let's save this. If I go to the browser, you can see now we have this add income. Clicking on this, it will open the add income model. Okay, now close this. Right, now we have the income overview and the income sources, the list. Now we have to work on this email and download. Now let's open the income.jsx. So here we need to pass a few things to this income list, okay, on email and on download. So for that, I'm going to just create handler functions. So const handle, I can call this handle email download, email, or handle download income details. Handle download income details. I'll just log this to the console. Download income details. Okay, and similarly I'll create one more function, const handle email income details. Let's log this to the console. Email income details. Okay, let's save this. Now we can reference this inside our props. So we have this income list, right? I'll just pass the on download. I'll add the handle download income details. On email, handle email income details. Now inside the income list, I can just accept the on download and on email, and we have these buttons. I can attach the on click events, on click, on email. This is going to be on email. Similarly here for this on click, I shouldn't have to add it here. So let's remove this. We have to add it for the button. We have this button on click, for the on click,
let's say on download, and here on click it's going to be on email. Let's save this. And now if I go to the browser, go to the money manager, we have this email and download. On clicking of this download, you can see download income details. Clicking on the email, email income details. Now we can add the functionality, we can make an API call and we can handle it. Go to the function which is handle. We have this function handle download income details. Okay, so we'll just get rid of this. I'm going to add the try catch block. Inside the try block, first of all, I'm going to make use of the Axios. So before that, I should also add the URI path. Go to the API endpoints. I will add the income type download, income Excel download, and I will add incomes slash, not the incomes, I should have been added, remove that. Let's go to the API endpoint, download income, it's going to be slash Excel slash download slash income, right? Perfect. And now let's save this Excel download income, and we can use this inside our income.jsx. Here I'll add the Axios config. This is going to be a get API, and API endpoints, this is going to be download. We have this. Okay, what all the endpoints do we have? We can see add income, delete category, get all in, register, add category, income, Excel download. Since this is an get API, we don't need to pass anything. This is going to return promise. I can use the await, and also this is going to be an asynchronous function. Async. Perfect. And this is going to give us the response. Once we get the response, and also since this is an download, we need to pass the response type. Okay, the response type, it's going to be a blob. We get the blob type response. Once we get the response, I'm going to make use of the, first I'll go to create a variable. File name is equal to income underscore details dot xlsx, and also I'm going to create a variable const url is equal to window dot url dot create object url, and I'll use the new blob object. To this we're going to pass the response dot data. Let's create a one more variable, link document dot create element, and we're going to use the anchor tag. Link dot href is equal to url. We're going to add that url using that create object we have created, right? So we will attach that. Next, link dot set attribute download, and we will add the file name. And next, document dot body dot append child, I'll add the link dot click. I'm going to click that link so that it will automatically download. And link dot parent node dot remove child link, we're going to remove that after we download it. And window dot url dot revoke object url, we will remove that URL, and just to make it reset so that we can release the object URL. And finally, I'll add the toast.success, download the income details successful. Perfect. And inside this catch block, I'm going to just log this to the console. If any error occurs, error downloading the income details, I can print the error object. toast.error and error response data message, otherwise failure to download the income, the default message. We are going to print it. Let's save this, and if I go to the browser and we get this beautiful error, so let's reload this. Okay, now we can, clicking on this download, it should download the Excel. Boom, you can see download income details successful. Clicking on this, it will open up the XLSX and we should see the data. As I said before, this is going to fetch only the current month details, not the everything which is available on the database. Okay, let's close this. Now we will click on this email. We will send an email to the user. Okay, the same Excel, we will send it as an attachment. So for that, we will modify this function. So before that, we should also need to add the URI endpoint. So let's go to the API endpoints. I will add email income. Okay, so it's going to be email/income -excel. We're going to use this URI path, open the income.jsx. Inside this, basically we are going to call the API, try catch block. Inside the try block, we can use Axios config.get and API endpoints.email income. This is a get API, and I will add the await. Also, I'm going to add the async keyword, and this is going to give us the response const response. Once we get the response, if the response status is 200, success message, income details emailed successfully. In the catch block, we can log this to the console. Error emailing income details and toast error response data message, otherwise the default message failed to email income. Save this. Let's go to the browser. Okay, I will also add the loaders. So what I will do is I'll just add the finally block, and also we have these loaders, right? Let's go to the loaders. Okay, we have this loading. For both of this, I'm going to add the loaders. Set loading, I'll set this to true, and inside the finally block, I'll make this as false. Similarly, I'll add the set loading to true. In the finally block, set loading to false, and we have these buttons. Okay, the problem is we cannot add the loaders here because the buttons are present in the income list. So ideally we should have to add it in the income list, right? Okay, then what I will do is I'm going to just remove these methods. Okay, so let's get rid of this. Also get rid of this finally block, this also, and this also. Let's save this and also save this. Go to the income list, and in the income list we have this on download and on email, right? We will add the loaders, const loading, set loading. We will use the use state hook. Initially this is going to be false. So first let's import this use state. Perfect. And we have this button, and what I would like to do is on email, I am going to just create the function here, const handle email async. Similarly, const handle download async, and inside this basically we are going to set the loader to true for both the functions. And inside the try catch block, we don't need the catch block, just finally block. I'll set the loader to false. Perfect. But here I'm going to just call those functions, which is on email and on download. This is on email, await, similarly await on download. Here we can reference those functions, handle email, handle download, pretty straightforward. And we can use these downloads to disable the button, disable this loading is true. Similarly, disable this when it is loading. But here I can add the expression, the JSX expressions. Okay, so what I'll do is just cut this. If it is loading, I will add something. If it is not, I will add something else. So let's use the fragments, and I'm going to just add the text emailing. Okay, it is going to be an emailing, else it's going to be fragment. Let's add this and add email. Okay, for that emailing we need to add the we need to add the spinner. So let's make use of the Lucide React spinning. I forgot the name, that is circle. Okay, let's go to the category form. We have added this loader circle, right? Okay, so let's go to the loader circle and we will add the animate spin. Perfect. And same thing we can do it for this also. But here what I will do is, since this is a download, I'll just do one thing. Okay, and then I'll just replace this with this. Perfect. And it's going to be a download. It's going to be a download, and this is going to be downloading. Save this. Okay, looks great. Now if I go to the browser and I'm going to just clear this out, I'll just click on this download. You can see automatically that loader you might have seen. Okay, to prove that, I'll just go to the network tab. Okay, no throttling. Instead of this, I'll go to 3G and clicking on this download, you can see downloading. Okay, of course it is both the things are showing downloading because we are using the same loader, right? That's why. Now if I also add the email, if I click on the email, both will be downloading. That's no problem. Income email has been sent successfully. We got the success message. So I'll just change this to no throttling. Let's go to the inbox and you can see we got the email. Okay, which is an income XLSX. Perfect, which has been received just now. You can see the time also 5:45. Perfect. I think we have completed the income module. Okay, there are tons of things we have covered in the income details. We have covered the downloading and emailing and charts, and also creating the incomes and also deleting the incomes and displaying the incomes. A lot of things we have created, a lot of reusable components. And what I will do is next, I will not spend so much of time on the expense module because the expense module is same as it is a copy of the income details. I'm going to just add all the code in the background. I'm not going to spend on that. I'm going to not record a video for that. You can also just go ahead and use the same income components for the expense components as well, for the expense module as well.
just here and there you have to change. I think you guys probably do that. Then we can concentrate on the filter part. Okay, we have this. Let's go to the application. We have this part, filter. Okay, we will concentrate on this filter part, and income part we have already covered it. Same thing, you can go and do it for expense as well. And then we can, categories already covered it, and next we can go for the dashboard so that we can wrap up the complete application. I'm inside the IntelliJ. First of all, to generate the Excel, we need to add the dependency. We are going to use the Apache Py. Let's open the, first of all, I'm going to close all these tabs and I'll just open the pom.xml. Okay, we have already added this Apache Py. That is good. Now let me close this. Let's create the service file. We are going to create the Excel service. So inside the service package, I'm going to create a Java class. It is going to be Excel service, and just expand this, and I'll increase the font. At the top, I'll add the service annotation, and next I'm going to create a method public. This is going to return void write incomes to Excel. This is the method, and we are going to pass few parameters. The very first parameter is output stream. Output stream, I'll also pass the list of income DTO. Okay, let's import the list as well. Next, this is going to be an incomes. Inside this, I'm going to make use of the try catch block or the try with resources. That is the best option here. And inside the try, I'll use the workbook from Apache Py, and is equal to new XSF workbook, and we're going to create this. So I'll just add the catch block also, or I can add the throws IO exception. This is going to be throws, and inside this I will just add the I'm going to create a sheet using that workbook dot create sheet, and I'll pass the index, that is the 0th index, which is nothing but the very first sheet. Sorry, I think we need to pass the sheet name, that is going to be incomes. This is going to give us the sheet. Let's call this sheet. I'll import this. Next, once we create the sheet, we're going to sheet dot create row, and I'll add the 0th index. This will gives us the row. I'll call this header, and once we get the header, we can add the cell, header dot create cell, and I will add the column, which is 0th column, and I'll add the set the value, set cell value, and first is serial number. Okay, and I'll just copy this. The second, it is going to be name. Third is going to be, the third column is going to be an icon, and fourth is going to be a category. In fact, we don't need this icon. Okay, just add the category, and next let's add the amount, also date. Perfect. And I'll just change these things the columns 1, 2, 3 and 4. Once we created all the headers, next what I would like to do is, after this, let's make use of the stream, int stream dot range, and this is going to give us the
from 0th index or from 0th value to, we are going to add the income size. Okay, we will get the income size. Once we get this, we can loop through that. Okay, so let me loop through this for each, and I'll use the lambda expressions. Inside this, I'll just add income DTO. Income is equal to incomes dot get. I'll pass the index I. From here I can add the row sheet dot create row I plus 1 because I wanted to start from serial number 1, right? So that's why. Next I will also add row dot create cell, and I'll pass the 0th index dot set cell value. I'll pass the I plus 1. Sorry, this is going to be I plus 1. Similarly, let's copy this and paste it. Next, column 1, this is going to be, after the serial 1 we have this name, category name. So for that I'll add income dot get name is not equal to null. Then I will add income dot get name, else I'll add not available, and copy this, and this is going to be 1. Okay, next I'll paste it. This is going to be 2. The second one, we have the category. So for the category, I'm going to make use of the category ID. So let's go to the income dot get category ID, get category ID. If the category ID is not equal to null, then income dot get category name. Okay, and copy this and paste it. Next we have the amount. Third one is amount. It's going to be get amount is not equal to null, get amount. Okay, and we need to actually add, we have to make this as string. So for that I'll convert this into toString. Copy this and paste it. Next we have the 4th index. It's going to be date. Income dot get date is not equal to null, income dot get date toString. Okay, so I'll just add the not applicable, or what I'll do is I'll just add this to double value, not this string, and I'll make this as 0 and save this. I'm going to just add the, let me add workbook dot write, and I'm going to pass the output stream. Save this, and with this, now what I will do is I'm going to just stop the server. I'll just add a one more method. Basically this is also a same method for expenses. Okay, so I don't want to add all of these details again. I'll just go ahead and add one more method, add it here, and I'll use the expense DTO, and we don't need this icon. Let's get rid of this, and I'll make this to 2 and 3 and 4, and also I'll just change this. We don't need this icon, right? Get rid of this. It's 2, it's 3 and 4. Okay, and save this. That's it. Our service is ready now. We can call this service methods inside our controller. Now open the controller package. Let's create the controller, which is Excel controller, and I'm going to increase this font. I'll add the REST controller annotation and request mapping. It's going to be /excel and required args constructor. And I'm going to inject few things, which is Excel service, private final, income service. Let's add income service, also private final profile service, sorry, the expense service. Perfect. I'm going to create a method public. This is going to be an handler method, public void download income Excel. Let's add the get mapping annotation /download /income. I will add the HTTP servlet response, and basically this is going to throw an IO exception. Inside this, let's make use of the response.set the content type. It's going to be application /OpenXML, formats and office document. Just the type I'm setting it, and spreadsheet HTML, spreadsheet ml.sheet. That's it. Next, I'm going to add the response.set header, content disposition, and attachment. I'll add the file name is equal to income.xlx. You can also give a custom name, maybe the current timestamp you can add, but I'm going to keep it simple. Excel service dot write income to Excel, response dot get output stream, income service dot get income for the current user. Perfect. And finally, we are going to create a one more handler method. Okay, we are getting this error. That is because this is going to return an income DTO. Total income. Okay, this is actually total income. This is not what we are looking for. I'll just use the expense service, not the expense service, income service dot get income for the current user, get current month incomes for a current user. Perfect. This is the method that we are looking for. Next, I'm going to create a one more, which is get mapping download / expense, public void download expense Excel. I will add the HTTP servlet response. It's going to be a response IO exception, and rest everything remains same. Okay, so I'll just explain you. First of all, let's import this IO exception. IO exception throws IO exception. Okay, so inside this we are just adding the file name expense.xlx, and also we are going to use this Excel service to call the write expenses to Excel method, and we're going to use the expense service to call the get current month expenses for the current user. So income and expense, we are just calling it. So now our Excel is ready. We can test it. I'm going to quickly run the application. We don't have Excel data, but income data we do have. Application is started. We can create these API endpoints in our Postman. I'll just go to the I'll just duplicate this read categories, duplicate it. I'll just change this to Excel, expense Excel download, or income Excel download, and I will add this is going to be a categories, not the categories, it's going to be, looks like this is going to be Excel. Okay, Excel slash download income. Okay, we already have this download income and download expenses. Okay, let me close this. I'll just don't save this, and we have this income Excel download. I'll just delete this. I'll just open this download income and download expenses. Click on this download income, Excel download income, and I'll just go to the login, just log into the current account, and I'll get the JWT token, and I'll pass it inside the money manager collection. Save this, and let's go to the download income. I'm going to click on this send, and we get this like this, but if you look at this, there is an option called save response. Under this we have these 3 dots. Click on this, save response to a file, click on this, and now you got this file income.xlx. so just download this, it will be downloaded. I'll just quickly open this. I'll go to the downloads, and we have this income xlsx. Just open this, we should see the data. Okay, you can see we have the serial number and name, category, amount, date, everything looks good. Okay, now we can able to download the Excel for both income and expenses. Okay, next what I will do is we need to work on the email part, sending the email, send email with an attachment. Okay, we have this endpoint, we have to work on this. Okay, now let's go to the like IntelliJ, and I'm going to create a new controller. It is going to be an email controller, and I'll just expand this, and I'll just add the necessary annotations, REST controller, and also request mapping. I will add /email, and I will add the required args constructor. I'll just quickly inject few services: private final Excel service, private final income service, private final expense service, private final email service. Let's add the email service, private final profile service, and it's going to be an Excel service, income service. This is going to be an expense service. It's going to be expense service. Save this, and I can add I'm going to create a method public. This is going to be response entity of type void, and email income Excel. This is going to be a get mapping income Excel, and I will add first let's make use of the profile service dot get current profile. Once we get the current profile, this is going to be a profile entity profile. Next, I will make use of the byte array output stream is equal to new byte array output stream, and I will add the Excel service dot write incomes to Excel, I'm going to pass byte array output stream, income service dot get incomes for current user. Okay, and current, okay, this is going to be get current month incomes for a current user. Okay, this is the method, and obviously this will throw an exception, so I'll just add the throws IO exception. Perfect. And make use of the email service to call the method, which is send email with attachment. Okay, so looks like we don't have this method. Okay, we will create this method. Let's go to our email service. Let's expand this. I'm going to create the method, which is public void send email with attachment, string to address, string subject, string body, byte array attachment, string. I will also add the file name. Inside this, I'll make use of the MIME message. I'll add helper is equal to new MIME message. I can pass message and the boolean value true. MIME message helper is equal to new MIME message helper message. Okay, this is going to be a message we need to add. Okay, first of all, we get the message. Okay, I forgot to get the message at all. So from the mail sender dot create MIME message, we get the MIME message. It's going to be a message, and it's going to be helper. The helper is MIME message helper. We will pass the message and true. This is going to give us the MIME message helper. Perfect. And once we get the helper, we can make use of the helper to set the from email. And next, this is going to be add an exception to the method signature. Perfect. Helper dot set subject. I'll add the subject. Subject will be passed from the controller, and set text body, and it's going to be helper dot add attachment. I'll add the file name and new byte array resource. Attachment we are going to pass as a resource. Mail sender dot send. We will pass the message. And in case of the exceptions, we are going to throw an exception. So for that, we can add the try catch block, but this is suffice because we are adding the throws in the exception in the method signature. Now what I will do is I'll just call this method inside our email controller. Inside the email controller, send with attachment. To this we will pass the attachments, which is profile dot get email. Next we need to add the subject. It's going to be your income Excel report. Similarly, we will also add the body, which is please find attached your income report. Next, we need to add the attachment, which is we are going to use the byte array output stream, byte array output stream dot to byte array, and finally the file name, which is going to be an income report.xlx, or I can add income.xlsx. Perfect. Finally, we can return the response entity dot OK, and in the body we don't have to send anything. I'll just add null, and I'll add the throws at the method signature. Perfect. And the same kind of method we are going to create it for expense as well. Okay, everything remains same. We're going to just change few things. Okay, let's add this attachment, like the exception in the method signature, and this is going to be an expense service. This is not actually the method. I'll just change the method to get current month expenses for current user. Okay, that's it. Let's save this. Now we can test this for the income. I'm going to stop the server, just restart this. Application is started. Go to the Postman. I'm going to open this send email with attachment, and I'm going to click on this send. Okay, the application is not running in the background, or the backend application. I'm going to just start this. Application is started. Now click on this send. Okay, I have added the debugger, just remove that also. It should work. Okay, let me remove this also. We are getting this 403. Let's go to the IntelliJ and let's see the error. Failed to message no recipient address. I think we are not adding the recipient address inside this email controller. Okay, profile email. Okay, I think in the service. Okay, we have not set the to address. Helper.set to, and I'm going to add the to address. Save this and just restart this. Hopefully this time it should work. Okay, go to the Postman and click on this send. We should get the 200 success. Let's wait for a few seconds. Shouldn't be taken this much time, but wait for it. Okay, 200, we got the success response. Now let's go to the browser and I'll quickly log into my Zoho Mail inbox, and we should be able to see the email with an attachment. Let's go to the newsletter. Perfect, we got the your income Excel report. Opening this, you can see we get this income.xlsx. So just view this, or even we can download this if we want. Okay, but the data is present. Perfect. Now we are able to send the emails as well. Everything is working as expected. Now we can switch to the front end and we can consume these API endpoints. Now let's open the income.jsx. So here we need to pass a few things to this income list. Okay, on email and on download. So for that, I'm going to just create handler functions. So const handle, I can call this handle email download, email, or handle download income details. Handle download income details. I'll just log this to the console. Download income details. Okay, and similarly I'll create one more function, const handle email income details. Let's log this to the console. Email income details. Okay, let's save this. Now we can reference this inside our props. So we have this income list, right? I'll just pass the on download, I'll add the handle download income details. On email, handle email income details. Now inside the income list, I can just accept the on download and on email, and we have these buttons. I can attach the on click events, on click, on email. Sorry, this is going to be on email. Similarly here for this on click, sorry, I shouldn't have to add it here. So let's remove this. We have to add it for the button. We have this button on click, on for the on click, let's say on download, and here on click it's going to be on email. Let's save this. And now if I go to the browser, go to the money manager, we have this email and download. On clicking of this download, you can see download income details. Clicking on the email, email income details. Now we can add the functionality. We can make an API call and we can handle it. Go to the function which is handle. We have this function handle download income details. Okay, so just get rid of this. I'm going to add the try catch block. Inside the try block, first of all, I'm going to make use of the Axios. So before that, I should also add the URI path. Go to the API endpoints. I will add the income type download, income Excel download, and I will add incomes slash, not the incomes, I should have been added. Remove that. Let's go to the API endpoint, download income. It's going to be slash Excel slash download slash income, right? Perfect. And now let's save this Excel download income, and we can use this inside our income.jsx. Here I'll add the Axios config. Axios config. This is going to be a get API, and API endpoints. This is going to be download. We have this. Okay, what all the endpoints do we have? We can see add income, delete category, get all in, register, add category, income, Excel download. Since this is an get API, we don't need to pass anything. This is going to return promise. I can use the await, and also this is going to be an asynchronous function. Async. Perfect. And this is going to give us the response. Once we get the response, and also since this is an download, we need to pass the response type. Okay, the response type, it's going to be a blob. We get the blob type response. Once we get the response, I'm going to make use of the, first I'll go to create a variable. File name is equal to income underscore details dot xlsx, and also I'm going to create a variable const url is equal to window dot url dot create object url, and I'll use the new blob object. To this we're going to pass the response dot data. Let's create a one more variable, link document dot create element, and we're going to use the anchor tag link dot href is equal to url. We're going to add that url using that create object we have created, right? So we will attach that. Next, link dot set attribute download, and we will add the file name. And next, document dot body dot append child. I'll add the link link.click, I'm going to click that link so that it will automatically download, and link.parent node.remove child link, we're going to remove that after we download it, and window.url.revoke object URL, we will remove that URL and just to make it reset so that we can release the object URL. And finally, I'll add the toast.success, download the income details successful. Perfect. And inside this catch block, I'm going to just log this to the console. If any error occurs, error downloading the income details, I can print the error object toast.error and error response data message, otherwise failure to download the income, the default message, we are going to print it. Let's save this, and if I go to the browser and we get this beautiful error, so let's reload this. Okay, now we can, clicking on this download, it should download the Excel. Boom, you can see download income details successful. Clicking on this, it will open up the XLSX and we should see the data. As I said before, this is going to fetch only the current month details, not the everything which is available on the database. Okay, let's close this. Now we will click on this email. We will send an email to the user. Okay, the same Excel, we will send it as an attachment. So for that, we will modify this function. So before that, we should also need to add the URI endpoint. So let's go to the API endpoints. I will add email income. Okay, so it's going to be email/income -Excel. We're going to use this URI path, open the income.jsx. Inside this, basically we are going to call the API, try catch block. Inside the try block, we can use Axios config.get and API endpoints.email income. This is a get API, and I will add the await. Also, I'm going to add the async keyword, and this is going to give us the response const response. Once we get the response, if the response status is 200, success message, income details emailed successfully. In the catch block, we can log this to the console. Error emailing income details and toast error response data message, otherwise the default message failed to email income. Save this. Let's go to the browser. Okay, I will also add the loaders. So what I will do is I'll just add the finally block, and also we have these loaders, right? Let's go to the loaders. Okay, we have this loading. For both of this, I'm going to add the loaders. Set loading, I'll set this to true, and inside the finally block, I'll make this as false. Similarly, I'll add the set loading to true. In the finally block, set loading to false, and we have these buttons. Okay, the problem is we cannot add the loaders here because the buttons are present in the income list. So ideally we should have to add it in the income list, right? Okay, then what I will do is I'm going to just remove these methods. Okay, so let's get rid of this. Also get rid of this finally block, this also, and this also. Let's save this and also save this.
go to the income list, and in the income list we have this on download and on email, right? We will add the loaders, const loading set loading. We will use the use state hook. Initially this is going to be false, so first let's import this use state. Perfect. And we have this button, and what I would like to do is on email I am going to just create the function here, const handle email async. Similarly, const handle download async, and inside this basically we are going to set the loader to true for both the functions. And inside the try catch block, we don't need the catch block, just finally block. I'll set the loader to false. Perfect. But here I'm going to just call those functions, which is on email and on download. This is on email, await. Similarly, await on download. Here we can reference those functions, handle email, handle download, pretty straightforward. And we can use these downloads to disable the button, disable this loading is true. Similarly, disable this when it is loading. But here I can add the expression, the JSX expressions. Okay, so what I'll do is just cut this. If it is loading, I will add something. If it is not, I will add something else. So let's use the fragments, and I'm going to just add the text emailing. Okay, it is going to be an emailing, else it's going to be fragment. Let's add this and add email. Okay, for that emailing we need to add the we need to add the spinner. So let's make use of the Lucide React spinning. I forgot the name, that is circle. Okay, let's go to the category form. We have added this loader circle, right? Okay, so let's go to the loader circle and we will add the animate spin. Perfect. And same thing we can do it for this also, but here what I will do is, since this is a download, I'll just do one thing. Okay, and then I'll just replace this with this. Perfect. And it's going to be a download. It's going to be a download, and this is going to be downloading. Save this. Okay, looks great. Now if I go to the browser and I'm going to just clear this out, I'll just click on this download. You can see automatically that loader you might have seen. Okay, to prove that, I'll just go to the network tab. Okay, no throttling. Instead of this, I'll go to 3G and clicking on this download, you can see downloading. Okay, of course it is both the things are showing downloading because we are using the same loader, right? That's why. Now if I also add the email, if I click on the email, both will be downloading. That's no problem. Income email has been sent successfully. We got the success message. So I'll just change this to no throttling. Let's go to the inbox and you can see we got the email. Okay, which is an income XLSX. Perfect, which has been received just now. You can see the time also 5:45.
Perfect. I think we have completed the income module. Okay, there are tons of things we have covered in the income details. We have covered the downloading and emailing and charts, and also creating the incomes, and also deleting the incomes and displaying the incomes. A lot of things we have created, a lot of reusable components. And what I will do is, next I will not spend so much of time on the expense module, because the expense module is same as it is a copy of the income details. I'm going to just add all the code in the background. I'm not going to spend on that. I'm going to not record a video for that. You can also just go ahead and use the same income components for the expense components as well, for the expense module as well. Just here and there you have to change. I think you guys probably do that. Then we can concentrate on the filter part. Okay, we have this. Let's go to the application. We have this part, filter. Okay, we will concentrate on this filter part, and income part we have already covered it. Same thing, you can go and do it for expense as well. And then we can, categories already covered it, and next we can go for the dashboard, so that we can wrap up the complete application. Before we start these filters, I have already added the necessary parts or necessary files into this expense module. Let's open this, and I have just added one record. Let's go ahead and add few more records. Clicking on this add expense, select this, and let's add electricity bill. I'll just add utilities, maybe $500, and select the date. Click add expense. You can see the expense is added. Let's go ahead and add one more expense. I will add maybe vacation, Europe trip, this is going to be a vacation. Maybe it's cost around 1 lakh, and select the date, click add expense. You can see, so this is how we can add the expense as well. So it's pretty straightforward. You can just add whatever the files you have added, same kind of files you can add it in the expense, and you can change the bits that are required, the API endpoints, all those things you can change it. Similarly, this email and download will also work. Hopefully you can do it on your own. Now we can go ahead and work on this filters part. First of all, what I would like to do is, let's open the WebStorm, and I would like to close all these tabs, and we can open only the necessary files. Let's open the filter component, and let me increase the font. Okay, so first of all, what I would like to do is, I'm going to get rid of this text. Inside this, I'm going to create a div with a class margin vertical 5, margin horizontal auto. Inside this div, create one more div with a class flex justify between, and item center margin bottom 4. Inside this, create a heading tag, the h2, class name text to extra large, font semi bold. Let's add the text filter transactions. Okay, next, after this div, let me save this first, and if you go to the browser, and you can see the text filter transactions. Next, create one more div with a class card, padding 4 and margin bottom 4. Inside this, create a div with a class flex items center justify between, and margin bottom 4. And inside this, I'm going to create h5 tag with a class text large, font semi bold, let me add the text, select the filters, save this. Let's go to the browser. You can see now we got this card and the select filters text. Perfect. Now after this div, after this F5 div, I'm going to create a form. So form with a class grid columns 1 and small devices grid columns 3 and medium devices grid columns 6 and gap 4, and we don't need this action button, but do we need the on submit? We're going to add that later. But inside the form, I'm going to create a div. Inside the div, let's create a label with a class block, text small, font medium, margin bottom 1, and the HTML for we don't need to add this. I will just add type, or even we can add this HTML for also. This is going to be type, and let's add the select. Let's add the classes, which is width full, border rounded, padding, horizontal padding 3, vertical padding 2, and now we can add the name and ID, but I'm just going to remove this name part. We don't need this name part, but the ID part I'll just add type. And next we need to add the onChange event and the value property, but we're going to add it later. And inside this, let's add the option and the value. This is going to be income. The value will be income, and just add the angle brackets, copy this and paste it. It's going to be expense. Let's add the text expense. Save this. If you go to the browser, you can see now we got the type and the income. On click of this label type, it will be selected. Okay, go back, and after this div, I'm going to create one more div. Inside this div, I'm going to create a label with a class block, text small, font medium, and margin bottom 1, and HTML for we are going to add date, okay, or start date. Inside the label, I'll add the text start date. I will add the input type input. I'll add the classes. It's going to be width full, and the same classes we are going to add border rounded, padding 3, padding 2, and inside this is going to be a input type date type. So I'll just change this to date type, and we will also add the value and onChange property, but I will add the ID property start date. Similarly, let's add the end date also. It's going to be end date. This is going to be end date, type date. Okay, save this. If I go to the browser, You can see start date and end date. Clicking on this label, it will select the input type. We have this nice, okay, drop down. Next, after this div, I'm going to select the drop down, one more drop down. Div, I will inside the div create a label with a class block, text small, font medium, margin bottom 1. This is going to be sort order. I will add sort order. We can add the options. Basically, I can just select this drop down and I'll paste it. The type, I'll change this to sort order. One is ascending order and descending order. Ascending and descending. The value ASC and DESC. Save this, go to the browser. You can see sort order ascending and descending. Perfect. Next, after this, we need to add the drop down. We need to add the search drop down. So for that, I'll create a div. Inside the div, or I can add few classes. Small devices, column span 1. Medium devices, column span 1. And also flex items end. Inside this, create one more div with a class width full. Inside this, create a label with a class block, text small, font medium, margin bottom 1, HTML for keyword. Inside the label, I'll add search. And input type, we need to add few classes, that is width full and border, rounded, padding 3 and padding 2. And this is going to be an input type text. So I can add the placeholder. It's going to be search. Okay. The value and all those things we will add later, but ID I will add. It's going to be keyword. Okay. And after this, we need to add the button with a class margin left 2 and margin bottom 1, padding 2, background purple 800, on hover effect background purple 800. The same value we're going to add 800, and text white rounded flex item center justify center cursor pointer. Okay, so inside this button I will just add the Lucide React icon, which is search, size 20, and save this. So with this, let's go to the browser. You can see now all this properties like type, start date, end date, sort order, search. So if you want to add anything else, we can add that also. So as of now, these are the filters that I am selecting, you can also add anything else, you can also add it. One thing I will do is I'll just make this search box bigger. So for that, just in the span, I will add this, the medium devices, I'll add 2, column 2, and click on this. You can see now it is occupied the entire column. Now what I will do is we need to create a few states at the top. I'm going to create it. So very first is state is type and set type. Initially this is going to be an income type. I'll import this state, use state hook, and next const the start date, set start date. The initial value will be an empty string, const end date, set end date. Next const keyword, set keyword. Initially this will also be an empty string. Next sort field, set sort field. Initially this is going to be of date. Next sort order, set sort order. It is going to be in ascending order. And const transactions, set transactions. It will be an empty array. Next loader, const loading, set loading. Initially this will be false. Okay, now we created all the necessary states. I will also create one handler function, const handle search. This is going to be an asynchronous function. First I'm going to just stop the loading entire website, prevent default, and we can reference this to the button. We can do that later, but for now what I would like to do is I'm going to add the on change events for all of these input types. So, okay, we have the very first type, the select type drop down, and here I'll add the value. It is going to be type, and I will also add the on change. It is going to be set type e.target.value. Okay, and next similarly I will do the same thing for start date and end date. For this, let's add the value prop start date, on change start date e.target.value, on change e.set end date e.target.value. I'll add the value prop end date, and next I'll add the value prop. It's going to be sort field, and just add the on change event set sort field e.target.value. Similarly for the keyword value, it's going to be keyword on change e.set keyword e.target.value. Perfect, and save this. Next we have this button. For the button I'm going to just add the on click event, handle search. Save this, and now I'll just log this to the console, for we can add all these states into the logger here. Okay, so type start date, end date, and sort field, sort order, and keyword. Perfect, save this. Okay, I think we have missed the, did we miss the sort field? Let's go to the, this is sort field, not this. This is going to be a sort order. Oops, sort order. it's going to be set sort order. Set sort order, and we couldn't add the field. Okay, I think we should add one more drop down. So let's add the one more drop down. I will just add the div, and inside the div I'll just accept this, the IntelliJ changes. You can see now we are adding this sort field. Sort field, we are updating the state. Sort field, e.target.value, id sort field, date, amount, and category. Okay, so let's save this. If I go to the browser, and this is how it looks. Now I can just remove this to 1, save this, boom. You can see sort field and sort order, search, end date, start date, income. Okay, everything we are adding. So here at the top I'll just print it, sort order, sort field, keyword, and save this. Now let's go to the browser. I'll just select some of these transactions. So let's clear this. This is going to be an expense type. Date, I'll just say 6, and end date I'll select 29. I'll sort it based upon the amount, and this is going to be in a descending order. Okay, I'll just select Uber. Okay, now select this. You can see it is going to print all these values. Perfect. Now I'll just go ahead and we will make an API call to the backend service. So what I will do is, first of all, I'm going to set the loader to true, and I'll get rid of this console.log, and inside the try catch block we can handle the exceptions. Inside this try block, I'll just, first of all, we need to add the API endpoints. API endpoints, here I will add the one more URI path. It is going to be apply filter. Apply filters / filter. Save this. Now let's go to the filter.jsx. Inside the try block, let's make use of the Axios config dot get API endpoints dot apply filters, and this is not actually a get point, this is actually a post endpoint, and to this we need to pass all the variables like type, start date, end date, keyword, sort field, and sort order. Perfect. And this is going to return a promise. I can add await, and this will gives us the response, const response. We can update the state, set transactions, response.data, and in the catch block I will log this to the console, which is fail it to fetch transactions, and this is going to be console, not the logger. Console, and just get rid of this import statement, and console.error, it's going to be single quote. Okay, and I'll add the finally block. I'll just set the loader to false and save this. I will also add the toast notification, error.message. If it is not, failure to fetch the transactions, please try again. Save this. Perfect. Now we are fetching the transactions. So let's go ahead and go to the browser, and I'll just, of course we are not able to display it here because we have not added the code for that, but let's go to the console, and I'll just select the amount, descending Uber. I'll just remove this and click search, it should search the details. Let's go to the sources or network. Okay, it is fetching, but we are not getting any data. We are not getting any response. Okay, sorry, we are getting this response: Europe trip, electricity, Uber. Okay, all these data we are getting, but it is not even printing in the console.log because we have not added the console.log. Perfect. Log, console.log, transactions, response.data. Save this. Search this. You can see we got the three transactions. Okay, Europe trip, electricity, Uber. Okay, now we will try to display it in the UI. Okay, let me close this and go back. And in the down, after all of this, I'm going to, after this form, we have this div, and after this div, I'm going to create a one more div with a class called padding 4. Inside this, I'll just add the transactions.length. If the length is equal to 0 and loading is false, if the loading is not true, I'll just add the ternary operator. We will display something, and otherwise we will display something else. And here I will add the basically I'm going to just add the paragraph, and I'll add the text, sorry, the classes text gray 500. I'll add the text, select the filters and click apply to filter the transactions. Perfect. And otherwise we are going to display an empty string. Save this. Let's go to the browser, and you can see the length. If the length is 0, it will display this message. But I would like to add the heading, the transactions, but that's okay. So what I will do is I'll just add the, just go to the top, I'll just select this, copy this and paste it here. Transactions. Okay, or search results, anything. Let's save this, and you can see we got the transactions, or I can make this H5. Save this, and boom. Okay, so this is going to be search H5, and we are getting this. Okay, otherwise let's select this, select filters. Okay, so let's select this, and I'll just replace this, and it's going to be, instead of select the filters, transactions. Save this. You can see now we have this transactions. Select the filters and click apply to filter the transactions. Perfect. Next we are going to make use of the, again, the loader. So if the loading is true, then what I will do is I'm going to basically I'm going to just display the loading transactions icon, or the loaders I'm going to add. And in the true block, I'll just add the paragraph with a class text gray 500. This is going to be loading transactions, otherwise an empty string. Perfect. Next, and we will make use of the transactions map. Transactions, not length, it's going to be transaction dot map. We get the transaction and index, and inside this let's make use of the transaction card. transaction information card, and to this we are going to add we don't need this index, get rid of this, but we do need the transaction. So for that I'll add the key prop transaction.id, title transaction.name, and next icon transaction.icon, next date, it's going to be okay, we will use the moment to format the date, and we will add the transaction date format. I will use a format which is the very familiar format. We already discussed about this format. Okay, and let's import this moment. Next we have the type. For the type I'll just we need to also add amount transaction.amount, type transaction.type, or I can add this type directly. Okay, we have this type at the top right, I'll just pass the type itself, and I'll add the hide delete button, or even we can let's add the hide delete button because I want to hide that delete button. Okay, let's save that. Okay, next if I go to the browser and let me select the income type, and just click on this search, you can see now we got all the income types, right? Perfect. And similarly, let's go to the expense type, select this, you can see, search this, you will get the expense type. You can sort it, let's say descending order, I'm going to sort it, and you can see it is sorted, the date field is sorted in the descending order. Amount, I'll sort it in the descending order, you can see amount first, 500 and 300. Okay, so like that you can also select. Okay, let's go to the in the previous month we have selected some data, right? So let's go to the previous month, and it's going to be an income, and select this, you can see the June 1st job salary, we got everything we will display in this page. Okay, perfect, we completed the filters part. Now we can concentrate on this dashboard. Let's begin with designing the dashboard. Open the dashboard. We have this, actually let me close all of these tabs. Let's open the home.jsx, and this is the page where we are going to design. First of all, inside this I'm going to create a div with a class margin vertical 5, margin horizontal auto. Inside this I'll create one more div with a class grid columns 1, and medium devices grid columns 3, and gap 6. Inside this I'll just add the comments. Basically we are going to display the cards. There are 3 cards we are going to display, which is total balance, total income, total expense. Next, after this div we are going to create one more div. This div is for, let me create a classes first. Grid columns 1, and medium devices grid column 2, and gap 6, margin top 6. Inside this we are going to add the recent transactions. Next, let me copy this. Next we are going to add the financial overview chart. Finance overview chart. Next we will display the expense transactions. Next we will display the income transactions. Let's save this. That's it. Now if you save this and if you go to the browser, we don't see anything because we have not added any content, but
we will start adding the display cards and other informations. So the very first thing is we're going to create a reusable component for this information card. So let's open the components folder and create a new component, which is info card. Let me expand this and I'll increase the font. It is going to be info card. Let's return the JSX, export this as a default component. Inside this, first of all, I'm going to accept few props. So I'm going to destructure the props, icon, label, value, and color. Inside this, I'm going to create a div with a class flex, gap 6, background color white, padding 6, rounded to extra large, shadow, medium devices, shadow, gray, 100, border gray, 200 divided by 50. Inside this div, I'm going to create one more div, and basically I'm going to add the class names based upon a condition. So for that, we can use the template literal, width 14, height 14, flex items center, justify center, text 26 pixel, text white. We need to add the color, so for that I'll use the color prop, rounded full, drop shadow extra large. Inside this, we can add the icon, and after this I'll create one more div. Inside this, h6 with a class text small and text gray 500, margin bottom 1. We will add the label. Similarly, I will also add span with a class text. I'll add the 22 pixel. Next, we can add the color. So let me add the, not the color, the Indian currency I'm going to add. Ampersand hash 8377 followed by the value, which is nothing but the currency, not the currency, the amount. Let's save this. Now we can use this information card inside our home.jsx. So inside the home.jsx, we have this display card. So basically here we are going to add a few things. That is, let's say info card. Okay. Let's add the few props. We're going to add the icon for this. That is going to be wallet icon. So not the wallet icon, wallet cards. You can change the icons as per your needs. Label, total balance. Next, value, and we're going to call the function which is method add 1000 separator. This is a utility function. To this we need to add the balance. For now, let's hard code the balance. Let's say 1 lakh. If it is not, let's 0. Okay, or let's add it later. Okay, this is 1 lakh. Later we are going to fetch it from the API, but for now this is what we are adding just for the testing. Color, we will add the background purple 800. This is what we are going to add. Let's copy this and just add it multiple times. So here I'll change this. This is going to be
total income, total expense. 1000 separator, let's say balance income, I'll just add 2 lakh. 1000 separator, I'll add 5, okay, 50,000 basically. This is the expense, and I'll change this to red 800, and this is going to be green. Save this, go to the browser, boom, you can see now we have the nice cards, the total balance, total income, total expense. We have to fetch it from the API, we will fetch it. So basically what I'll do is at the top, we are going to fetch from the API. First of all, I'm going to use the navigate hook, const navigate, use navigate, and inside this, so after this, I'll just add the one more state, which is dashboard data, set dashboard data, and I'm going to, this is going to be initially null, and I will also import the use state hook. Next, let's add the loader, loading, set loading. Initially this is going to be false, const fetch dashboard data, this is going to be an asynchronous function. Inside this, I'll just add if the loading is true, I'll just return this and set the loading to true. And next, let's add the try catch block. Inside the try block, first of all, we need to add the URI endpoint. Let's go to the, let me add the API endpoint. I'll just add the URI path. This is for dashboard request or dashboard data, and it is going to be APIs. Okay, just add the dashboard, that's it. Oops, not this one. Let's save this. Now we can use this. So inside the try block, Axios config, this is going to be a get request, API endpoints dot dashboard data, and next we need to get the response. So let's, sorry, this is going to be an await because it's an promise response. Now we get the response. I can add the, we can update the state set, or if the dashboard data response.status is 200, set dashboard data response.data, we're going to update the state. Otherwise we're going to log this to the console. Console.error, something went wrong while fetching the dashboard data, we will print the error. Toast.error, something went wrong, or I can add error dot response, or I can just add only the text, that is looks fine. Finally block, set the loader to false, and I'll just remove this loggers, save this. Now since we are updating the dashboard data, we can use these dashboard data inside our, okay, before that we have to call that function. We can use the use effect hook. Inside the use effect hook, we will call the fetch dashboard data, and I'll add the cleanup function. Okay, return an empty object, the dependency array, empty array. And next, now we can use this dashboard data to fetch the actual data. Dashboard data, if the dashboard data is present, total balance we're going to fetch. otherwise it will be 0. Similarly, dashboard data, if the dashboard data is present, let's fetch the total income, otherwise it's 0. And here also dashboard data, total income, sorry, total expense, otherwise 0. Let's save this, go to the browser, boom, we can see the total balance, total income and total expense. Perfect. Now we have to add the financial overview chart and recent transactions and also the income transactions and expense transactions. One more thing, we need to change these icons for total income and total expense. Go to the dashboard, or sorry, home. Here instead of the wallet cards, we will use just the wallet. Okay. Similarly, this is going to be coins. Perfect. Save this and you can see now we have a different icons, the same icons which we have used here. Okay. All right. So next we will add the recent transactions. So to add that recent transactions, we are going to create a new component, the reusable component. Let's open the package, which is components package. Under this, I'm going to create a component which is recent transactions. Let me increase the font. This is going to be recent transactions. Let's return the JSX. Recent transactions. Let's export this as a default component. So inside this div, I'm going to create one more div with a class card. Inside this, create a one more div with a class flex items center. Justify between. Inside this, create a h5 tag, the heading tag, with a class text large. I will add the text recent transactions. After this heading tag, let's create a button with a class card btn, and I will add the on click event for this, which is on see more, or you can say more. Okay. Oops. On more. Inside this button, I'll just add more transactions, or that's fine. Just add more. Arrow right. Class name, I'll just add text base size 15. Okay. Of course, we have to add this on more and one more. So first of all, let's destructure the props. Transactions and on more. Okay, these are the two props that we are going to accept it. Next, after this button, we will create a one more div with a class margin top 6. Inside this, I'll just check if the transactions length, not the length, if the transaction is available, I'll just slice it. Okay, so that I can fetch number of records, number of transactions 0,5. Just I'll fetch the 5 records. If it is after fetching, if it is present, okay, whatever the transaction is present, we're going to map it. We're going to use the map function. We get a item. Inside this, basically, I'm going to just add the transaction information card that we have created long back. So for this, let's add key prop, which is item.id. Title, it's going to be item.name. Icon, item.icon. Next, date, we can use the moment. I will add the date, then I can format it. I will format. Next, we will add the amount, item.amount, type, item.type. I will hide the delete button and save this. Now we need to pass the transactions from our dashboard. Okay, we are getting this error, that is because, okay, I'll just have to add one more. Perfect. Let's save this. Now let's go to the home.jsx so that we can pass the transactions and we can use this. So this is going to be recent transactions. To this we can pass the transactions, dashboard data. If it is present, then we're going to pass the recent transactions. Okay. Next, on more, it is going to be just use the navigate and /expense. So we're going to just add this URI, the route /expense, and we're adding the recent transactions for the transactions prop. Let's save this. Next, if I go to the browser, you can see now we got the recent transactions, right? Okay. Next, of course, we have to add a few more finance overview, all those things. Then in the medium devices, it will show side by side. Okay. Right now, this is the only component is available. That is why it has occupied the entire card. Let's open the home component and let's create one more component, which is going to be a finance overview. Let me expand this and I'll just create the component const finance overview. Let's return the JSX finance overview, export default finance overview. Okay, this is going to be finance, just a spelling mistake. So I'll just also change just refactor this file name, finance overview. Perfect. Inside this, I'll just first create a div with a class card. Inside this, create one more div with a class flex, items center, justify between. Inside this, create a h5 tag with a class text large, financial overview. After this, I'm going to use the pie chart. So I have already created a component which is custom pie chart. You can download the source code and you can use this component. To this we can pass the data, which is the chart data. I'm going to just destructure this and I'll accept the few things. So basically I'm going to accept the total balance, and total income, total expense. Okay, and inside this, basically I'm going to create the custom colors. And I will add few colors. So these are the colors that I have decided. You can also use different colors. So let me add those colors. And next, I'm going to create the one more array. So this will contains an objects which is balance data which contain the total balance, total expense, income, and we are adding this total balance, total expense, and total income. We can use this balance data to pass to this custom pie chart data. It is going to be balance data, and label, it's going to be total balance. Next, total amount, it's going to be we'll add the Indian currency, and also I'm going to just call the method, the utility method, to separate the thousands. Okay, so let's import this total balance, and after the total in colors we can add, which is going to be a colors, and show text anchor. This is going to be show text anchor. That's it. So now with this we can able to see the okay, we haven't called this, we haven't mount this financial overview inside our home.jsx. Let's go to the home.jsx. Here I'll just use the financial overview. To this we need to pass basically the three things. One is total balance, dashboard data.total balance, if it is not 0. Next, total income, dashboard data.total income. Similarly, total expense. And save this. If you go to the browser, and you can see now we got this financial overview, but this is coming down. Actually we wanted this to be next to each other. So looks like we have added the, in medium devices we have added the grid columns 2, gap 6, grid columns. We have added the proper grid, but looks like we have made mistake. This is going to be grid. In medium devices the grid columns will be 2, gap 6, and looks like grid. Okay, I didn't add the grid at all. Okay, so let's add the grid, save this, and you can see now we got the nice card next to the recent transactions. After this we have to add 2 more cards for the income transactions and expense transactions. Let's go to the home component, and inside this let's create a one more component. This is going to be transactions, and let me expand this. Let's create this transactions. Let's return the JSX transactions. Let's export this as a default component, transactions, and inside the home component here let's, okay, first of all I need to also go to the transactions. I need to accept a few props, so let's actually destructure this. We will pass the transactions and on more and type. Okay, so let's go to the home transactions, home. Here let's use the transactions. To this we're going to pass the transactions, and the transactions is nothing but the dashboard data. If it is present, we will pass the recent 5 expenses. If it is not present, an empty array we are going to pass. Similarly, on more we will add the /expense route. One more type. The type here I'll hard code it, which is going to be expense. The same thing I'll just copy and I'll paste it. It's going to be recent 5 incomes. Okay, and this is going to be income. This is also going to be an income. Save this, go to the transactions. We can design this transactions, so let's get rid of this. I'm going to create a div with a class card. inside this create a div with a class flex items center, justify between. Inside this create a h5 tag with a class text large, expenses, sorry, not the expenses, we need to add. Okay, I'll just add one more thing. This is going to be title. Okay, I'll just add the title, and next after this I'll just add the button with a class card btn. Also add on click, it's going to be on more. Let's add the text more, and it's going to be arrow right. Class name we will add text base, size 15. Okay, let us save this. Next, after this I'll create a one more div with a class margin top 6. Inside this we can use the transactions. If the transaction is present, slice it for 0,5, which is 5 records, and if it is present, let's call the map function. We get the item. Okay, and inside this let's use the transactions info card. We will pass the key, which is item.id. Next I will use title, which is nothing but item.name, icon, item.icon, date, we can use moment, dot format, this is the format that we will use, the standard format, amount, item.amount, type, which is going to be a type, and hide delete button. Save this, and that's it. Now if I go to the home transactions, let's go to the browser. You can see now we have the transactions and everything. Let's pass a one more, which is title. It's going to be recent expenses, recent incomes. Save this, boom, recent expenses, recent incomes. Perfect. Clicking on this, we will navigate to the expense overview and go to the dashboard. Clicking on this again, we will go to the income. Perfect. And also we have this financial overview, total expenses, total income, total balance. Okay, much like the standard dashboard, everything we do have. All right, of course this is haven't updated. Okay, we can add the logo as well, since it is deleted in the cloudinary, that's why it is showing it as empty. Okay, now let's deploy the backend application. Of course we have already deployed the backend application, but after that deploying, we made few more changes in the backend. We have created the Excel controller, Excel service, and email controller. So let's commit those changes as well, and we will deploy the final version of it so that we can connect our front-end application as well. Let's open the terminal, and before that what I would like to do is I am going to just open the application.properties file, and here I am going to just enable the Spring profiles. Okay, and that's it. Let's save this, and everything looks good. We don't have to do anything else. I'll just enable the profile, which is the prod profile, and now I'll just go ahead and do a maven clean. Okay, now with this, now we can go ahead and commit our changes. I will just open the terminal, clear this, git status. Perfect. And before that I would like to also package this so that it will generate the jar file, the latest jar file it is going to generate. Okay, the build is success,
and if I open the target folder, we get this jar file. Perfect. Now let me go ahead and commit these files. So just clear this git add dot, it will add all the files to the staging area. From there I'll add git commit completed the backend part, I'll just add git push origin and master. I'm going to push it to the master branch. Just wait for a few seconds and boom, it is pushed to the master branch. Now we can go to the, let me open the GitHub and go to the repositories. Okay, Money Manager API YouTube. We have this target folder and we are also pushing the char file which is completed the backend part. Now if I go to the render.dashboard, and you can see it will automatically started deploying the latest commit. The master branch latest commit, it is going to deploy it. Just wait for it, or you can open up this and you can see the logs. Clicking on this, it will open up the logs. We could able to see the logs in few seconds. You can see it is deploying the application. One thing, remember that since this we are using the free version, whenever we deployed and if we did not interact with the application or with the APIs more than 15 minutes, then it will go to an inactive state. And next time again when we are making an application, it will take around 60 to 120 seconds to reload the or to start up the or boot up the application. So there will be a delay in that. Make sure to aware of it. Of course, if you are using the paid version or if you are upgrade your plan, then those issues will not be present. Eventually, as soon as you make a request, it will provide the it will provide the it will provide the response for us. You can see Tomcat is initialized on the port 8080. You can see your application service is live and it is available on this URL. So what I will do is I'll just copy this and open a new tab and /API/version status. We should see the text or the response application is running. Perfect. Now what I would like to do is I will also deploy the front end application. So to deploy the front end application, I'm going to create a new repository and I'll add Money Manager React YouTube, and I'll make this as private, and clicking on this create repository, it will create the repository. Copy this URL, the remote URL, and we're going to deploy it to Netlify. So for that I'll just open the Netlify and just click on this login. I will log in with my GitHub account. Okay, I have logged in. Okay, now let's open the front end application, the front end code, and here I'll just close all of these tabs and just open the terminal. Let me clear the screen and just I will initialize the git init. Okay, we have initialized the git add dot, it is going to add all the files to the staging area. Git, okay, but before that, before we adding to that, what we need to do is first of all let's open the API endpoints. I'll just uncomment this and comment the second line and save this. Okay, this is our front end the backend application is deployed on this URI, right? Alright, now I'll just open the terminal. I'll just one more time I'll add it to the staging area. Now git commit message, initial commit. Next we need to add the remote URL. Go to the GitHub, copy the remote URL. Let's add that remote URL and git. Okay, I'll just enter the password. Perfect. Now I'll push this to the branch, git push origin master. Okay, we get this error. Okay, no problem. I will try it one more time. I'll just enter the origin master. Okay, now it is pushed to the master branch. The master branch has been created. And now if I go to the repository and I'll reload this, you can see it is pushed to the master branch, and the code, you can see the initial commit. Now from here we can deploy it to the Netlify. Let's open the Netlify, and I'll just click on this add project and click on this import the existing project. I'll choose GitHub. It will ask for the permission to authorize it. Okay, now I'll just search for money manager client YouTube. Okay, so React YouTube a few seconds ago. Okay, I'll just select this and scroll down, Bhushan's team and master branch we are deploying, npm run build. Okay, the dist folder we are going to deploy it, and that's it. Now if I click on this deploy money manager React YouTube, it should deploy our application. Just wait for a couple of seconds so that it will complete the build, and we should be able to access the live URL. Perfect, it is deployed. You can see this is the URL that we got, and just copy this URL and click on this H or just hit enter, and boom, you can see our front-end application is deployed. Okay, let's do the basic sanity. So before that, I would like to go to the database. So let's go to the, or even let's log into the application. I'll just increase the browser window size, and let's log in Bhushan 1982 at zohomail.in. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Click login. Let's wait for a few seconds. We should be able to log in. Boom, you can see we have logged in. The user account was already created, but there are no records at all, but we don't have a category also. Let's quickly add a few categories. So I'm going to just add money. Okay, this is going to be a category. Let's say salary, income. Okay, new category is added. It is popping up. I'll add the expense also. Maybe I can add for rent, or first let's add for the bonus. This is also an income. Perfect. Add one more category for expense. It's rent. I'll select home, house. Okay, and it is going to be rent. It's an expense. Click add category. Boom. We can edit this also, like clicking on this. You can see we got this bonus. I'll just update this to cashback. Update the category. It is updating. Perfect. And go to the dashboard, and we have not created any incomes, right? Just quickly create one income. Maybe from the job I got this salary, let's say 1 lakh. Let's add the future dates and click add income. You can see date cannot be in the future. I'll add the 1st of this month. Add income. Adding a new income. You can see we got this line chart and also the income transactions. We can email, we can download, bunch of things we can do. Okay. Finally, we have deployed our front-end application and the back-end application both. Everything is working as expected, which is great. All right. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed this project as much as I enjoyed while creating. Of course, I could not completely focus on the front-end part because, as I said before, this is completely a back-end heavy project. But I hope you guys have learned enough of the things in the back-end. Try to deploy this application into Render or AWS or even for the railway, and try to add your live link in the description section of this video. I would love to see your applications. You can also use a different UI design as per your needs, as per your creativity. You don't have to follow my design at all. Thank you. I will see you in the next project.